Chapter 121 Star Negative. Name: Li Qing. Race: Negative star ruler in metamorphosis. Lifespan: 19,100 plus 500 psionic ascension plus 1,000 children of the stars, without genetic adjustment. Innate trait: Son of the star awakened. Acquired talent: a psychic ascender. 150,150 psionic strength. Brain plugs: 40 pieces. Innate attributes: Perception 49 plus 5 plus 2, Memory 40 plus 5, Mind 44 plus 5, Spirit 41 plus 5 plus 2, Charm 38 plus 5. Life skills: all shipbuilding skills LV 15, others slightly. Combat skills: basic command skill LV 14, others omitted. At first glance, there was no difference from before, but when he saw the item of race, Li Qing fell silent. Less pouring, he let out a light breath and didn't speak. There is no such thing as a star-negative race. This is the name of the truly detached race that he named after the metamorphosis. At this time, his real body is still in the core of the universe in the palm, and is undergoing transformation. What is condensed at this time is only a temporary incarnation. Close the panel. Li Qing smiled, and suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction. In the palm of the universe, the high-dimensional fortress, Star Witness, suddenly had an infinite stream of light converging on the sun-like surface and flying out, just like an infinite flame condensing on the surface of a star to separate a new small star. But in fact, with the volume of the star witnesses of the high-dimensional fortress, the small stars separated also have a diameter of tens of millions of kilometers. The diameter of the Sun is only 1.392 million kilometers, which means that this small star is only a little smaller than the star Witness, and its actual diameter is 7 or 8 times that of the Sun. But actually, Li Qing's figure appeared out of nowhere in the void outside the high-dimensional fortress, and then the star in the void with a diameter 10 times that of the Sun suddenly shook slightly, and then rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, as the star gradually shrinks, or the dissipated energy gradually shrinks, a huge human-shaped silhouette is quickly revealed. But the outline of the human figure is also imaginary, or the body of the negative star is actually not big now, and its size of tens of millions of kilometers is actually all imaginary. It shrunk to less than 10,000 kilometers in less than 10 minutes, but what is amazing is that its blooming light did not become brighter with the compression, but gradually became softer. Li Qing could clearly see the protruding figure. A light man with a height of 10,000 kilometers, condensed by infinite energy. Big and soft face, the proportion of the facial features looks perfect, and the exquisite figure makes it look like a woman. The most important thing is that Li Qing can see the appearance of the golden named who her beauty just enlightened from this perfectly proportioned facial features, and she is more inclined to human facial features than before. Star Soul, Titan, or Star God, the detached race that came from enlightenment each initially possessed the energy of a star, and as time went by, the power they mastered would become stronger and stronger. 2. 10 pieces. 100. 10,000 pieces. 100 million, etc. There is no upper limit in theory. Because this is a transcendent species, when it reaches the limit, it will transcend the current universe and transform into a high-dimensional creature, that is, a 4-dimensional creature with endless power. But what is needed to reach that point is not time, but a complete restoration of the palm universe. Because the universe in the palm is the detachment artifact of the species that once crossed the cosmic era, the artifact of civilization. If you want to inherit the will of the previous civilization and embark on the road of detachment, you must completely restore the universe in the palm. At this moment, Li Qing has some guesses about the ending of the civilization that was the owner of the palm universe. They probably failed. Because if it succeeds, the universe in this palm will not be like this. However, Li Qing didn't have any worries about the future because of this. If he really had to wait for the detachment, it would be a matter of how many years later, and he didn't know whether he could reach that point. And at this time, with a thought in Li Qing's mind, the newly born star-bearer slowly opened his eyes and looked over. His coaxing voice sounded in the starry sky. In the name of Master, name Zhaofeng. The figure of tens of thousands of kilometers slowly shrinks, and the infinite light behind it blooms like a pair of flaming phoenix wings slowly rolled up, and soon turns into a round of sun and slowly flies around the high-dimensional fortress. No need to speak. Through the connection of the mental matrix, she can instantly know Li Qing's will. That's right, when the first star-bearer tribe is tapped, the mental matrix is automatically unlocked, and all star-bearers and servants of light can upload their consciousness to the mental matrix. The so-called mental matrix is an infinite world composed of spirit and will, and only spirit and will can enter. In it, the will is infinite, and all the beings who enter it can share the mind and spirit, and use the spirit to simulate everything. With this, scientists can directly use their minds to simulate various experiments, and even complex experimental conditions can be simulated as long as they have enough thinking and will. With this, theoretically the scientific research area can be demolished. But in fact, it cannot be disassembled at this stage, because most of the basic technologies have not yet been condensed at this stage. This is the bottom level rule of the new universe. Any civilization starts from scratch and slowly develops from the most basic bottom level technology, especially the most critical mother chips, which must start from scratch and do not exist. I have a super scientist can get all the technology out of nothing and upgrade it to level 5 in one go. At least wait until all the basic technologies are produced, and all the first generation mother chips are produced. At that time, these scientific research areas can be dismantled, and subsequent upgrades of technologies can be simulated in the mental matrix with thinking and will. Because of the existence of the mental matrix, the new star-negative star Jiaofeng does not need to enter the laboratory of the high-dimensional fortress and directly conducts simulation research in the mental matrix. With a thought in Li Qing's mind, the light curtain unfolded in front of his eyes, and on it was the attribute panel of the negative star Jiaofeng. Name: Jiaofeng, immortal level. Race: negative star. Lifespan: immortal. Brain plugs: 100 pieces. Innate attributes: perception 50, memory 50, mind 50, spirit 50, charm 50. Racial trait: negative star. Innate talent: mental matrix, light of civilization. Life skills: mathematical theory LV50, physical theory LV50, advanced mathematics LV50, analysis LV50, algebra LV50, geometry LV50, probability LV50, mathematical experiment LV50, mathematical experiment LV50, computer fundamentals LV50, mathematical method LV50, basic physics LV50, mathematics and physics LV50, mechanics LV50. Not to mention other things, there are always 80 or 90 skills, including all mathematics and physics subjects, as well as many related skills, and all skills have reached the level of LV50. All innate attributes are 50 points. What is this concept? The current Li Qing has not reached 50 points in all attributes. Trait: negative star. This is an official member of a super superior civilization in the past, has embarked on the road of super dimension, has immortal life and great will. Effect: initially possess the energy of a star, immortal will and immortal level psionic power, with a psionic strength of 8.64 million, 100 million plus. Effect: four-dimensional will, four-dimensional thinking. Innate talent: mental matrix, infinite space for thinking and will. Innate talent: the light of civilization. This is a son of destiny chosen by the will of civilization, doing everything is like a divine help. Compared to other servants of light before, the skills and effect values are more exaggerated and more exaggerated. The introduction of the talents of the negative star seems simple, but the information revealed in the simplicity is astonishing. Let's talk about the racial trait of the star-negative person, who initially possesses the energy of a star, which means that after he becomes a star-negative person, he can grasp the super-huge energy possessed by a star, as well as the immortal will and spiritual power. The symbol behind it is it's obvious to tell you that her upper limit of psychic power has exceeded 100 million, but she has just been promoted to negative star and has not recovered yet. In addition, the will is four-dimensional, and the thinking is four-dimensional. What is this concept? Well, it's hard to explain this in words, as long as you know it's very cute. Mental matrix does not need to be explained, anyone who understands it can understand it. Light of civilization does not need to be explained. It can be understood as the son of destiny, and the protagonist of civilization is fine. Comprehensively, it can be understood that every star-negative person is a super life form with immortal will and immortal spiritual power, as well as the energy of a star. Of course, the current negative star has just been born, and its strength has not yet reached its peak. Although it is still very strong with its current strength, it is best to stay in the palm of the universe before growing to the first stage. After enlightening Jiaofeng, there is still one enlightenment quota left, but it has to be delayed. It takes too much power to attune the negative stars. At this stage, the universe in the palm is not enough to attune more than one. It is estimated that it will take about a year to attune one, and the next one will have to wait a year later. But it's not a big problem, and there is no flagship for him to build at this stage, so it's okay to instigate an ordinary battleship chief engineer, servant of light first. Casually enlightening a purple-named alien named Canning as a servant of light, Li Qing couldn't wait to enter the high-dimensional fortress, Star Witness. After enlightening a negative star, the high-dimensional fortress was unlocked again an area. Can't wait to enter the core of the fortress, check the unlocked area this time, and then stare blankly. The unlocked area is very fierce. It is one of the combat areas, and it is also the main combat area. There are a total of 100 T-slot main guns in a range of 1000 kilometers by 1000 kilometers. Yes, it is 100 T-slot Doomsday grade main guns, which belong to the unique super weapon of this high-dimensional fortress. But, the main gun on the upper part of the water is damaged, and there are only two usable ones, one in the center and one on the edge. Li Qing just glanced at one of the doors, feeling that his eyes and soul had suffered a huge impact. The appearance of this T-slot Doomsday class main gun is different from the main gun of the Titan Super Flag and the main gun of the Dreadnought that I have seen before. It is not the kind of super-orbital main gun with a muzzle diameter of several hundred and a length of more than 10 kilometers, but a super-large array with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers that is made up of a large number of radiant crystals. When activated, it will project a virtual outline of a huge main gun turret made of energy above the main gun in the same formation, and freely adjust the angle to fire. To put it bluntly, the 100 T-slot Doomsday main guns do not have physical force, but are virtualized with energy. At first glance, they are much higher end than the weapons currently used by humans. And its power is like this mysterious main gun, which makes Li Qing feel quite fantasy. Light of Judgment Light Spear Form Doomsday Weapon, High-Dimensional Civilization imposes Final Fate Judgment on the enemy. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 500000000, 500000000. Rate of fire: 30 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 100 million kilometers. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 100% armor damage. Fix: plus 100% hull damage. Light of Judgment Stance Form Doomsday Weapon, the high-dimensional civilization imposes the final fate judgment on the enemy. Type: Instant, Energy. Damage: 1 million minus 1 million. Rate of fire: 60 minutes. Hit: 100%. Range: 50 million kilometers. Range: 1000 km 1000 kilometers 1000 kilometers. Fix: plus 100% shield damage. Fix: plus 50% armor damage. This can no longer be described as fierce, it is simply too strong to have friends. This power is simply explosive, 500 million damage, plus various bonuses and corrections. The ordinary flagship is basically crippled in one shot. The most important thing is that this weapon also has two attack methods. One is the common light spear, with a power of up to 500 million. Another attack method is the form of force field. According to the introduction of the skill, it can form a light of judgment with a power of up to 1 million at the designated position. The force field formed by the light of judgment can destroy enemies within the range. Easily wipe out all ordinary battleships under all battleships. Too fierce. Li Qing can no longer describe this 100. No, the power of the intact two super weapons can only be said to be too fierce. But, it is still the same problem as before unlocking the Forge of Light, no energy supply. The power furnace of the Star Witness has not been unlocked, and there is no energy source, so it is impossible to activate these two Doomsday weapons. Of course, this is not a problem for him. There is no power furnace, and energy can be supplied in other ways, the most commonly used of which is to fill it with energy blocks. Just like the legacy of the Doomsday at the finale of the previous auction, a large number of energy blocks can be used to power a T-slot Doomsday, and this can also be operated in the same way. It is worth mentioning that the T-slot weapon is the highest standard weapon, and its power depends on the technological level of different civilizations. A Doomsday weapon of a third-level civilization is definitely not as powerful as a fifth-level Doomsday weapon of a human civilization. And the fifth-generation Doomsday-level weapon of human civilization is definitely not as good as the Doomsday-level weapon equipped in the high-dimensional fortress of the Star Witness. Even bigger. The power of the fifth-generation Doomsday-level weapon of human beings is about the same as the light of Doomsday, which is about 10 million, and the power of this god-carrying light in the state of light spear is as high as 500 million, 50 times the difference, and there are two combat forms. The level of science and technology differs by hundreds of thousands of miles. Having said that, although energy blocks can be used to replace the power furnace, the energy consumption required for each firing of the light of God's hand is still a bit beyond Li Qing's expectations. The former Light of Doom relic needed 10,000 energy blocks to be activated once, but the pure power of this divine light is more than 50 times that. Considering the loss of range and various correction bonuses, the energy block required for each launch it is 100 times that of Doomsday Light, that is, 1 million standard energy blocks. Very simple energy stacking, no problems. Chapter 122 unlocks the Doomsday weapon, Light of God. But, now the price of a standard energy block that can be used in any machinery and weapon on the market is 100,000 star dollars, and 1 million is 100 billion star dollars. In other words, it takes 100 billion star yuan to fire this thing. Good guy. This energy consumption made Li Qing speechless for a while. At this time, I don't mind the damage of these super terminal weapons so much, even if they are all intact, they can't be opened. The use of this thing is the same as the super aircraft carrier area in the warehouse area. It opens a channel in front of the gun muzzle and blasts out, but with the size of the opening channel in the universe in the palm, the distance between the two divine lights is too far, and it can only accommodate one attack at most, a goal. Can't concentrate fire, but two cannons can be spaced apart so that two cannons can attack a target at the same time. According to the power of the divine light, with the addition of Li Yuan, the servant of light, the two cannons are estimated to be able to sink a flagship. But it's just too expensive. One shot is worth 100 billion stars, and 10 shots is 1 trillion stars. Li Qing looked at the huge cannon area with resentment on his face. It would be a bit unconscionable to say it was useless, but it would be too expensive to say it was useful. It can only be said that at the critical moment, everything is settled with one shot. According to the power of the main gun, even the dreadnought flagship or aircraft carrier will be disabled with one shot, and the two shots will sink the real flagship killer. Spending 200 billion star dollars to kill an opponent's flagship is actually quite a bargain. I really can only play the flagship, and it feels like a waste to play the battleship. All I have to do now is make money, make more money. Coming out of the universe in his palm, Li Qing looked at the asteroid belt that couldn't be seen at a glance. In his eyes, it was all money. Next, he continued to stay in the asteroid belt to collect minerals, build warships, and try to make money. At the same time, the enthusiasm brought by the crews of the two flagships Halo and Brilliant at the outpost had not completely dissipated for several months, until the expeditionary force of the outpost suddenly issued an announcement, formally making the decision a long time ago, announcing that in the next 6 months, a military operation against the Leicester pirate group will be launched, and the transition channel to the transit base in Jinmen will be opened. As soon as the news came out, the popularity of Halo and Brilliance slowly subsided, and all players and teams focused their attention on this place. Li Qing received the news 3 days after the announcement. He just asked everyone to get ready, save more money and supplies, and continue to stay in the asteroid belt to make money. This kind of large-scale military operation is very slow. The announcement is just to let everyone prepare in advance. 3 months is enough for him to earn more than 3 trillion star dollars, pay back part of the account, build a batch of ships, and save part of the money for backup, just in time to go out to participate in this military operation. But although the plan is good, it requires the cooperation of others. About 2 months later, a sudden news forced him to leave the mountain ahead of schedule. A trading fleet of Tasmanian wandering civilization suddenly visited the outpost, and with the permission of the expeditionary force, set up a stall in the outpost to trade with the players. This surprised Li Qing, and he had to leave the mountain early for the outpost. Before leaving, let the subordinates of the fleet help to continue to store the mines. Li Lai, Li Qi, Hong Chengfeng and others have nothing to do except patrol at this stage, so they just help out. It is not the same in differentiated village as before, but specially selected meteorites with obvious mineral content are pulled together by industrial ships and piled up, and they will be collected and smelted in a wave when he comes back in the future. When they make money, part of the warships built will be sold to them at a cheaper internal cost price, which can improve their strength. After their strength is saturated, they can resell them to make money. My direct subordinates, some benefits are quite normal. The premise is obedient, loyal, and able to help, such as the current situation. On the way, Li Qing refined about 7.8 billion cubic meters of refined steel from the 600 billion cubic meters of raw ore accumulated in the past 2 months, and stored them before selling them. At the same time, he returned to the Palm universe. The previous batch of 10 battleships had been built, but they were not equipped with weapons and other accessories, mainly because there were not so many blueprints for weapon accessories. The battleships were suspended outside the dock first, and then the 3 chief engineers of the battleships and the senior engineers and general engineers who had been equipped long ago were in place to start the construction of the second batch of battleships. The most rare thing is the chief engineer of the battleship. The senior engineer and ordinary engineer who start the job are not so rare and can be recruited. In addition, Li Qing enlightened 2 chief engineers of the battleship, who were inspired by the group of Hull people, named Enlu and Jonah respectively. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the outpost, and at a glance, they saw a super large fleet parked near Star City, and a huge Titan super flag in the center of the fleet, together with a total of 5 dreadnoughts and 3 flagship aircraft carriers, 2,000 many battleships and more than 100,000 large and small battleships. Good guy, this specification is just a trade fleet. Even if the outpost now received support from Jinmin and the United Empire some time ago, the size of the fleet at this time is more than inferior to this. There is not much difference below the flagship, and there is a huge difference above the flagship. The expeditionary force only has 2 aircraft carriers and 4 dreadnoughts, and there is no Titan super flag. As soon as Li Qing entered the outpost, he automatically received a trade list sent by this trade fleet. When he opened it, he saw a huge Titan super flag projection. He was shocked. Damn, is it possible to sell the blueprint of the Titan super flag? Take a closer look. Oh, it's all right. It is true that there is only one blueprint for the sale of the Titan Super flagship, but to buy this Titan Super flagship blueprint, you need to have a pre-reputation prestige to be eligible to buy it. Li Qing's reputation for friendliness is just now, and he is still far from worship. Respect, reverence, and then worship. It is very simple to increase the reputation of Tasman civilization, that is Krypton. Upgrading friendliness to respected reputation requires only 10 billion cubic meters of refined steel, which is equivalent to 3.9 trillion stars. It only takes 1 trillion cubic meters of refined steel to upgrade from respect to reverence, equivalent to 390 trillion stars. To upgrade from reverence to the highest worship reputation, only 100 trillion refined steel is needed, which is equivalent to 39,000 trillion stars. Is not it simple? You don't need the most difficult worship. As long as you have the reputation of worship, you can buy the extremely rare blueprint of the super flagship Titan. Fine, no one can do this. If you have this money, you can directly buy 10 Titan super flags. Who would go to Krypton for this? The key point is that the Tasnian wandering civilization will not stay in one place for a long time. Except for some big forces, it is meaningless for a small team to Krypton. Then I looked at other tradable materials. All flagship blueprints need revered reputation, battleships need respected reputation, and friendship can only be traded for blueprints under battleships. It is worth mentioning that the Tush wandering civilization does not accept human universal stars, but only various refined minerals, or alloys, various rare metals, etc., and the only currency collected is only one currency, civilization point. Yes, civilization points can also be traded, and the value is very high. 1 point of civilization point can be used for respecting reputation, 10 points of civilization point can be used for reverence, and 100 civilization points can be used for worship reputation. At the same time, civilization points are also the common currency of the entire universe, and the respective currencies cannot be shared between civilizations. Apart from directly using refined steel for large transactions, civilization points can only be used. This is definitely not to be expected. Li Qing is not civilized at all now. But he's cohesive. Enlighten a star-negative person. In theory, a super civilization named star-negative person that belongs to him has been born. Although there is only one member, the conditions have been met after all, and civilization points can be gathered. Although he is only a negative star, he can gather a little civilization points within a year. That is to say, every official star-negative person can gather a little civilization point every year. Compared with the 100 million Shatta civilization to convert a little civilization point, the efficiency is n billion times. There may not be many at this stage, but when the number of negative stars transformed in the future increases, the civilization points obtained will naturally increase significantly. It should be noted that only 100 million Shatta civilized population can convert a little civilization point, which belongs to forcibly squeezing civilization points after plundering. It does not mean that 100 million people gather a little civilization point a year. The squeezed alien population cannot continue to gather civilization points within 100 years. According to the lifespan of normal carbon-based life, it is basically useless. To put it another way, it also means that every 10 billion people can gather 1 point of civilization in a year, but if it is replaced by players, only 100 million people can gather 1 point of civilization, which is 100 times more efficient. For example, the Li family of Qinghe ruled more than 80 billion people, and there were nearly 2 billion players within the ruling area, which is equivalent to gathering 8 plus 20 civilization points every year. What needs to be noted is that no matter the population or the players, they must belong to the rule of the military master in order to gather civilization points. For example, the expeditionary force on the outpost base does not belong to the military master's power, and the mixed players here are not under the rule of the expeditionary force, so even if no amount of players can condense civilization points. In addition, the cohesion speed of civilization points is not static, and some powerful lord talents can increase the cohesion speed. For example, Li Qing's Son of the Star Rule talent has an effect. The stability of the rule plus 100%, the happiness of the subjects plus 100%, the cohesion of the rule plus 100%, and no crime will occur. The ruling cohesion here can increase the speed of civilization point aggregation. 100% means that each star negative person can gather 2 civilization points a year. Taking back his wandering thoughts, Li Qing first took a look at the things that can be traded for friendship and reputation. From frigates to cruisers, including all weapon accessories, no matter the 3rd generation, 4th generation, or even 5th generation, there are blueprints, finished warships, etc. You can say that you have everything you need, as long as you can afford it. A 5th generation frigate fully equipped with standard Sentinel modules requires refined steel equivalent to 150 million star yuan. A 5th generation destroyer fully equipped with standard interception modules needs refined steel equivalent to 800 million star dollars. A 5th generation cruiser fully equipped with standard heavy artillery modules requires refined steel equivalent to 6 billion star yuan. All are about 10% more expensive than the normal market price, but no one thinks it is expensive. It's only about 10% more expensive. The finished battleships in the outpost 2 years ago were 20-30% more expensive than those in Jinmen, and they were more than 50% more expensive during the war. But, although the initial price is not high, it may be to prevent some high-value goods from being sold out by a large team without limit stockpiling, resulting in many players not being able to buy them. TAS Trading Fleet implements a different tiered price system for all goods. For example, frigates, the normal price of the 100th ship, that is, the market price will go up by 1 level, the price of the 200th ship will go up by 2 levels, and the price of the 300th ship will go up by 30%, and so on until the 10th batch of frigates is purchased, the price is the market price. 200%. The key point is that for every additional 100 ships in the future, the price will directly increase by 100%. 1 hurdle for every 30 destroyers, and 1 hurdle for every 10 cruisers. There are indeed no restrictions, but when the price reaches a certain level, it is not worthwhile to buy it again. It is worth mentioning that this tiered system is only for teams, and there is a limit on the number of purchases for individuals, only 100 frigates, 30 destroyers, 10 cruisers, and battleships. I don't know. Of course, these settings cannot prevent various loopholes. There is a purchase limit for individuals, just buy it for individuals. However, the 100 million cubic meters of refined steel worth 39 billion star yuan of friendly reputation stopped most of the individual players. Even Li Qing originally used the friendly reputation of Krypton in the name of the Jolin Legion, not an individual, so when he rushed over, although most of the members of the Legion were there, only a few wealthy members deliberately kryptonized their personal prestige. Li Qing contacted UUFA and asked him not to buy finished battleships, which are expensive and not worthwhile. Instead, he asked him to buy blueprints for destroyers and cruisers with no restrictions, as well as a large number of blueprints for weapon accessories, and then build them himself, which is more cost-effective. It took 100 million cubic meters of refined steel to simply krypton a personal reputation and unlock personal friendly permissions. Li Qing bought 1,000 cruiser blueprints in one go and spent 100 billion star refined steel, and 2,000 destroyer blueprints, 30 billion star refined steel. At this time, he had a total of 3,500 destroyer blueprints, and then bought 3,500 sets of blueprints for the destroyers supporting weapons and accessories, spending a total of 110 billion star dollars. A total of 1,500 cruiser blueprints were purchased in bulk, and 1,500 sets of standard heavy artillery cruiser weapon and accessory blueprints were purchased in bulk, spending a total of 450 billion star dollars. In an instant, 100 billion plus 30 billion plus 110 billion plus 450 billion equals 690 billion star yuan of refined steel was spent, and a total of 2,340 billion star yuan of refined steel was left at 1,650 billion star yuan. Not for sale, all stored and smelted into standard alloys for shipbuilding. 1,500 cruisers, 3,500 destroyers, unlimited frigates, coupled with the battleships that are about to start construction at full capacity, he will be able to build a huge fleet comparable to a brigade in a few years. After buying these, Li Qing didn't continue to hang around in the Tush trade fleet, and returned to the Legion office in Star City. Yu Yufei, Ding Yoren and Wang Yanqing were all there. Seeing him coming, Yu Yufei sent him a message, let him come over and have a chat. Came to her office and found that she was looking at the documents alone. Just the two of us. She put down the file and nodded. My sister is looking for you. Let me ask what happened to your psychic saint. Ah, my sister helped you to fix your psychic saint. You'd better find a way to fix the coordinates again. What? Li Qing, who was about to find a reason, was stunned, and said in surprise. Did she anchor me? How did she do it? Yu Yufei rolled his eyes at him. She is a child of Void Realm after all, don't underestimate her. Ah, thank her for helping me, I'll go find her later. Chapter 123 Inexplicable Suppression. Li Qing was really surprised. After disconnecting and reopening the universe in the palm, he no longer sensed the psychic saint. He thought he was lost, but he didn't expect to be caught by her and not lost. I really underestimated her. It's a good thing that he didn't get lost, it saved him a lot of trouble. By the way, what are you looking for me for? Yu Yufei nodded and said. Some insider information about this operation. There were only two of them, so Li Qing unceremoniously stepped forward and picked her up, put her in his arms, and sat where she was just now. Yu Yufei's exquisite and pretty face immediately turned red, she struggled for a while and then stopped moving. She raised her head and blinked her starry eyes, making one unable to help but move her index finger, reaching out to pinch the delicate flesh under her ruddy mouth. Chin, leaned forward and kissed. Go on. She bit her red lips to resist her shyness and unaccustomed, and she calmed down and continued. On the surface, this military operation is to open up the passage between the outpost base and Jinmen, but in fact there are other factors involved. An elder of our Yu family joined the Lester pirate group a long time ago. After many years' development, and now a pirate clan has been created, which is now the Bluefish clan. The rest pirate group used to be composed of some criminals and pirates from the three civilizations in this area. Among them, the Shadow Tribe United Civilization occupies an absolute advantage. 7 of the 13 clans are from the Shadow Tribe United. Of the other 6 clans, 2 are from the Zivus Council, 3 are from human civilization, and 1 is from other alien races, among which the most powerful Rest clan is from the Sea Spider clan of the 8 tribes of Shadow. With the support of the Yu family and the cooperation of the outpost, the Bluefish clan established by the elder of my Yu family has grown rapidly in strength over the years, and has attracted the attention of the Lester clan, thus starting to crowd out and suppress them. Quote. Although the support of the family and the cooperation of the outpost base can withstand the suppression, it is not a problem to continue like this, so I just took advantage of this opportunity to pull down the Rest clan and greatly weaken the Shadow civilization. Clans, it's best to kill a few, so that the human-dominated pirate clan and the Zivus civilization-led pirate clan can unite to suppress the Shadow tribe's civilized clan, so as to ensure that they will not be held back in the battle of civilizations. So it is. Li Qing squeezed his chin and thought for a while, then asked suddenly. How sure is the Bluefish clan? How can we be sure that the other 2 human clans will cooperate, and how can we be sure that the 2 clans of the Civi's civilization will also cooperate? If they have other ideas, the plan will inevitably fail. The other 2 human clans are fine. No matter how much they fight, they must first defeat the foreign enemies. The Zivus civilization is indeed uncertain, but the Bluefish clan has a way to deal with it. The main problem now lies in the 7 clans of the Shadow civilization. Understood. How do we need to cooperate? The specific cooperation has not yet been decided. Now we are just informing us in advance, so that we can be mentally prepared. They will inform us in advance before the end of the military operation. That's fine. It's not decided yet, so there's no need to continue exploring. Then the two chatted about some things, roughly the current situation in the outpost, and the development direction of the Garan Legion. Such a shameful gesture is not rejected, this is the best expression. Li Qing hugged her while talking privately, while moving her hands and feet. It made her restless and difficult to resist. Although she had made up her mind, Yu Yuefei, who had never been in a relationship before, couldn't stand up to his tricks. She was quickly defeated and had to swallow a lollipop with tears in her eyes. An hour later, the door of the room was pushed open, and Li Qing, who had set off twice, came out with a light expression on his face, followed by Yu Yuefei. The aircraft flew towards the expeditionary barracks deep in the Star Fort. Half an hour ago, I received a communication from the military headquarters of the Expeditionary Force, recruiting them and the top-ranked teams from the outpost to go to a meeting. A military officer brought them to the meeting room and found that they were late, and most of the leaders of the top teams with names had come. Or chatting together, or sitting alone and chatting with other people, or opening a private terminal to check what information, etc. When seeing two people holding hands, most of them nodded slightly, and there are several tricks waving as a greeting. There are two Halo representatives, namely Legion Commander Yi Yuan and Military Chief Yi Xiao. People, Yi Yuan subconsciously glanced at Yi Xiao beside him. The muscles on his face were obviously a little unnatural, but he lowered his head and continued talking without saying anything. Crimson Ancient Shen Zhou and Feng Lixiu of the Horn of Liberty are sitting in a row chatting under the halo, while Brilliant is sitting on the other side of the halo, the first row on the right. Normally it is the second largest legion of the outpost, blue seat. When Li Qing led Yu Yuefei to the conference table, everyone raised their heads and looked at them with interest. Li Qing glanced at the seat, smiled and said to Li Chenhao, head of the Brilliant team. This position belongs to us, Jolin. Li Chenhao looked up at him, and said with a smile on his face. Really? But I didn't see the Jolin brand on it. Li Qing expressionlessly took out a half-meter-long refined steel ingot, picked up a laser pointer and carved the crooked Jolin on it, and then paused before Li Chenhao's eyes. A loud bang was startled. Everyone jumped. Now there is. Li Chenhao was also taken aback, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he sneered. I think it's better to wait until the adults from the Expeditionary Army come over. Li Qing raised his eyebrows, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Chenhao's back collar, and then he lifted up the chair and threw it back. He was wrapped in powerful spiritual energy and couldn't move and landed in the last position in the conference room. With another gesture, a spare chair at the edge of the conference room flew over, took Yu Yuefei's little hand and asked her to sit down, and then he released the psychic seal, and Li Chenhao, whose face was flushed, pushed the chair away and stood up. He got up and pointed at Li Qing and reprimanded. How dare you insult me like this, you? At this moment, the door was pushed open, and several high-ranking officers of the Expeditionary Force came in. Li Qing recognized at a glance that most of them had seen it before, but the leader was a general who seemed a little strange, but familiar. The admiral laughed as soon as he entered the door. Just now I heard a loud noise from far away. You young heroes are quite angry. At this time, everyone in the conference room had already sat back to their seats before the high-level expeditionary forces came in. Only Li Chenhao, who looked embarrassed, stood behind, and the general asked in surprise. Who are you? Why don't you sit down? Li Chenhao was about to sit down when Yi Xiao's voice suddenly came from his ears. His eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly made up his mind. He gave a military salute to the general and said loudly, Sir, Jolin Li Qing attacked me for no reason to seize my seat. Oh, is there such a thing? The admiral turned his head to look directly at Li Qing, with a cold light in his slightly narrowed eyes, and said in a deep voice, Dare to directly attack comrades in the military on formal occasions. The circumstances are serious. According to military law, they will be removed from military posts and all authority, and will be confined for 15 days. Everyone's heart shuddered, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Li Qing was also shocked, but his face did not change, and he replied in a deep voice. I don't know who this general is. Yi Mengjiang, the new chief of operations of the Expeditionary Army. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xiao for a moment, and immediately understood that this should be the one at the tail end of Yi's airborne expeditionary army. He knew very well that this clan from the Nanshan Yi family and the leaders of the Halo would definitely help suppress other competitors. He had thought of many ways to suppress, but he didn't expect such an extremely domineering suppression by Chiguo, which caught him by surprise. But he didn't panic, but asked after a military salute. It turned out to be Minister Yi Mengjiang. I have a question. Say, if attacking a comrade in arms will result in the removal of military posts and all authority and confinement, then how should a lower-level officer be punished for colliding with a higher-level officer? Yi Mengjiang frowned slightly, and said, According to military law, if a minor offender is verbally warned or recorded a demerit, if the circumstances are serious, all military posts and all authority shall be removed, and a confinement shall be imposed. Li Qing smiled slightly, picked up the military rank epaulette that he had never used before, hung it on his chest, and said, "The subordinate officer is a special military instructor of the expeditionary force specially hired by the commander-in-chief, with the rank of colonel. As far as I know, Li Chenhao is only a major. As a subordinate, he has no respect for his elders. I am just admonishing him. Is this not at fault? This is just your side story." Li Qing chuckled, ignoring Li Mengjiang's gloomy expression. His own eyes gradually turned cold. "Is it like the admiral punishing me without evidence? Bold, you not only attacked your comrades in arms, but also despised the chief. The crime is aggravated. In the name of the Chief of Operations, I will remove your current military position and authority, and impose a 30-day confinement." Boom, boom, boom. There was a crisp knocking sound. Enough. Commander Yu Qingzi, who had been sitting at the top, tapped the table lightly, looked at Li Mengjiang coldly and said, "On the first day you took office, you directly attacked the person I promoted. No matter how domineering you Nanshan are, it is not such a domineering method. Li Mengjiang has no intention of being afraid. I'm just doing business. Innocent." Yu Qingzi shook his head and said, "I suspend your duties in the name of the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force." Li Mengjiang's complexion changed slightly, but there was no major change. He just said in a deep voice, "You know how I got here as the Chief of Operations. You are not qualified to remove my position." Yu Qingzi's tone was indifferent. "Of course I know, so I didn't remove your position, but temporarily suspended it. In addition, I will suggest to the Imperial Senate to ask Your Excellency Yi Qingkang to replace your position. I believe many of your brothers will be very happy come take over." Waved his hand, and two military policemen walked in outside the door, and took away Li Mengjiang, whose face finally changed drastically. Baffling. Li Qing glanced at Yi Xiao and Yi Yuan, who remained expressionless as if what happened just now had never happened. There is one thing to say, although what happened just now is very inexplicable, but if the newcomer Yi Mengjiang hadn't been a little impatient and hadn't thoroughly investigated Li Qing's situation, this excuse just now could really disgust him. Fortunately, he didn't know that Li Qing was specially hired as a special military instructor of the Expeditionary Force half a year ago. Well, he seriously suspected that Commander Yu Qingzi deliberately hid his information. Otherwise, with the rank and status of the Minister of Operations, there is no reason not to know this identity. That is to say, a long time ago, Commander Yu Qingzi considered that there were foreign forces stationed in the Expeditionary Force, so he dug a hole on purpose, and someone stepped on it. No matter whether this wave can get Li Mengjiang down, at least for a period of time, he will still have his say within the Expeditionary Force. Old fox. It can only be said that none of the lamps that can reach such a high position is fuel efficient. Nothing happened next, and even Li Chenhao didn't say anything at this time, but secretly he still refused to accept it. "When my dreadnought is completed, I will let you know what it means to be strong and powerful. Today's humiliation will be returned in the future." The meeting officially started. Commander-in-Chief Yu Qingzi went straight to the topic after a simple opening, saying, "The purpose of this military operation is to open up the channel with Jinmen. The strategic goal is to wipe out all the bases and fleets of the Leicester pirate group in the predetermined star field, because the Expeditionary Force also needs to deal with the main force of the southern province of the United Civilization of the Shatta tribe. The fleet cannot provide you with direct combat assistance, so the heavy responsibility for this military operation falls on the legions and teams. This military operation is divided into battle zones. Each team receives the battle zone according to its own strength, and ultimately depends on the strength of the enemies in the galaxy in the battle zone and the eradication of the pirate fleet. The specific theater star map will be sent to you later, and I decide to clear the theater myself, and report it to the Expeditionary Army headquarters within 3 days." Yu Qingzi crossed his fingers and said with a smile, "If in doubt, ask it now." Everyone was silent, all buried in the newly released star map. Compared with the star map they used before, the newly updated star map not only has more detailed information about the star field of the Leicester pirate group, but also details which pirate clan these galaxies belong to, and how many pirate defenders are in each galaxies and the fleet, the general size of the fleet, and even how much meritorious service the defenders and fleet in this galaxy can get after clearing out, etc. According to the rules of this operation, each team needs to take responsibility at home. How many pirates in the galaxy should be fixed, and the specific number can be determined by oneself. Obviously, this military operation is a thorough investigation of the comprehensive strength of all the large teams in the outpost base. How strong these teams are, whether the current ranking meets the requirements depends on this military operation. Chapter 124 Looking. The original ranking was made by a private intelligence organization. It has certain authority, but it is not completely accurate. After all, the cards of many top players are not known to outsiders at all, and it is difficult to judge their final strength. The rewards for this military operation are extremely generous. It is estimated that another batch of support from the United Empire of Humans has arrived. This military operation has provided a total of 500 battleship blueprints for them to distribute. It depends on the strength of the pirate defenders in the galaxy. As long as they completely wipe out all the defenders and fleets in this galaxy, they can get the predetermined rewards of this galaxy. There are a total of 215 galaxies in the theater, but most of them belong to the sphere of influence of pirates. There are occasional pirate fleets passing through the galaxies without fixed bases and fleets. Only 44 of them really need to be cleared. According to the lowest difficulty, there is a battleship blueprint and the highest one. It is located on the northern edge of the war zone, occupied by the Lai clan of the 13 clans of the Lester pirate group, and is the headquarters galaxy of this clan. On the war zone star map, capture and wipe out this galaxy, and the reward for defeating the Lai clan is a full 100 battleship blueprints. Of course, this only refers to the blueprint of the battleship, not to say that this reward is the only one. In addition to the corresponding massive contributions and meritorious service, there are also a large number of other rewards, including many small and medium-sized warship blueprints and various resources. Li Qing carefully checked the galaxy where the Lai clan is located, and after reading the information marked above, he sent a voice transmission to UFA beside him. Let's not chew on this hard bone, it's too difficult. She nodded. That's exactly what I mean. Although not all clans have flagships, the Lai clan ranks at the bottom of the 13 clans in the pirate group and does not have a flagship, but the bottom is only relatively speaking. Although its headquarters galaxy does not have a star city, it has 3 characters. The star castles that are not very far apart can echo each other. In addition, the Lai clan has a fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, more than 6,000 pirate cruisers, and more than 40,000 pirate gunboats at the headquarters. In addition, there are 3 sub-bases of the Lai clan in the nearby galaxy, each with a certain garrison. There are more than 500 battleships, more than 3,000 pirate cruisers, and nearly 20,000 pirate gunboats in total. With such strength, it has been able to directly resist a brigade-level fleet of the expeditionary force in a short period of time. For the Trailblazers, apart from the possibility of 2 legions attacking alone, other teams need at least 2 or 3 teams to join forces. But it should be noted that this is possible. The actual operability is very low, and the gap in key strength is too small. Even if you can win, you will definitely lose a lot, and the gain outweighs the loss. At the same time, other team leaders were also thinking secretly, or looked up at other people, and some had already contacted privately to discuss something. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly sensed an undisguised gaze, and turned around to see that it was Yi Xiao. What a powerful psychic power! Sure enough, he is also a cheating man, and the growth rate of his spiritual power is not inferior to his own. The two just looked at each other and then looked away. Yi Xiao paused when he glanced at Yufa from the corner of his eye. Bitch woman, you don't know current affairs, it won't take long for you to know what it means to be involuntary. With a blank face, he retracted his gaze and raised his hand. Yu Qingzi asked, does the Halo Legion have any proposals? Yi Xiao stood up, respectfully performed a standard military salute, and said in a deep voice. I think our Halo, as the first Legion of the outpost base, has the obligation to take responsibility. I have discussed with the Legion leader and decided to win the mission of clearing the Lai clan. Oh, Yu Qingzi was a little surprised, and all the teams present were also surprised by the choice of Halo, and they took the initiative to choose the hardest bone. Since the Halo Legion is about to lead the Lai clan's mission to wipe out the Lai clan, the commander will certainly not refuse, but before doing so, I still want to ask everyone's thoughts. Officer Yu Qing looked at the crowd and asked, I don't know if there is any team that also wants to receive the task of suppressing the Lai clan. No one responded, so Li Qing naturally couldn't speak. That being the case, the elimination of the Lai clan galaxy is handed over to the Halo Legion. The hardest bone was taken down, and the rest were not too difficult. UUFA selected a few connected galaxies to report the mission, and negotiated with other teams who chose the same galaxies. The task areas were exchanged with each other, and it was finally determined that the targets they cleared were located in several connected galaxies 5 galaxies east of the Lai Lei clan. This is located on the north side of the channel to be opened, and further north is the inner star field of the Lester Pirate Alliance, where most of the big pirate clans are. These galaxies have only one difficulty, and there is a galaxy that dominates a small pirate clan. There are about 300 to 400 battleships, more than 2,000 pirate cruisers, and nearly 10,000 pirate gunboats, with a little strength. When will a fleet of tens of thousands be called a little powerful? Yu Yao turned off the star map of the war zone in front of her, looked at Li Qing in front of her, and asked with a serious face. You haven't told me why your psychic saint suddenly disconnected. Li Qing took a sip of tea slowly and replied. An accident, but it's okay now. Do you know what the consequences will be if the psychic saint is lost in the void territory? What consequences, at most, will be swallowed up by other virtual existences? Yu Yao laughed angrily. Don't you know that those virtual existences can directly locate you through your psychic saint? I have disconnected the coordinates and erased all traces. It's useless. The powerful virtual existence can directly trace back to the source through the psychic saint, and directly find your real body at the moment when the psychic saint condenses. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing's expression was slightly startled, which was beyond his expectation, but he was not afraid. Before the release, he might be worried, but now his real body is awakening in the universe in the palm of his hand to be the master of the negative star. Now this is just an incarnation. Of course, this cannot be told to Yu Yao. He pretended to be surprised and said, I'll keep an eye out. She frowned and looked at Li Qing, always feeling that she was perfunctory, but there was no proof. Shaking her head, she stretched out her right hand and said, I don't care about you anymore, you can figure it out yourself. Li Qing stretched out his hand and pressed her soft palms, facing each other. He immediately sensed a familiar connection, uploaded a trace of consciousness, instantly passed through the subspace and entered the void, and reconnected with his psychic saint. At the same time, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the universe in the palm, and the outline of an eye slowly emerged, but in the next second, a golden light appeared in the cold starry sky, and quickly condensed into a golden finger with a length of thousands of kilometers and a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers. Eye contour. Boom. The will of the virtual realm collapses before it takes shape. Phew, it's done. Li Qing let out a sigh of relief. Reconnecting with the psychic saint was also a relief. There is nothing to talk about next. She is neither a sister nor Ding Yoren, so obedient and can still play. He just sat and chatted for a while, then resolutely said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Yu Yao took away the tea she hadn't finished drinking. Yu Yao was stunned for a long time before she said speechlessly, Scumbag. Backing back to her command ship, UUFA has already issued an army announcement to get the army members ready. Li Qing took stock of his remaining funds, including refined steel worth 1,650 billion star dollars, thought about selling some of it, and got a total of 1,000 billion star dollars in cash, and then spent 800 billion star dollars to buy a full 8 million pieces standard energy block. T-slot Doomsday class main gun Divine Light requires up to 1 million standard energy blocks to fire once, and can be fired a total of 8 times. It's too expensive. These energy blocks are for backup, and they will not fire unless necessary. Can be used without, but not without. After the preparations were completed, Li Qing thought about it, and asked someone to give a message to the subordinates who stayed at the army headquarters, and asked Li Qi to stay at the army headquarters. Li Lai and Hong Chengfeng led the fleet to come to the outpost to meet him. At the same time, I purchased some accessories and prepared to arm the batch of battleships in the palm of the universe. There are 10 battleships, 30 cruisers, 40 destroyers and 800 frigates. They belong to the previous batch of construction. At that time, only the battleship blueprints were not available. Prepare blueprints for its weapon accessories, now only bare boats. Most of these warships are ordered by members of the Legion. Only 5 battleships and 10 cruisers belong to him. These 5 battleships and 10 cruisers will be incorporated into his own fleet, but his subordinates can buy them from him with money. Li Lai, Li Qi, and Hong Chengfeng each lead a brigade, and each can buy them from him at the cost price. He bought one here as a benefit for his subordinates. And this is just the beginning. He has started a new round of shipbuilding a week ago. Among them, 3 battleship chief engineers can preside over the construction of 30 battleships. 2 cruiser chief engineers can preside over the construction of 20 cruisers. 2 destroyer chief engineers can preside over the construction of 20 destroyers. 50 frigate chief engineers can preside over the construction of 500 frigates. This is just the beginning. Next, he ordered a group of shipbuilding engineers through the expeditionary force, including 8 destroyer chief engineers and 80 teams of senior and ordinary shipbuilders, 8 cruiser chief engineers and 80 teams of advanced and ordinary shipbuilders. Engineers, as well as 70 groups of senior engineers and general shipbuilding engineers related to battleships. Just gathered 10 groups of battleships, 10 groups of cruisers, and 10 groups of destroyer engineers, reaching the highest batch of 100 battleships, 100 cruisers, 100 destroyers and 500 frigates. In addition, we continued to recruit 400 groups of engineers at all levels in the arsenal to increase the speed of building various weapons and parts. After finishing all this, his monthly salary expenditure alone has exceeded 16 billion stars. And this is just the beginning. As more and more warships are built, a large number of crew members and ship maintenance fees are required, and the expenditure will increase until it reaches tens of billions. But with such a large super dock in hand, this expenditure is just a trivial matter. All is ready except for the opportunity. Then Li Qing received a shocking news from Yu Qingzi, commander of the expeditionary force. Yi Xiao's father came to Jinmen to formally propose marriage to the Yu clan in the name of Yi Qingkang, the acting patriarch of the Nanshan Yi clan. Fuck. In Yu Yuyao's small courtyard, 3 people gathered together, and Yu Yuyao said in a deep voice, "We need to go back. Are you going back too?" "Yes, by the way, you go back and contact your father, it is best to propose marriage immediately." Yu Yuefei added, "It's best to invite an elder who has enough status in the Li family of Qinghe to come over. In addition, we'd better pay a formal visit to the commander before we go back." As the commander-in-chief of the expeditionary force, Yu Qingzi is one of the most powerful core members of the Yu clan. He has an extremely important voice within the Yu clan. If he has his support, it can greatly influence the internal tendency of the Yu clan. Fortunately, their relationship was good before, but not stable enough. Friendship and family affection in the world are unreliable, at least for the rich and powerful, only interests are eternal. Even though Yu Qingzi easily suppressed Yi Meng, the representative of the Nanshan Yi family, with his small means before, but if the benefits promised by the Nanshan Yi family are large enough, they can become allies again in minutes. An hour later, Li Qing and Yu Yuefei appeared in Yu Qingzi's office. Without beating around the bush, Li Qing went straight to the point. "Your Excellency Commander, Yuefei and I will return to Jinmen later, and I will ask an elder to propose marriage to Yuefei's father in person." Yu Qingzi nodded and said, "You should. This sentence has been said, but it is the same as if it was not said." Li Qing said again, "Your Excellency, Commander, is Yufei's elder. We hope to receive the elder's blessing." "What a blessing." Yu Qingzi smiled and said, "Just speak up if you have something to say. You want my support, right?" "Yes. In principle, I will support you, but the world is unpredictable, and there are times when you can't help yourself." Li Qing nodded. "We understand this, so I have something here that I would like to ask the commander to point out." "Well, let's talk about it. Your Excellency the commander should know that at the black market auction some time ago, we photographed a group of super elites from a certain alien race that had been destroyed. There were 2 gold-named super elites, one was a mathematician and physicist, and the other was a super flagship construction chief engineer. Well, I've heard of it, and I would like to congratulate you all here. I was quite envious when I saw it, but unfortunately because of the rules, otherwise I would have bought it in my own name. It's like this. I have a flagship shipbuilding engineer on hand now. Your Excellency the commander may have heard that there is a huge shipyard in the space treasure in my hand." Yu Qingzi raised his eyebrows and said, "I've heard of it." Li Qing clearly sensed the change in his sitting posture, and he still didn't make a fuss, but went straight to the point. "As far as I know, although there is also a huge shipyard in Jinmen, its capacity is limited, and at most one flagship can be built at a time. Now it is estimated that the queue will be 100 years later, and I now have a flagship engineer, who can build flagships and even super titans. The chief engineer of the flag, and a giant shipyard capable of building flagships and even super flagships. I believe that Your Excellency the commander must have a flagship blueprint on hand, and we may be able to cooperate." Chapter 125 Deal with Yu Qingzi. Yu Qingzi still maintained the sitting posture just now, but his expression was already different from before. An expression that I had expected but was still surprised. But this state lasted only a few seconds. He laughed and stood up, patted Li Qing's shoulder kindly and said, Sure enough, a hero is born as a boy. My niece Yufei has a really good vision. I agree with your marriage. Come on, come here, let's talk about the shipbuilding. He dragged Li Qing to sit on the other side, and Yu Yufei obediently went to make tea. What is the maximum capacity of your giant shipyard? 3,200. Oh, Yu Qingzi smiled even more, and continued to ask. I remember that giant shipyards generally have a shipbuilding speed bonus. How much can yours increase? 200%. This Li Qing is a bit reserved, but not too reserved. 200% is just right. 200%. Yu Qing muttered in his mouth. If this is the case, a dreadnought can be built in about 600 days, and if it is a Titan, it can be built in only 3 years and 4 months. He looked up at Li Qing and said, Can you show me your giant dock? Li Qing nodded. Sure. With a swipe of his hand, a black line emerged out of thin air, and quickly opened into a huge black door, and he walked in first. Yu Qingzi looked around at the rippling black door, reached out to touch it, and walked in. In the next second, my eyes lit up, and my office appeared in a huge dock, and I happened to see a huge battleship keel frame moored in a huge dock space in front of me, and a large number of mechanical arms were building the battleship under the control of engineers. Li Qing took him directly to the inside of the dock, and the two floated up in a small sightseeing aircraft to the other end of the super shipyard, which was still empty. With a thought in his mind, the rows of empty dock structures in front of him suddenly began to deform, and quickly opened up to form a super dock array that could easily surpass the Titan flag. He pointed to the huge super dock array and said, If there are enough blueprints and materials, the construction of 2 Titan super flags can be started at the same time. Well, Li Qing glanced at Commander Yu Qingzi, who was pretending to be calm, and did not speak, nor did he continue to introduce. I have seen it with my own eyes, so there is no need to say anything else, just wait slowly. Didn't stay for long, didn't even complete a circle around the dock, returned to the office, Yu Qingzi said with a smile. It seems that I am determined to eat your wedding candy. Commander, please take care of the business. It's easy to say. Yu Qingzi stood up, walked back and forth twice, raised his head and said, I have 2 dreadnought blueprints, 2 console-class flagship aircraft carrier blueprints, and a Titan super flag blueprint. How long will it take you to build it? Li Qing quickly thought and calculated in his mind, raised his head and said in less than 10 seconds. I need to divide the construction into 3 batches, including 1 batch of Titan super flags, 1 batch of 2 flagships, a total of 3 batches. Yu Qingzi nodded after listening. Yes, but I want to build the Titan super flag first, and the last 2 batches are a combination of a dreadnought ship and an aircraft carrier. When can I start? When I come back from Jinmen, or now, I have to prepare a whole set of blueprints in advance. In addition to the battleship, I also need ship accessories and many materials. It is estimated that construction will start in a month. Then wait until you come back from Jinmen, I will prepare the materials first. It is good. Coming out of the commander's office, they have exchanged contact information. At this time, the relationship between them is no longer the previous superior-subordinate relationship, but a cooperative relationship. A total of 1 Titan super flag plus 2 dreadnought ships plus 2 console-class aircraft carriers, and a full 1,000 standard Knight-class battleships have been signed. Construction can start when he returns from Jinmen. Since it is cooperation, it is natural that he does not just give in blindly. Yu Qingzi's support for him and Yu Yufei is just a friendship other than cooperation. With this cooperation, he will fully support him. How much does he need to pay for this batch of orders? First of all, Yu Qingzi paid for the blueprint and all supporting materials by himself. The shipyard and engineers will be provided by Li Qing, but Yu Qingzi will pay the salary and shipyard usage fee. Generally speaking, the labor cost of customizing a warship is 10% of the total price of the ship. The market price of a battleship is 75 billion stars, 1,000 ships are 75 trillion, and 10% is 7.5 trillion stars. In addition, the shipyard usage fee is about 5% of the total price of the ship, which is 3.75 trillion stars. As for the labor cost and dock usage fee of the flagship, it is different from the conventional warship. Generally speaking, the labor cost and dock usage fee of a flagship are the same standard. Whether it is a dreadnought flagship or an aircraft carrier, one is 500 billion star dollars, and 4 ships are 20,100 million. As for the Titan super flag, it is as high as 3 times, and one is directly 1.5 trillion stars. Comprehensively calculated, this batch of orders Li Qing earned a total of 7.5 trillion plus 3.75 trillion plus 2 trillion plus 1.5 trillion equals 1.475 billion star dollars. It's a pity that Yu Qingzi provided all the materials himself, and a large part of his profits were lost. If he provides the materials himself, the cost of the materials he obtains is very low, at least he can earn about 20% on the materials. The current market value of a battleship is 75 billion star yuan, and the total order price of 1,000 battleships is as high as 75 trillion star yuan. The two achievements are 15 trillion yuan in oil and water, plus the money saved by various customs. For Li Qing, a finished battleship at least 30% of the profit can be earned, and nearly 40% of the profit can be earned at the most. According to the contract, this order will be completed within 10 years, and the order fee will be paid in the form of cash on delivery, and the payment will be paid for every number of warships delivered, which is simple and clear. As a support, the batch of destroyer and cruiser shipbuilding engineers he ordered before was quickly put in place under Yu Qingzi's intervention, and even the senior engineers and general engineers needed for the flagship support were already there before Li Qing left the outpost and returned to Jinmen, in place. And includes the first batch of construction materials, blueprints and materials needed for a Titan super flag and 100 battleships. Yes, Commander Yu Qingzi can't wait any longer. He said before that he would wait for him to come back from Jinmen, but now he is ready in advance. In the early morning of the third day, Li Qing left Li Yuan, the servant of light, under Ding Yoren's command temporarily, and most of his and Yu Yuefei's fleets were also left under Ding Yoren's control, and she was in charge of this military operation. He and Yu Yuefei left the outpost and rushed to Jinmen. 2 months later, a Black Hawk frigate quietly appeared in the transit base Galaxy, and Yu Yuefei alone controlled the battleship and waited in line for the Stargate to be transmitted to Jinmen. Li Qing is in the universe in the palm of his hand, ready to enlighten the second orange named Hull who has the ability to build flagships as a servant of light. The orange name is a rather embarrassing template, stronger than the purple name, inferior to the gold name, and cannot meet the conditions for turning into a negative star. However, after turning into a servant of light, its orange legendary skills are greatly enhanced, especially its rare talents such as erudition and versatility are stronger than ordinary servants of light after strengthening. If the servant of light enlightened by an ordinary professional is only pale gold, and the one enlightened by a purple name is bright gold, then the servant of light enlightened by an orange legendary level talented professional is dark gold. The outstanding ones, their innate attributes and upper limit of skills are stronger than ordinary servants of light. During the 2-month journey, Li Qing enlightened 2 dark gold flagship construction chief engineers in one breath. They are all super engineers who can build both flagships and titans. Of course, they can also build any battleship below the battleship. Cooperate with the previously equipped engineers to set up the shelf first. These 2 flagship chief engineers are studying the blueprint of the Titan super flag and are preparing to start construction. According to the agreement, the first flagship will go directly to Titan, and the other 4 flagships will be discussed later. Although the capacity of a Titan super flagship navy is 1,500, the dreadnought 500, and the aircraft carriers 600, with the total capacity of 3,200 in the high-dimensional fortress, it is still redundant to build a Titan and 2 dreadnought flagships at the same time, but it is impossible for him to use the dock the capacity is filled directly. It took several years to build this thing. It takes more than 10 years to build a normal Titan super flag, and it will take him 3 or 4 years to build it. What did he do in the past 3 or 4 years to fill up the dock? Don't build other ships. In any case, more than half of the construction capacity must be vacated. No matter what you do, it is convenient. Moreover, prolonging the shipbuilding time is also beneficial. At least during the contract period, the relationship between them will be very good. With such a big boss under his protection, he has more time to develop. When the frigate came to the Jinmen Galaxy through the Stargate of the transit base, Li Qing just came out from the universe in his palm, looking at the bustling Jinmen Galaxy outside. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Xiaoqing, he stretched out his hand, put a soft little hand on his palm, reached out to hold Yu Yuefei's soft little hand and shook it. Li Qing comforted. Don't worry, you can only be mine. Back to the family office, met the second uncle Li Lun, told him about the matter directly, and asked him to contact his father and great-grandfather through emergency communication. After hearing this, second uncle Li Lun rubbed his temples and said, "This is indeed a bit troublesome, but since you and that little girl from the Yu family have long been in love, why didn't you prepare to propose marriage earlier, but wait until now and let her take the lead?" Li Qing is speechless. I didn't think about this at all before, and I didn't have the concept of this aspect. I haven't experienced such a thing as marriage in my previous life or in this life. It's normal to start dating and then propose marriage. For a while, I didn't even think about it. Cut who? Still too young. Second uncle knew what was going on when he saw him, shook his head and said, I'll help you contact grandfather with emergency communication, but it seems that there is no time. But you can't just wait. You can go and find out what the Yu family has said, and see what step Nanshan Yi has talked about. Coming out of the second uncle's residence, Li Qing contacted Yu Yuefei immediately, but before he could speak, Yu Yuefei said first. Just now Nan Tianyi officially came to visit my father, and Yi Xiao also came. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing immediately said, I'll come over now. Maz. It was too late to prepare gifts, so Li Qing set off immediately. After more than 10 minutes, I arrived at Yu's ancestral house, the aircraft landed, and I saw Yu Yuefei waiting at the door. She was still calm, but when he held her hand, he could feel that she was actually pretending to be calm, and he was still quite uneasy. He shook her little hand and comforted her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In fact, he has no idea, but at this time he must have confidence. With her in charge, it is easy to enter the Yu family's ancestral house, a large building complex like a palace, with deep courtyards and heavy courtyards, probably covering an area of hundreds of square kilometers. Fortunately, the reception area is in the front yard, so you don't have to go far. There are more than a dozen people sitting in the low-key and introverted living room at this time. One is the clansman of Yu Yuefei's line, and the other is the representative of Nanshan Yi's family. Yi Xiao is sitting quietly like a handsome man with a smile on his face. Be silent in it. Hearing that the elder and Mrs. Yu had a happy conversation, Yi Xiao sneered in his heart. No matter how loyal your love is, you have to give way in front of the family rules. No matter how proud Yu Yuefei is, you have to obediently become my wife. To enjoy the material life provided by the family that ordinary people can't even imagine, you have the obligation to obey the family's arrangements, unless you can give up everything. At this moment, a servant suddenly stepped forward and whispered something into the ear of the butler standing at the door. The butler immediately came to Yu Chensheng and whispered a few words. There is a middle-aged man who is 70% similar and said with a smile. What a coincidence, the little girl just came back. Yi Xuandong immediately said with a smile. It's a coincidence. This shows that the young people have a tacit understanding and a tacit understanding. Another man behind Yi Xuandong also said with a smile. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day. It's better to invite Miss Yu Fei to come over and let her know about it. Yu Chensheng hesitated for a moment. This is not convenient. At this time, an old man on Yu's side smiled and said, What era is this? It's not popular in ancient times. Besides, it's not like they haven't seen it before. Yu Chensheng had a gloomy look in his eyes, but he had a bright smile on his face. If that's the case, then let the lady come over. By the way, the little girl came here with her friends, so she should be fine. When Yi Xiao heard this, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Yi Xuandong didn't realize anything, and nodded with a smile. Of course Ms. Yi's friend has no problem, it happens to be witnessed by someone, which is good. While speaking, he looked towards the door, and when he saw Li Qing walking and holding Yu Yuefei's hand, his voice stopped abruptly, the smile on his face disappeared quickly, and he looked at Yu Chensheng with a livid face, with questioning eyes. Yu Chensheng was also quite surprised. The housekeeper did say that the person who came with his daughter was a man, but he never thought that it was Li Qing. The scene fell silent in an instant, and everyone had different expressions. Generally speaking, most of Yi's faces were ugly, while Yu's side was both surprised and ashamed. But there is no anger and quarrel as imagined. Everyone present was young, they were all pioneers, and they all had youthful vigor. Now they are just old, not really old-fashioned old things, this kind of thing. It's not that they haven't seen it, and some even experienced it when they were young. But it's one thing to accept it, but it's another thing when things happen to you. All Yi's guests looked at Yu Chensheng, and needed an explanation from him. On the contrary, Yi Xiao, who was the person involved, looked towards the back room expressionlessly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Chapter 126 Upheaval. There is nothing to explain. Yu Chensheng first persuaded Yi's family to go away, saying that he would give them an explanation later, and then persuaded the other members of the Yu clan to leave. He smoked, pointed at him and said, You guys come with me. Turn around and enter the inner hall. The two young men glanced at each other and followed immediately. Yu Chensheng, who was sitting on the sofa in the inner hall, saw the two people entering holding hands, and waved impatiently. Can you stop holding me and pretend I don't exist? The two quickly separated. Sit. He pointed to the seat in front of the tea table, and when Li Qing took his seat, Yu Yufei immediately jumped to his father's side to boil water and make tea. Yu Chensheng looked at her with disgust, stretched out his hand to touch his forehead and said, Sure enough, girls are not average. I haven't seen you make tea for my old father since I was 12 years old. I have it. Are you sure that's not Miss Ni? Ah, I don't care, that's me. Yu Chensheng. Li Qing, Father Mo Ruo, who knew her daughter, did not continue to fight. Yu Chensheng looked up at Li Qing, and Xiao Shu suddenly asked. If I remember correctly, I once asked you if you want to be my son-in-law. I remember you said you were not interested. Li Qing was embarrassed for a while before replying. Well, our relationship was not stable enough before, but now it's stable, so I decided to come over and propose marriage to you. Are you here to propose marriage? Ah, my father will come to propose marriage later. Your father. He paused suddenly and asked. Your father did mention your marriage to me. We had a verbal agreement at the wine table, but it was only an informal agreement. It is a pity that Mrs. Yi is ahead of you now. The living room was quiet, only the sound of water boiling. Li Qing didn't expect that the marriage his father mentioned last time was actually Yu Yufei, and at the same time, he regretted that he didn't ask carefully at that time, otherwise what happened today would not happen. But no matter what, Yi Jiaming knew that they had been officially announced to be together, and Yi Xiao had betrayed Yu Yufei once, and a betrayer dared to propose marriage. Although it didn't break the law, it was really disgusting. He intentionally disgusted them both. On the other side, Yu Chensheng was thinking about how to choose. On one side is the direct line of the family where Lord Xinghai belongs. Although we didn't talk much just now, we basically talked about what should be said, and some conditions that are not convenient to talk about are also sent to him in private. The other side is what my daughter likes, and I once admired it. If Mrs. Yi sees this scene before proposing marriage in the future, he is still very happy to see it. But at this time, the Yi family officially proposed marriage, regardless of Yi's prestige, Yi Xiao's position in the Nanshan Yi family, and the strength they possessed were all different from the conditions they gave. However, Li Qing was far inferior to the Nanshan Li clan, regardless of the Qinghe Li clan he was born in, his position in the Qinghe Li clan, and the strength they possessed. Even putting these aside, in terms of the two young people, Yi Xiao is more handsome in terms of appearance, not much different in ability. Yi Xiao is stronger in his current career, and Yi Xiao seems to be better in terms of showing potential that is visible to the naked eye. No matter how you look at it, Yi Xiao has the upper hand. In this way, the previous appreciation is nothing. The only main reason why he hasn't made up his mind to agree is his daughter's opinion. As someone who has experienced it, Yu Chensheng knows very well that what others think is suitable, the person concerned may not like it. There is no reason for love. No matter how good your condition is, it can't match the beauty in the eye of the beholder. But more importantly, it was Yi Xiao who once stabbed Jalin's team in the back, and he didn't like this behavior very much. There was silence for a while, until Yu Yufei started making tea, pushed the first cup of brewed tea in front of Yu Chensheng, and looked at him expectantly. Dad, drink tea. Ah, picking up the teacup and drinking it in one gulp, Yu Chensheng said to Li Qing. Since you and my daughter are in love with each other, I, as a father, of course have to favor my daughter, but you are not the only one involved in the family marriage. The conditions proposed by the Yi family in Nanshan moved many clan elders. At present, most of the elders in the Family Elders Association tend to marry Nanshan Yis. This matter will definitely be voted on at the clan meeting in the end. If most of the clan elders vote in favor, there is nothing my father can do. He looked at Li Qing and said, It is not impossible to stop it. My opinion on this matter accounts for a large proportion. You only need to persuade more than 3 heavyweight elders in the 14th elders of the family to vote against it, and this matter will not be accomplished. Yu Yufei immediately said, We have persuaded Uncle Qing to support us before we came. Well, it's not enough, we have to find more than 2 heavyweight clan elders to support us. 2 people. Li Qing looked at Yu Yufei. Her brows were tightly wrinkled, and her face was a little ugly. He asked in a low voice. Is it hard? She nodded. At this time, Yu Chensheng said. Essentially impossible. Do you know what condition Yi offered? Li Qing shook his head. Yu Chensheng stretched out a finger and said. There is a vassal alien civilization more than 1,000 light years away from the south of the Tianjin star territory, and there are 2 living planets. My Yu family has always wanted to annex this vassal civilization, but the proposal has been unable to be passed by the Imperial Senate. The first condition is that Nanshan Yip promises to vote for it in the next Senate meeting. The second condition is that the Nanshan Yi family will sell to the Yu family an Eternal-class super aircraft carrier, 3 dreadnoughts and 3 Archon-class aircraft carriers in the form of dowry gifts, among which the Eternal-class super aircraft carrier it is designated to be delivered to me, and a dreadnought ship and a Consul-class aircraft carrier are designated to be delivered to their young couple. The third condition is that Yi's Nanshan develops technology. After conquering the Reef Lair Galaxy, establish a star city in the Reef Galaxy and build an advanced stargate that can connect to the transfer base. This galaxy will belong to my Yu family. He watched Li Qing explain Yi's conditions one by one, and asked, "If it were you, how would you choose in the face of such conditions?" Li Qing was silent. The first point can be refuted. Even if Mrs. Yi agrees to the proposal, she can't be sure that the proposal will be passed. Even if other military leaders can't get these 2 planets, they won't want to see Mrs. Yu get it. It's probably useless. There is no way to refute the second point. With Nanshan Yi's strength, a Star Sea Lord is fully capable of offering these betrothal gifts. Although the Wengu-class super aircraft carrier and 1 dreadnought ship and aircraft carrier belong to them, the 2 dreadnought flagships and 2 Consul-class aircraft carriers belong to the Yu family. The third condition they couldn't refuse was to build a stargate in the Reef Lair that could lead directly to the transit base, and conquer the 3 major alien races in the future. To be honest, facing such a lure, Yu Chensheng did not immediately agree, which is already very good. Compared to the conditions they proposed, the Li family of Qinghe certainly cannot be so rich and powerful, and cannot promise the 3 conditions. Never mind why Nanshan Yi paid such a high price for the marriage talisman. And Li Qing looked carefully at the whole cards he now has. The column of shipbuilding is not expected. Although he can still free up some shipbuilding capacity, it is impossible for him to serve others for the next 10 years. Except for this, no other whole cards are used. See it, the absolute crushing of the family power. Yu Chensheng shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "Go back and think about what to do first. I won't ban Yu Fei from contacting you now, but you only have 1 week. I can delay it for you for a week. If you can't persuade more than 2 heavyweight clan elders after a week if I speak for you, there is nothing I can do." After finishing speaking, he got up and patted Li Qing on the shoulder, came to Yu Yufei, reached out and stroked her black hair, and said, "That's all Dad can do for you, think about it yourself." Tears flickered in Yu Yufei's eyes. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and said with firm eyes, "Thank you, Dad." He patted the top of her head lightly again, and left straight away. When Yu Qingsheng left, she immediately wiped away her tears and said to Li Qing, "Let's go now, leave Jinmin and go back to the outpost." Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The next second Li Qing came to his senses and asked in surprise, "You are?" She asked back, "Can the Qinghe Li family pay the same price?" He shook his head honestly. "Cannot." "Then go, leave here and go back to Zutar. As long as I don't come back, the marriage will not work." "Would you be like Yu Shi?" She shook her head and said, "Of course the family will be dissatisfied, but I would rather give up everything than marry someone who once stabbed me in the back, and if I marry, I will also expose my sister's identity." "You really decided?" She raised her eyebrows. "Are you afraid?" Li Qing held her hand and smiled. "I'm afraid I won't come." Walk. The 2 went out holding hands, but saw the housekeeper standing at the door. Saw them going out, the housekeeper took out an exquisite box and handed it to Yu Yufei, saying, "This is prepared for you by the master, be careful all the way." "I will take care of myself." The old butler looked at Li Qing and said, "Master asked you to take good care of Miss." Li Qing nodded seriously. "I will take good care of her." 5 minutes later, the aircraft flew out of Yu's mansion, but was intercepted by an aircraft halfway. The aircraft shell opened, and Yi Xiao jumped out of it. Li Qing glanced at the co-pilot next to him, smiled and jumped out. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he saw the empty cockpit, looked up at Li Qing, and said with a blank expression, "I once said that no one can take away what belongs to me." And then, Li Qing also hugged his hands, expressionless. "You have no chance, she will be mine." That might be. Even if the Qinghe Li family's current main lineage can't come up with the same conditions as my Yi family, let alone you are not the Qinghe Li family's direct lineage, they can't come up with higher conditions for you. Maybe, but so what? I thought you, Yi Xiao, would always behave very maturely, but I didn't expect you to be so naive to do this kind of interception and ridicule. If it's okay, get out of the way, and I'm leaving. After speaking, he turned and entered the aircraft, turned a corner and left. Yi Xiao's eye muscles twitched slightly, and he suppressed the annoyance in his heart and watched him leave. Sharp mouth, let me see how long I can be happy. Not only will I take her away, but I will also take away your so-called reliance. I want you to know the price of robbing me. An hour later, a Black Hawk frigate passed through the Stargate and left Jinmen for the transit base. Knowing that it is basically impossible to change the minds of the elders of the two families, the two went back to discuss with Yu Yuyao and decided to run away. Yi Xiao was in a daze for a long time when he received the news that the two had eloped from his subordinates. To be honest, this was the first time he heard the word elopement, and he didn't understand what it meant at first. Until someone explained it to him, he smashed the table in front of him on the spot, and the out-of-control psychic energy exploded, and the bridge was instantly flooded by powerful psychic energy. More than 10 seconds later, the violent storm of spiritual energy slowly subsided, revealing the sky full of fine metal powder slowly falling with the subdued spiritual energy. You are dead. Yi Xiao left Jinmen that day and returned to the outpost. This is a humiliation to Nan Tianyi. Yi Xuandong said with a gloomy face. Did they think that there would be nothing we could do if we went to the expeditionary force to be bound by the rules? How naive. Yi Xiao, who also had a gloomy face, slowly raised his head, with a faint phantom flickering in his eyes, he said. Father, are you going to do that? Yi Xuandong looked back at his son, nodded and said. Don't worry, no one has ever humiliated me, Mrs. Yi, without paying the price. Father will personally arrest him. So what if the father is captured? Let him watch you get married with his own eyes. In addition, I heard that he is the military chief of the Galan army. When you get married, the Galan army will be merged into the Halo, and the shares he owns will be regarded as compensation. No, it's not enough. Yi Xiao said coldly. Father, this doesn't hurt him. My son, what do you think? What he relies on is a top-notch space relic, which contains a huge space. I heard that there is a large dock in it that can build ships. In addition, he also has a gold super naval commander. He looked at his father, making no secret of his greed. Since you have already done it, let's do it, deprive him of the treasures in his hands, and forcibly take away the gold-named super naval commander. Yi Xuandong laughed out loud after hearing this. That's right, my son has the appearance of a hero. Since he has already done something, he will do it. At most, he will compensate the Qinghe Li family with some supplies afterwards. I, Nanshan Yi family, are the lords of Xinghai, so I can handle this matter. When Li Qing and Yu Yufei left Jinmen for less than 3 days, a messenger sent by the Yu clan Presbyterian Church left Jinmen for the outpost together with people from Nanshan Yi clan. A week later, before Li Qing's father Li Xingchun and many members of the Li clan came from Qinghe to take a breather, Yi Xiao's father Yi Xuandong personally came to ask the teacher. This is a humiliation to Nan Tianyi, I will definitely investigate it to the end. Wait, let me understand what's going on first. Li Xingchun pinched his brows and looked at Li Lun who was stationed in Jinmen. He smiled bitterly and said. I also just found out that Miss Yu Yufei, who is about to marry Li Qing and Nanshan Yi, escaped from marriage. Li Xingchun wondered, but as far as I know, the Nanshan Yi family and the Jinmen Yu family should not have formally married. Besides, I have already made an agreement to marry brother Chen Sheng before you, and I came here this time for the sake of my son Li Qing and Yu Yu. Miss Yu came here by marriage. Yi Xuandong snorted coldly and said, don't you know that oral promises cannot be counted? Li Xingchun frowned, and was a little annoyed by Yi Xuandong's attitude, and said, both parents have already agreed, so why can't you do it? It's not a gentleman's action for you to intervene for no reason, and why did you come to me to ask my teacher for your crime? Do you want me to arrest my son and let you deal with it? There is no need to arrest people, just recall your son and send Miss Yu Yufei back. Li Xingchun was very angry and said with a smile. Yi Xuandong is also a person of status, don't you think it's unrealistic to say such a thing? Chapter 127 Foul. Then I will regard this matter as being instigated by you, Qinghe Li, with the intention of destroying the marriage between my Yi family and the Jinmen Yu family. I've heard for a long time that the Yi family in Nanshan is domineering, and seeing it today, it really deserves its reputation, and you will be charged with unprovoked charges, or are you going to arrest us now? HMPH, that's exactly what I mean. Yi Xuandong's pupils overflowed with psionic light, and a circle of psionic light flew out. Strong pressure swept the hall, and he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Yu Qinghe Li family instigated this matter behind the scenes, then Li Qing is your son, and your father must be one of the masterminds behind the scenes. Please go to the Zutar Expeditionary Army with me to invite your son. Hearing what he said, everyone in the hall was shocked. Even the 2 members of the Yu clan who came with them were shocked, and secretly sighed at Yi's dominance. Li Xingchun was unable to stand up under the pressure of psychic energy. His golden glasses were crooked when he raised his head, and shouted angrily. Yi Xuandong, you committed a foul by doing this. Yi Xuandong snorted expressionlessly. Your son dared to take the initiative to sabotage my Yi family's plan. We have sufficient reasons to take action, and the rules can't control us. If you want to add a crime, why don't you have no words? The weak eat the strong. My strength is the truth, your weakness is wrong, take it away. Seeing Qinghe Li's group being taken away and put into an aircraft, a member of the Yi clan asked in a low voice. Brother, we did make a foul by doing this, and we won't be able to keep this secret for long. Yi Xuandong said coldly. We will go to the outpost immediately. Let the fleet waiting there be in place. We will do it when we go there, and wait for the matter to leak, at least several months. By then we have achieved our goal, with our Nanshan Yeshi Xinghai with the identity and status of the Lord, who can really judge us. When the time comes to apologize casually and make a gesture to compensate some resources, what else can Qinghe Li do besides accept the apology? Compared to a top space relic with a large dock, and a gold super naval commander, this risk is worth taking. Yi Xuandong walked towards the aircraft with his hands behind his back and continued. This move shocked the Jinmin Yu family, laid the foundation for future plans, and cleared away the only opponent in the Zutar star field for my son, and also won 2 treasures, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, and what I paid was only why not do it for a trivial price and a small loss of reputation. Brother is brilliant. Learn. The rules are set by the strong from the beginning, and they have always served the strong. When the rules are needed, the rules should be spoken. When the rules hinder oneself, as long as the benefits outweigh the gains, the rules can be broken at any time. Now get ready to go to Zutar and persuade Yu Qingzi to cooperate. If he doesn't agree to cooperate, let him remain neutral. I will rush over immediately. Okay. 1.5 months later, the Black Hawk frigate rushed back to the galaxy next to the outpost base, and the battleship passed through the wormhole. Li Qing said to Yu Yuefei beside him. Let's contact Commander Yu first to find out what he has said. If we can still cooperate, we can discuss how to deal with it next. I'll contact you first to find out. Yu Yuefei touched lightly with her fingers, and the light curtain popped open to reveal Yu Qingzi's projection. As soon as he met, he raised his hand to stop them and said. Where are you now? Are you at the outpost? Just passed through the wormhole into the outpost galaxy. Fortunately, you didn't return to Star City. Leave now and go back to your army headquarters. The main force of the army will also withdraw. Stay at the headquarters for at least half a year and don't come out. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Li Qing's mind turned quickly, and he immediately reacted and asked. Your Excellency, Commander, did something happen to Jinmin? Yu Qingzi glanced at the 2 of them with strange eyes, nodded and said. You all ran away from marriage. Of course something happened. Now the Yu Clan Elders Association and Nanshan Yi Clan have sent a team of envoys to come here earlier than you. They have already initiated an arrest agreement for you, but I suppressed it. I'm saving face, I won't be able to suppress the next suggestion. Then let's go immediately. Remember, no matter what happens, you don't leave the headquarters. Li Qing was immediately aware of something, and asked. Commander Yu, did something happen? Yu Qingzi paused and said. I don't know what Mrs. Yi wants to do. A few days after you left, the marriage proposal team led by your father was detained by Yi Xiao's father, Yi Xuandong. Now he brought your father and other clansmen here. It looks like. Li Qing was shocked immediately. Isn't this a foul? It's a foul, but with Nanshan Yi's status, if you want to punish them, you have to go through the human Senate. It takes at least 4 or 5 from your Qinghe side to apply for arbitration to the Senate, and then hold a general meeting to vote. By then they will have already done what they want to do. Besides, given the status of Yi's Star Sea Lord in Nanshan, there is an upper limit on punishment. Li Qing understood in seconds. He couldn't be a doctor. He immediately realized what he said, and said. Does this mean that their risk of fouling this time must be rewarded more than punishment? Wrong. The reward is far greater than the punishment. After all, the impact of this kind of behavior is very bad, and there must be a very large benefit to dare to do so. After listening to this, Li Qing already understood in his heart. So, I might know what they're trying to do. Yu Qingzi nodded and said. The Nanshan Yi family mainly takes the root of psychers, and the core members of their family are all very powerful psychers. If they are willing to pay a certain price, it is indeed possible to forcibly deprive others of the treasures that have been recognized by others. Li Qing already understood. The only opponent of the halo of the entire expeditionary army is Jia Lan. To put it bluntly, I am the core of why Jia Lan is so strong. If Yi Xiao can forcibly deprive me of my legacy, there is no team in the entire expeditionary army that belongs to them. Opponent. Let's go. When he saw the essence of the matter clearly, Li Qing ordered the battleship to turn around without hesitation. When the battleship was about to enter the wormhole, Commander Yu Qingzi's last words came from the communication. Remember, no matter who summons you, don't come back. Even if it's me, you don't have to worry about your father's safety. Yi Xuandong dare not kill him as long as he doesn't want to die. He will suffer at most. This is the bottom line among rich families. Triggered, even Lord Xinghai himself will shed a layer of skin. Yi Xuandong must pay for his life. Leaving the outpost, the Black Hawk frigate immediately began to jump away and return to the Legion, without even making a sound on the Legion channel. From Yu Qingzi's words, it can be heard that some big bosses in the expeditionary army have been persuaded at this time. After all, the safest place in theory is the headquarters of the expeditionary army, and Yu Qingzi dared not let him stay here, and even told Li Qing don't believe even his own summons. It can be seen that there is definitely more than one big boss in the expeditionary force who has been persuaded. The battleship had just left the wormhole when suddenly a military communication came through the channel, and an officer shouted expressionlessly. The patrol fleet is performing a mission, please stop for inspection. The battleship slowed down. Li Qing turned to open the door of the black hole and said to Yu Yufei. Let's leave in another way, you enter first. She nodded and entered it. Li Qing consciously communicated with the psychic saint in the void, and used the psychic sage to communicate with the nearest psychic coordinate. With a circle of psychic explosions, the others disappeared. 10 minutes later, a small fleet came and surrounded the Black Hawk frigate, and they deviated from the course and began to search. However, I searched several times inside and outside for an entire hour, but I didn't see them at all. Relying on the method of psychic leap, it took only one day to rush back to the headquarters of the Jalan army. Yu Yufei immediately announced on the army channel that the entire army had entered a state of emergency. The fleet of military operations. If their guess is correct, then Jalan will inevitably suffer from Nanshan Yi's comprehensive suppression, which does not rule out the tentative attack of the Halo Legion. At this time, it is necessary to gather all the forces that can be assembled. Fortunately, they came back quickly. Li's team relied on more advanced warships to rush over before them, but it was not too fast. At this time, they were not fully prepared, at least they had not yet started to make arrangements for the headquarters of the Jalan army. It is still safe. He immediately collected all the raw ore meteorites in Li Qi's 4-month village, and refined 7.4 billion cubic meters of refined steel, with a total value of 2,886 billion stars. Without the Palm Universe collection, and Li Lai and Hong Chengfeng being transferred away, Li Qi alone is still not as efficient as himself. But you don't need to stay there to mine every day, overall it's still very good. After collecting the minerals, Li Qing asked Li Qi to hide in the asteroid belt and not to go out, just to mine. In the event of a real war, it is difficult to catch the mining fleet hidden inside the asteroid belt without confirming the coordinates. After all, the galaxy is so big. Back at the Legion headquarters, Li Qing entered the palm of the universe, and immediately received good news. Under the leadership of the negative star Zhaofeng, many teams of super scientists made another breakthrough, and successfully recovered the 3rd-generation bomb 3 months ago. The frigate mother chip is upgraded to the 4th-generation frigate mother chip. It can only be said that the negative star is better than others. One of them is equivalent to a large scientific research team, and the efficiency is ridiculously high. Under his leadership, the 5th-generation frigate mother chip has begun research and development. According to this efficiency, it is estimated that it will be successfully condensed into the 5th-generation frigate mother chip in less than 2 months. At that time, based on the 5th-generation frigate, they can design their elite frigate and even the mother chip of the excellent class frigate. In addition, 4 months also have 4 enlightenment places for servants of light. He thought about it for a while, and attuned 3 chief engineers of the battleship, but they were not from the Hull family, but the 5 elites of the Snake Man clan from the 8 tribes of Shatta who were auctioned at the auction before, and enlightened 3 of them. There are 2 more to wait for 2 months. There is still 1 enlightenment quota left. He came to the scientific research area, the laboratory of the engineering chief Chu Hancho. A few months later, Li Qing stepped into the place where the mechanically ascended player was imprisoned again, and Li Qing felt a little complicated. Originally, he hadn't made up his mind to deal with this fellow, but after waiting for too long, there was no response, and the situation in front of him was disturbing, and he lost his patience. Standing silently at the door looking at the huge transparent sphere for a long time, Li Qing said, "This is an ultimatum. You still have a month to think about it. If it's still the same after 1 month, I'm sorry. I will use some means to get you to cooperate." Electric light emerged from the transparent crystal ball, which quickly condensed into a brain outline, and a consciousness stared at Li Qing without speaking. A little, he sighed. "It seems that you are unwilling to cooperate. Turn around and leave after speaking." When he came to the agricultural area again, he saw that the planning had been roughly completed, and millions of agricultural robots were cultivating farmland under the guidance of many agricultural experts. The area that was originally cultivated was now ready to sow, and he felt a little better. The land has been adjusted back and forth, and it has completely become a nutrient-rich soil, which can be used to grow rice, wheat and other crops. In the pastoral area on the upper level, large tracts of green grasslands are thriving, and some places have begun to try to raise some lambs and calves. It is developing very well. It is estimated that it will not take a few months to achieve full self-sufficiency. In the second season, there will be surplus storage, or secondary processing to produce other derivative foods. According to the area of this agricultural area, if it is fully developed, the food it produces is enough to supply the consumption of tens of billions of people. And this is only 1 floor. You must know that this warehouse area can be divided into layers. It is equipped with a layer of layers with a thickness of 100 meters or even thousands of meters, but the previous layer has not been developed. Each layer of this thing is 100 kilometers high, which is too extravagant and a waste of space. Now that the base layer is developed, when the agricultural area and animal husbandry area are fully on track, additional layers will be added one after another, with a maximum of 10 layers. The 10-kilometer high space doesn't feel crowded at all. A layer of agricultural areas can feed tens of billions of people, and 10 layers can feed hundreds of billions of people. The output of so much food is a very high wealth in itself. Although food is not expensive in most cases, this thing is a consumable, and so much is consumed steadily every day, and the accumulation is quite considerable. For example, a population needs to consume 1 kilogram of food per day, 10 billion people are 10 billion kilograms, and 365 days a year is 3.65 trillion kilograms. Even if you have 1 star per kilogram, it is 3.65 billion star dollars. There is no need to worry about selling such things as food. There is no shortage of selling Jinmin in the outpost base, and there is no shortage of selling Jinmin to the United Human Empire. It can even be sold directly to those interstellar neutral civilizations. Any organic civilization needs to eat. In fact, many of the more than 200 military provinces in the United Empire of Mankind have been in a state of food shortage and have been buying food from other provinces. Even if the military-led province can achieve self-sufficiency, it will always store food. Guarantee that even if there is any unexpected food production reduction or food shortage in the future, the stored food can maintain the consumption of all planets in the entire territory for at least 100 years. This thing looks inconspicuous, but it is actually related to the stability of a power, and the more the better. It is the same for Li Qing. Even if it cannot be sold for a while in the future, it must be developed, the more the better. In addition, many Shar people are living very well here. More and more Shar people branch out new branches to multiply here. The first batch of Shar people branches have taken root and sprouted. Come out. Chapter 128 Temporary Refuge. On the 6th day when Li Qing and Yu Yuefei returned to the headquarters of the army, they received an official letter from the military headquarters of the Expeditionary Army, in the name of the military headquarters of the Expeditionary Army, inviting them to return to the outpost to discuss matters concerning military operations. There was nothing wrong with the official letter. Li Qing just glanced at it and then turned off the projection. After thinking about it, he said to Ding Yoren, "You come to respond, just say that we did come back, but now we have gone out." Then said to Yu Yuefei, "Since they have committed a foul, they will definitely do everything right. It is possible to directly transfer the flagship to attack the army headquarters. We are going to leave the army headquarters temporarily and come back in half a year. Ufa nodded. I'll make arrangements. Go and go back quickly. Looking back at Ding Yoren, he stretched out his fingers to stroke the hair on her forehead, and said, I can't take you out this time. I need you to sit in the Legion. I can't trust anyone else. She nodded obediently. I will watch over the Legion. It depends on the situation. If nothing can be done, you can resolutely abandon the headquarters and return to the outpost base with your men, or you can stay in the nearby star field. If necessary, you can even declare a clean break with us. Keep yourself safe. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Gently hugging the beauty, Li Qing was filled with anger. It's really too domineering. The dignified Qinghai lord family actually used such low-handed methods. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Fortunately, I reached a cooperation agreement with Commander Yu Qingzi before I went back. Otherwise, I would only react if the enemy came to the door. It would be too late by then. Now that you know in advance, you can prepare early. Li Qing is quite annoyed and aggrieved now. He really wants to turn around and teach them a lesson. With the light of magic in hand and his agility to elude them, it is possible to use kites to cause huge damage to them, but now his father is here in their hands, coupled with the fact that the enemy is powerful, and they don't know the strength of the opponent, it is really not easy to act rashly, so they can only take a look at the situation first. But the key point is that the Nanshanyi family is really too huge. With the accumulation of thousands of years of Star Sea Lords, even if the entire Qinghai family is counted, it can't compare with a branch of others. The family can at most appeal to the Imperial Senate as soon as possible, and it is impossible to directly fight with the Nanshanyi family. Insufficient strength can only temporarily avoid the front. But Li Qing will never forget what happened today. When he avoids this wave of limelight, when the ruling of the Imperial Senate comes down and his father is safe, then he will immediately give Yi Xiao and the halo back in him. If you don't mess with him, he won't be able to get over the psychological hurdle, and his subordinates will lose their temper. Before leaving, all the ores that Li Qing's army had collected during this period of time were converted into various refined ores in the casting furnace of light. There are a total of 27,100 trillion cubic meters of raw ore, and the refining rate is 1.4%. Refined steel, 390 star yuan per square, worth 14,796.6 billion star yuan in total. Most of these minerals belong to the Legion and the players attached to the Legion. According to the rules, the non-wartime Legion can collect 10% tax, that is to say, 90% of it will be returned to the player and the Legion who provided the ore after being refined, and the remaining 10% will belong to the ore. Legion, about 1,479.6 billion stellar minerals. And 70% of the 90% returned is owned by individual players, and 30% is owned by the Legion, a total of about 4 trillion stars. Considering the crisis that the Legion needs to face, the headquarters of the Legion may not be able to preserve it. All these minerals are handed over to Li Qing to take away for shipbuilding, which is better than being snatched by the enemy. Li Qing did not leave disheartened, but called all the Legion members to announce the crisis that the Legion was facing at this time, and also sent some clever people to the outpost to publicize the matter. It is unlikely that Yi's domineering will stop, but when there is a lot of trouble, they will always have some scruples. Some taboo methods no one knows can be used, but if there are countless eyes staring at you, they dare not go too far. After all, there are a lot of wealthy players here in the outpost, and Nanshanyi's foul behavior can be overlooked by anyone. Today you can foul the Jolin Legion, and tomorrow you can use this trick to deal with me. Competing team leaders will strongly object. But still the same sentence, now the form is stronger than the person, and if they want to sanction them, they have to wait for the result from the Imperial Senate. At least they can do whatever they want within a few months. This is the main reason why Li Qing chooses to stay out of the limelight for the time being. Regardless of whether he takes advantage or not, at this stage, he has big fists, so avoid the limelight first. This time, Li Qing only brought the warships he owns. A total of 46 battleships and 80 cruisers, 210 destroyers and 1,000 frigates. Originally, there were only 16 battleships, 20 cruisers, and 10 destroyers. The new 30 battleships are the latest batch to leave the factory, and 60 cruisers, 200 destroyers, and 1,000 frigates are also the latest to leave the factory. And this is only the last batch of production. In 4 months, he has already equipped 8 chief engineers of battleships and 2 chief engineers of flagships. Among them, the chief engineer of flagship construction can also preside over the construction of battleships. In addition, 10 groups of cruisers, 10 groups of destroyers, and 500 groups of frigates are all equipped with chief engineers. A batch of frigates can be built in half a month, a batch of destroyers can be built in a month, a batch of cruisers can be built in 2 months, and a batch of battleships can be built in more than 4 months, even 5 months. So in the past 4 months, 2,000 frigates and 400 destroyers were actually built, because there were only 150 cruisers and 30 battleships that were not completed before. With so much reserved now, the less is naturally sold when the base is transferred. A total of 1,000 frigates, 200 destroyers, and 70 cruisers were sold, with a profit of 150 billion plus 140 billion plus 364 billion equals 654 billion dollars. Deducting costs, the net profit is about 300 billion. Okay, fortunately, he had considered this issue early on. When he stayed at the transit base, he recruited a large number of crew members in one go, enough to arm 200 battleships, 500 cruisers, 1,000 destroyers, and 3,000 ships in one go. The senior crew and captain of the frigate. As for ordinary crew members, they directly use robots or clones. Robots have their own. There is a robot factory in the high-dimensional fortress, and the Legion headquarters also has a robot and clone factory. He ordered a full 2 million clone crews and spent 400 billion stars. After completing these equipments, they left the Legion headquarters, collected most of the battleships into the universe in their hands, and entered the vast sea of stars on a Black Hawk frigate that erased any identification marks. When he left the 11 galaxies of the Legion headquarters, Li Qing parked the battleship behind a meteorite and entered the universe in his palm. First, I went to the other side of the super dock. At this time, a full 1,500 shipbuilding capacity has been integrated into a super construction array. A large number of engineers are in place. 2 servants of light who can build the Titan super flag are studying the Titan super flag in the main control room, blueprint. It has been a few months since 2 orange-named hulls named Kinglake and Guy were enlightened. During this time, they have been studying the blueprint of the Titan super flagship and analyzing its structure. This kind of super battleship has hundreds of thousands of internal parts alone. Even with their abilities, it will take some time to sort out these structural parts before they can start building. It took a few months to finally figure it out, and now the construction can start. The time reported to Commander Yu Qingzi was 3.5 years, but the actual estimated construction time was about 2.5 years. At that time, it would depend on the situation, whether to use it for 1 year or wait until 3.5 years before delivering the ship. Li Qing stayed in the dock and watched as they officially started to build the Titan super flag. The huge dock array was activated, and the chief engineer handed over the dismantled structural drawings of each module to the senior engineer, and the senior engineer got the blueprints that had been analyzed. Command countless ordinary shipbuilding engineers to take out materials from the warehouse and build structural modules according to the drawings. Li Qing didn't try to understand the blueprints of the Titan super flags. He can't even build battleships at the current shipbuilding skill level. How can he understand the blueprints of these Titan super flags? After confirming that the construction of the Titan super flag was on the right track, Li Qing left the dock and went to the 6th floor of the warehouse area, where he found Yu Yu, who was patrolling the stretches of farmland stretching beyond the horizon with a shocked expression on her face. Fei and Yu Yuyao are 2 sisters. There are some things to let them know, so that they can cooperate better in the future. And as time goes by, there are many things that cannot be hidden, especially with pillow people like her and Ding Yoren. In addition to the truth of the universe in the palm of your hand, you can tell them about the high-dimensional fortress, the inner light casting area, the 10-story warehouse area, the super dock, etc. one by one. Well, in fact, many of them knew it, but he never said it clearly, and they only guessed some from his behavior. Li Qing landed directly on top of their flying machine. Yu Yuyao immediately reacted, always giving him the wisdom beads to hold him. The chosen son of the Void Realm who never panics finally couldn't manage her facial expression well this time. She looked at Li Qing with a complicated expression said, "I didn't expect you to have such a whole card, no wonder it developed so rapidly." He smiled and said nothing, and Yu Yufei on the other side also reacted and asked, "Are you the legendary Galaxy Miracle Ring World?" Li Qing nodded first, then shook his head and said, "There should be a high possibility that it can be regarded as a miracle of the galaxy, but it is definitely not the Ring World. It should be a giant building of the miracle of the galaxy similar to a super residential station." Yu Yuyao immediately asked a key question. Then can immigration be possible here? If immigration is the same as a living planet? Li Qing nodded and said, immigration is definitely no problem, but I don't know if the offspring of immigrants have potential. I haven't officially immigrated yet. Many of the former Shar slaves have started to have offspring, but their offspring will take 5 years to form. 2. It takes 10 years to become an adult, and at least 4 years to determine whether there is talent potential. 4 years. Soon. She looked up at the endless farmland in the distance, took another deep breath of fresh air, and said, I feel that your immigrant area has the potential to become livable, and the potential is not small. Li Qing smiled and said, I hope so. By the way, I'll take you to another place. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands to them respectively. Yu Yuefei took his hand without hesitation, while her sister looked up at him with strange eyes and said, You are not satisfied with having a younger sister, do you want your older sister too? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled up to reveal an evil smile. Is it not okay? You think beautifully. Then follow up yourself. He took Yu Yuefei and flew upwards without hesitation, and Yu Yuyao rose up out of thin air to follow with a thought. Flying up along the agricultural area, you can see that every 10 kilometers above the ground, layers of unknown alloy plates with a thickness of 1 kilometer protrude from the right edge of the warehouse area, and are slowly moving to the other side. This is the built-in partition function of the warehouse area, and he doesn't need to work hard to get the partition board. Judging by the speed, it is estimated that the partition can be completely closed in only 1 month. At that time, as before, a large number of meteorites can be collected and crushed, melted, crushed and sanded, and then slowly adjusted into soil, and finally slowly transformed by the Shar people. This kind of partition is not limited to this floor, the pastoral area on the upper floor is also on the partition, and the industrial area on the 8th floor, the living area on the 9th floor, etc. will all be separated by 10 floors. In fact, each floor can be subdivided after 10 floors are separated. After all, each floor has a height of 10 kilometers after 10 floors, which can be subdivided into several floors. It's just that it doesn't make sense to subdivide so small now. It is enough to develop the existing layers slowly. Next, Li Qing led them into the farming area on the 7th floor, where they saw huge grasslands and pastures, a large forest where many Shar people gathered, melted ice on some planets, and rivers and lakes formed by reboiling purified fresh water. In the universe, water sources are actually not uncommon. What are rare are planets that have both water and habitability. Many frozen planets that are not even suitable for transformation have enough ice layers, which can be blasted with naval guns, collected and melted. It is no problem to fill the entire warehouse area with purification and other processes. Took them to the Forge of Light furnace area again, and saw the super substance conversion furnace that was comparable to the entire warehouse area. The last thing they went to was the super dock. The super dock with a full capacity of 3,200 ships was something they had never seen before. Even the largest giant dock in Jinmen that can build flagships is not so big. Building hundreds of frigates, 100 destroyers, 100 cruisers, and 80 battleships at the same time, especially the Titan super flag construction base that is under construction in the giant dock array formed by the splicing together makes them even more excited. At least Li Qing could clearly feel the excitement of his sister in his arms. Even though my elder sister didn't get started, the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from her body could tell how excited she was. Accompanying them to watch what they can watch temporarily, and let the two sisters visit the dock area. Li Qing came to the scientific research area on the 10th floor of the warehouse area, and went straight to the laboratory where the mechanical ascension player was imprisoned. Although he said he was going to give him a month to think about it, that was just talk. After all, he really wanted to bow his head long ago. He couldn't wait any longer. Even if he gave up that powerful mechanical ascension body, he had to solve this problem, and get the coordinates of the final sleeping place of the Star Sea Lord named Sen Luo early, and get the super battle star. Chapter 129 Can't bear it. It happens to be running away to seek refuge now. It will take at least half a year and at most a year. If you can find the sleeping place of Lord Senluo and get a legacy of Lord Xinghai, then don't be too happy. Just when Li Qing was about to attack the player's mechanical ascendant, the regional channel of the remote outpost was overwhelmed by a sudden and powerful fleet. a Titan Super Flag Plus, an Eternal Class Super Aircraft Carrier, and 3 dreadnoughts and 3 flagship aircraft carriers, about 2,000 battleships, nearly 5,000 cruisers, about 10,000 destroyers, about 50,000 frigates, and a total of a mixed fleet of nearly 20,000 large and small industrial ships and logistics ships such as transport ships suddenly jumped directly to the galaxy where the outpost was located. A regular Star Navy main standard brigade class fleet jumped to the outpost without warning. Then it was announced in the astonishment of everyone that this is a support fleet from the United Empire of Humanity, supported by the Star Sea Lord Nan Tianyi. As soon as this fleet entered the expeditionary force, it was announced that Yi Xiao, commander of the brigade-level fleet, would be the deputy commander of the expeditionary force, and he was one of the decision-makers of the expeditionary force. Sharp-eyed players have discovered that the position of the commander of this fleet is marked on the official website of the Expeditionary Force as the division commander of the 2nd Division of the Expeditionary Force, which means that the size of this fleet will continue to expand in the future until it reaches the division level. Many teams did not welcome this fleet from Nanshan, but held extremely high vigilance. Halo itself is the first legion of the Expeditionary Army. Now that the family is expanding its troops here, what is it going to do? And this kind of antipathy reached its peak when Yi Shi's deputy commander issued a warrant for Li Qing less than 2 days after taking office, and then there was a report in the Expeditionary Force area that Yi Shi forcibly arrested Li Qing's father and threatened Li Qing. The whole area suddenly boiled. Expeditionary Army Star City. In the Crimson Office, more than a dozen people gathered together, Ji Shunzhou said to the dozen people in front of him with a gloomy face. His aura is breaking the rules. These dozen or so people are all top team leaders near the outpost, and even the Blood Moon team, whose main force is absent, has sent representatives over. It's a foul. Even the Yu family has never crossed the line until now. UFA has the most advantage in information, the priority to sell and buy materials, the preferential price, the shipyard's priority in queuing, etc. These are the local advantages that everyone defaults to. Even if we were blocked from our legion quota before, it is still exercising power within the rules. Hearing this sentence, Feng Lixiu from the Horn of Liberty was inexplicably annoyed, but he didn't refute. His halo asked the referee to come down and directly suppress the competitors, and even directly detained Li Qing's father. This is a very bad behavior. I am going to ask the family to take action, lodge a protest with the Imperial Senate, and impose sanctions on the Yi family. It was Ji Shunzhou who spoke, and he said in a deep voice. If you don't put pressure on them, God knows what they can do. Today they can directly suppress Jolin with official force, and tomorrow they can directly kill us one by one. If we let them go on like this, we will have nothing to do. The leader of the Horn of Freedom, Feng Lixiu, raised his hand and said. I seconded the proposal, and I have already collected information and submitted it back. Give me a copy of the information. Brilliant leader Li Chenhao raised his hand and said. Although I am very upset with Li Qing, he won by his ability and defeated me head-on, instead of directly asking the officials to end the game and directly suppress him like Halo. If I want revenge, I must also defeat him head-on. This is my part. Count me in as well. I've been annoyed by Halo for a long time. He, Yi Xiao, is sinister and cunning. There is a reason why the head of the Jolin army doesn't like him. He, Yi Xiaoming, knows that they have officially announced that they are together. He once betrayed Jia Lan and assassinated the head of the Yu army. Now he dares to ask for a marriage. It is too shameless. And I doubt that they like to play around the corner. In the last black market auction, there were 10 trillion yuan in cash alone, which is too outrageous. I also have this suspicion. It is true that his halo is stronger than ours, but the industry and population they currently own in the Legion do not match the cash that can be used at any time. They must have a channel for continuous money. I checked the many channels he has, and none of them has been continuously getting a lot of money. There must be something wrong with it. That's how it is. Everyone try to unite as many teams who are dissatisfied with the halo and have a certain status to appeal to the Imperial Senate. I'll contact a few. I will also contact a few. The crowd was so enthusiastic that those who didn't know thought they were sincerely cooperating to support Li Qing. The meeting dispersed, and many team leaders left one after another. Only the founders Ji Shunzhou and Feng Lixiu were left. Ji Shunzhou said in a deep voice. His halo thought that Nanshan Yi could do whatever he wanted as the Lord of Shanghai, but he dared to commit such a foul. He really wanted to kill himself. Feng Lixiu pondered for a while with a cigarette in his mouth, then raised his head and said. I always feel that this is not enough. Ji Shunzhou was silent for a while, nodded and said. It is indeed not enough. The current situation will at most make Nanshan Yi bleed, and it will not hurt the bones. So we have to find a way to make things bigger. How? Although it was a question, Ji Yu Shunzhou already had an idea in his mind. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "You speak first." The two laughed, and Ji Yu Shunzhou took the initiative to say, "My idea is to make things bigger. Didn't the Yi family arrest Li Qing's father and other clan members? If Li Qing's father dies in the hands of the Yi family, what do you think will happen?" Heroes see the same thing, and I think so too. Feng Lixiu said, "I have an idea, you can help me refer to it, so that when things ferment for a while, we will send someone to pretend. Let me add, we can do this. The outpost has become undercurrents because of the halo. Yi, who occupies two decision-making seats in the expeditionary force, has issued several administrative orders against the Jolin army and Li Qing, including temporarily depriving the Jolin army of the outpost. Many rights and industries of the base. What is strange is that Yi's series of actions have not been stopped, and there seems to be no opposition within the expeditionary force. And the only commander-in-chief who could stop them, Yu Qingzi, seemed to have disappeared during this time, neither disappeared nor made a sound, as if he did not exist. But in the mouth of the players, some rumors appeared that Nan Tianyi was too domineering, and after entering the expeditionary force, he launched the ice transformation and put the commander under house arrest. Li Qing didn't know about all the changes in the outpost. At this time, he had already arrived at the laboratory where the player's mechanical ascendant was imprisoned, and he had stood there for 10 minutes. The time has come, you need to make a decision now, whether to cooperate or refuse. The invisible eyes fell on Li Qing, and the woman's voice sounded. I can't betray His Majesty the Lord. Very shocking. Li Qing sighed inwardly, stretched out his finger to the crystal sphere without hesitation, and transformed the core of the mechanical ascension body in front of him into a servant of light with a thought. In an instant, infinite light bloomed from the inside of the crystal sphere, and the outer crystal shell suddenly shattered, and the brain inside it melted rapidly, as if the entire core had collapsed. The attuned servant of light conflicts with mechanical ascension. The outer crystal shell and the inner brain are both products of mechanical ascension, and they will all disintegrate after attuned. It looks like a flesh and blood brain, but it is actually made of sophisticated nanometer and biological materials, not a biological brain. The only natural existence of this mechanical ascension is the consciousness of the ascensioner uploaded into it. When turned into a servant of light, the consciousness of the ascendant will begin to transform, slowly transforming into a ghost-like existence. To put it bluntly, after an existence like a mechanical ascendant is turned into a servant of light, its core is only that consciousness. The body is composed of psionic energy. In fact, it is a ghost, but a ghost with self-consciousness. As the transformation continues, the golden light blooming from the core of consciousness mixes with spiritual energy, slowly condensing into one. Suddenly, a strong repulsive will appeared, the newly condensed psionic body shook violently, and the outline of the newly formed humanoid shape deformed with the violent shaking, and collapsed into a ball of golden light abruptly. Li Qing watched the golden light distort and deform expressionlessly, and did not speak, but continued to maintain the transformation of the servant of light. Mere mechanical ascenders are not comparable to psionic ascenders. Their core strength lies in their strong will and spiritual power. Even if they lose their physical bodies, they still have strong combat effectiveness. No matter how much he resisted, under his transformation, the golden light composed of psionic energy was still gradually shaped, slowly forming a silhouette of a beautiful woman with uneven figure. It really is a woman. The body twisted continuously, and it exploded into a ball of golden light with a violent shock from time to time, but it was constantly reshaped under Li Qing's will. As time went by, his body became more and more stable, and the impact of repeated resistance became smaller and smaller, until finally it was completely stable and formed. A ghost-like body was illusory, but its texture was not ghostly and cold, but made of brilliant golden light. The body appeared in front of Li Qing. I don't know if it was an hour or 2 hours later, the golden ghost slowly opened its eyes, circles of psionic waves fluctuated, which meant that her resistance was still going on, but it was useless at this time, the deal was done. She looked in shock at her phantom body, which seemed to be an entity, and the psionic energy in her body that she once loathed. She opened her mouth and seemed to want to speak, but there was no sound. It's normal. Since the mechanical ascension, I have lost my body, and I rely on the machine to speak. I'm afraid I have forgotten how to speak. Li Qing glanced at the body of the golden ghost, and said in a deep voice. You can get used to the psychic body first, and we will have a good chat later. At the same time, with a thought in his mind, a light curtain bounced in front of him, on which were her attributes after becoming a servant of light. Name, race, servant of light ascended. Lifespan, immortal. Brain plugs, 50 pieces. Innate attributes, perception 40, memory 40, mind 40, spirit 40, charm 40. Innate talent, servant of light promoter. Acquired talent, machine controller, sublimation of light. Life skills, mechanical and engineering related skills LV30. It may be inspired by the player. Compared with ordinary servants of light, it has a suffix of promoter, which also leads to its talents and skills being stronger than ordinary servants of light, reaching the level of dark gold. The most important thing is that the servant of light promoted by this player has no occupation, or his occupation can be changed at any time. For example, the innate talent of this servant of light is a scientist-related talent at this time, but if you want, you can change it to a super navy commander, or become a governor, or an army general, etc. at any time. Of course, there is a prerequisite for this change, which is related skills. For example, from a scientist to a super naval commander, the brain must be equipped with a certain number of various skills related to naval command. It is worth mentioning that the same is true for negative stars. And regardless of the player or non-player status, as long as the conditions for promotion to the star negative are met, the promotion of the negative star can be promoted, and the promotion of the negative star will not be the same as the servant of light, they are all the same. This also means that not all players can be promoted to the negative star, and the same conditions are required, but the player's identity can slightly reduce the strict requirements for promotion to the negative star. Or it can be put another way. In fact, the player's identity is a layer of innate buff, which can lower the threshold for promotion to negative stars. But the threshold is still there, it's just lowered. At the very least, subordinates like Li Lai and Li Qi certainly cannot meet the threshold for being promoted to star negative, they can only be promoted to servant of light. But the player status allows them to be promoted to servants of light with the suffix of promoter, which is stronger than ordinary servants of light. Looking at all the people around him, at this stage, only Yu Yuyao should be able to meet the conditions for being promoted to the negative star, while Yu Yufei and Ding Yoren are probably not enough. But if in the future they can successively activate the 3 stages of spiritual ascension, they should be able to meet the conditions for being promoted to the negative star. Yes, it's the 3rd level of psionic ascension, and the 2nd level is not enough. But Yu Yuyao's current situation is only possible because she is a child of Void Realm. If she transforms into a negative star, it is equivalent to snatching someone from Void Realm. Unless most of the universe in the palm can be restored, and there are already a large number of negative star supporters, and Li Qing himself is very strong, and can gather all his strength to resist the counterattack of the virtual world, then he can forcibly transform the sun of the virtual world into a negative star. Without waiting for the next time, Li Qing stayed where she was and waited until the newly attuned servant of light could control her overflowing spiritual energy and use the spiritual energy to resonate and communicate. Then Li Qing said to her, "You should know your current situation. Your fate has changed and cannot be changed. If I were you, I would accept the new fate and start a new life." The golden humanoid outline still had no words. Li Qing was not in a hurry, and continued. "You should know that His Majesty Sen Luo has been in a deep sleep for more than 7,000 years. If he could wake up, he should have woken up earlier. This shows that His Majesty Sen Luo is unlikely to wake up again. This is no different from a complete fall, so the past will naturally disappear. We are all human beings. Although one is made of flesh and blood and the other is made of steel, our essence is the same, and there is room for relaxation." He pointed to the golden body composed of psionic energy and the unique power of the servant of light and said, "Look at yourself now. I have recast your soul. As long as you want, you can tailor a body for yourself. You will be able to regain the flesh and blood of a human being. You can become a human being again. You can continue to reproduce and start again. Why do you still miss that cold mechanical body? Do you want to wander alone forever? Of course, I know that you still have obsessions in your heart. In this way, I can assure you that I only need the mechanical ascension body of His Majesty Sen Luo, that is, the battle star, and the legacy left by His Majesty. If Sen Luo Your Majesty is not dead yet, so I can find a place to settle down and let him continue to sleep, how about it?" Chapter 130 The Coordinates of the Sleeping Place of Lord Senluo. "You swear." Li Qing raised his head unexpectedly, and the promoted servant of light who had been silent all this time opened his eyes to look at Li Qing, and said in a strange tone, "I want you to swear to the general will of human civilization to ensure the safety of His Majesty Sen Luo." Li Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and he stretched out his hand with joy and shouted. I, Li Qing, swear to the general will of human civilization. After inheriting the legacy of His Majesty Sen Luo, I will ensure its safety. I will not do anything that will compromise its safety. If I violate this oath, I will lose the protection of the will of civilization. Although the transformation of the servant of light can guarantee absolute loyalty, it is a subtle process, and it does not immediately distort the thinking and will of the servant of light. At this stage, he is impatient. To get the coordinates immediately, he has to coax him first. This oath seems to be nothing, but it is actually one of the heaviest oaths a player can make. Because the protection of the so-called civilized will is the identity of the player. Those who have the protection of the will of civilization are the players, and those who don't are ordinary human professionals, also known as NPCs. If other players would not dare to swear this oath, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Even if it is placed at the core of the battle star, there may be accidents. Although the possibility of accidents is very small, as long as someone knows this weakness, it is not absolutely safe. External risks are unlikely. It can break the battle star and damage the Senluo core stored in the battle star core. At this time, there is no need to destroy this. It mainly comes from internal risks. Unlike other players, he can attune the servant of light and guarantee absolute loyalty. Unless he gets the coordinates and kills them, otherwise this weakness will be easily leaked. At that time, for example, many core members of the Crimson team know that as long as the Senluo core in the battle star is destroyed, Jiyu Shunzhou, the current leader of Crimson, will lose his player status and be eliminated. Will those core members who can inherit all this have other players? Idea. This is a must. No, this oath does not seem to say whether the subordinates will. Okay, anyway, it's coaxing her. But then again, there is no servant of light who can guarantee his loyalty, and no one else can subdue this mechanical ascendant. From her mouth, he learned the sleeping position of His Majesty Sen Luo. This is a paradox, and Li Qing's disposal method will be a simple one. When he finds His Majesty Sen Luo, he will directly put the core in the center of the high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe, and enter the level of authority. No one can touch it, and it is absolutely safe. If this is not enough, simply turn His Majesty Sen Luo into a new star negative. Judging from the fact that Sen Luo used to be a star sea lord, there is a high probability that he can be turned into a new negative star. By that time, this weakness will not exist. When she made the oath, coupled with the influence of attunement as a servant of light, she finally let go of her guard and was willing to communicate with him. Li Qing immediately asked many questions that he had thought about long ago. The first question was, "What is your name, and what was your previous identity?" A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. "What is my name?" After almost a minute of recollection, she recalled. "I used to have several names. The first one was Bluebird." Bluebird. To be honest, this name is a bit strange, but he didn't study it carefully, and if he didn't have a good name to call him, he wouldn't ask. Then, tell me now what happened after you were jointly defeated by the 3-star Sea Lords of Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. It's a long history. It's okay, I have time to listen. Qing now was silent again, and Li Qing moved a chair and sat down. She probably needs to recall such a long history. As he expected, it took almost 10 minutes before she continued. At the beginning, His Majesty took us away from the United Human Empire and went south, passing through the Zutar star field and the Tianjin star field, and we were discovered when we crossed the border of the Kairzaka Star Sea Empire. The 3-star Sea Lords attacked at the same time. After a full 10 years of fighting, His Majesty was wounded and evacuated to the north, and fought and retreated until he entered the nebula of the Zutar star field, and the final decisive battle was launched not far from this star field. In the end, His Majesty repelled the opponent with an immature super weapon. The power of the weapon leaked out, destroying the hyperspace channel of the nearby galaxy to form an isolated airspace. His Majesty and the remaining fleet were trapped in the isolated galaxy in the airspace. How many fleets were there before you left? Bluebird replied. Only half the Legion. What is the specific scale? Bluebird was silent for 2 minutes before continuing. There are also 2 mobile fortresses, 24 Titan super flags, 26 super aircraft carriers, 59 dreadnought flagships, 66 flagship aircraft carriers, about 20,000 battleships, 10,000 cruisers, 5,000 destroyers, 10 more than 10,000 frigates. Wow, Li Qing's eyes lit up immediately, and they were full of little stars. I have to say that the Lord of the Star Sea is really too powerful. At the beginning, he fought against the united empire of mankind and fled, and after being besieged and defeated by 3-star Sea Lords, he still has such a huge strength left. This also proves from the side why Nanshan is so arrogant. Indeed, with such strength, anyone would be arrogant. Such a huge remaining fleet, if it can be successfully found and inherited, that would be too much. However, the next sentence of Bluebird shattered his dream. You don't have to have any expectations. After the rout, these remnant warships were all damaged to varying degrees. They were trapped in the galaxy and many rare resources were depleted and could not be repaired at all. In addition, more than 7,000 years have passed by now. Even if the hull can still be kept intact, many precision parts and instruments inside will naturally wear out and oxidize, and all that remains now is a pile of scrap iron. Thinking about what she said was not unreasonable. Li Qing was immediately discouraged like a ball, full of depression. But most of the mechanical ascension bodies should be able to remain intact. What's the use of this? They are all mechanical ascendants of the idea of extinction, and I can't let them be used by me. Right now, it feels like you have promised to inherit tens of billions of inheritance, but you have to pay half of the inheritance tax in the end, and the expected value is greatly reduced. But there is no way. Indeed, as the Bluebird said, the isolation has passed for more than 7,000 years, lack of rare metal repairs, lack of maintenance, these warships are indeed unusable. The service life of a normal warship is about 500 years. Even if it is super long service, it will generally not exceed 1,000 years. It will soar wildly, and it will not be worthwhile in the long run. However, flagship-class battleships are too powerful, and generally prefer to pay high maintenance fees to continue using them. Warships below the flagship will be completely decommissioned after more than 1,000 years. After so many years, so many flagships under the command of Lord Sen Luo must not be able to start, but they still have the value of maintenance and restart, especially those two mobile fortresses. This kind of giant that surpasses the Titan Super Flag has a longer service life. Li Qing doesn't know how long, but he is sure that a mere 7,000 years will never exceed the service life. Combined with Lord Senluo's Battlestar, at first glance, it's okay. Thinking of this, Li Qing's mood improved. What's more, the most valuable thing in the legacy of Lord Senluo is the legacy technology, which will not depreciate with the passage of time. As long as you get Lord Senluo's technological heritage and fully digest it, there will be no obstacles before you can be promoted to Lord Star C. So, where are the coordinates of His Majesty Sen Luo's current location? Qing now didn't make a fool of himself, and set a series of coordinates in his expectant eyes. Li Qing marked the coordinates in pleasant surprise, opened the star map and entered coordinate query, and soon the star map quickly located a point in a dark place in the center of the isolated interference zone. After watching him finish positioning, Qing now said, "You only need a dark matter engine to locate the jump, but you'd better be prepared before going there, and you can go there with a certain strength." How to say, there are still a group of remaining personal guards near His Majesty's sleep, all of whom are mechanical ascenders stronger than me. At the same time, there are still very terrifying force field remnants in that area. The battleship will be seriously affected in that area, if you're not strong enough to get close to His Majesty at all. Well, how many are these personal guards, and what is their specific strength? Bluebird glanced at him and said, "If you still use the way you caught me to deal with it, it will definitely not work." Well, how much strength do you think I need to pass? There is no standard division with combat power that cannot be attacked by a decisive attack. Li Qing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Which standard is the standard division you mentioned?" 6th generation technology standard. So demanding. Your Majesty's personal guards are all top-notch mechanical ascension battle bodies, each of which has a powerful force that can directly confront 2 or 3 Titan super banners. There are many personal guards gathered, and there is no division whose combat power is not their opponent at all. This is very speechless, but it is inevitable. A sleeping star Sea Lord, such an unimaginable inheritance, how could it be unguarded? To be honest, if he hadn't turned the Bluebird into a servant of light, other players would still be stuck on obtaining the coordinates even if they captured the Bluebird alive. Pacing back and forth with arms folded, he couldn't think of how to safely pass through the interception of many personal guards. The possibility of sneaking over is really unlikely. These personal guards are equipped with 6th generation weapons and accessories, which are taller than him, so there is almost no possibility of sneaking over. Or let the Bluebird touch it. He looked up and asked, "If you are asked to, well, you are not familiar with those guards, is it possible to touch them?" Bluebird shakes his head. Impossible. After His Majesty is asleep, no one can get close to His Majesty. Can you only force it? Yes. Okay, I get it. Sighed, he said to the blue bird. Get ready, we will jump in after a while. Do you have enough strength? No, that. Li Qing smiled and said. If you can't get close to His Majesty Lord Senluo, then don't approach him. Let's go and see how much of His Majesty Senluo's remnants are left. Not to mention other things, so many scrapped warships are worth recycling. Not to mention that there are still so many flagships and super flagships, wouldn't it be cool to just recycle one for repair? No, I have to build a dark matter jump engine. Leaving the scientific research area, he found the two sisters in the living area that was slowly being built. He asked directly. Do you know where to buy a dark matter jump engine? Yu Yuyao wondered. What do you want that thing for? Although it is on the edge of the isolation interference zone, it has engine-enhanced armor, and normal transitions will not be affected. Li Qing did not beat around the bush, and said directly. I'm going to a place to hunt for treasure, and I must have more than 6 generations of advanced jump engines to jump over. How much do you want? What model? Well, any model will do, the main thing is how many can you get? There is a group of expeditionary forces. Uncle Qing has a group of elite fleets with all 6-level technology in his hands. They have all this kind of advanced equipment. You have to wait until the limelight passes. Ah, so long. Are you in a hurry? Somewhat. Then you can touch it quietly, as long as you don't get discovered. Well, that's fine too. Li Qing made up his mind. He couldn't wait half a year before starting. Anyway, with his current ability, it's not impossible to reach the outpost by himself without being noticed. One ship alone, remove the identification mark on the ship, and find a captain as a shield. The Black Hawk frigate, which had been parked for a long time, turned and flew towards the outpost. Not long after he was on the road, the outpost again announced Li Qing's crimes in the name of Deputy Commander Yi Ziyao, and the Jolin Army's cover for Li Qing. The 2nd Brigade of the Expeditionary Army sent a mixed unit to send troops to the Jolin Army. There was an uproar in the channel of the outpost base. It was really the Yi family's operation that was too bullying. The referee didn't say that he was going to end the game openly, but even shot at the players himself. Some people in the Halo Legion felt that this wave was too much. Although the Halo did not move or make any sound during this series of actions, how could this deceitful behavior deceive them? But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction. At this stage, they can only watch and express sympathy for the ending of the Garan Legion. No one is optimistic about the Jolin Army. It is really not a level of force. You must know that the mixed wing is not weak. In addition to 800 battleships, 2,000 cruisers, 3,000 destroyers, and 10,000 frigates, there is also a dreadnought flagship and a Consul-class aircraft carrier. He is a purple commander with a very high level of command skills and excellent skills. Such a configuration can sweep the combination of the top 10 teams in the outpost, let alone the Jolin team. The Yi family didn't hide their purpose, and went all the way with great fanfare. It took Li Qing almost half a month to arrive at the galaxy that was only one jump away from the outpost, and happened to find that there were a few ordinary players of the Jolin Legion in the galaxy. I only found out about it when I asked about the outpost. We have to follow the past, he said to Yu Yufei. They don't care about the rules anymore. After a pause, he added. Bombarding the headquarters is a trivial matter. I'm afraid they will do something more egregious. What more extreme thing do you think they would do? Li Qing shook his head. It's not very clear, but anyway, let's go and have a look. If it's really too much, I can't bear it anymore. He said coldly. Even if it attracts more coveted eyes, I will teach them an unforgettable lesson. P.S. Make a patch. The newly unlocked high-dimensional fortress area, the 100 lights of the gods have been modified. It turned out to be 100 complete lights of the gods. Now it is too abnormal. After all, 100 billion a shot is very expensive now, but it will be nothing if you have money in the future, and it will be too outrageous by then. It is now modified to be mostly damaged. Only 2 doors are good and usable. Guaranteed to have enough power, but not too outrageous. Only the quantity is modified. The power and effect of the divine light remain unchanged. The previous article has been revised. As long as everyone knows it, there is no need to read it back. Chapter 131 Star Destroyer One Shot. It's a big deal to give up everything on the outpost and run away. Anyway, his main property is in the universe in the palm of his hand. At that moment, he can only use unscrupulous means. such as a sneak attack, using one's own flexibility to get to the Halo base to shoot one shot, or continuous guerrilla attacks to deal heavy blows to Halo and Yi, etc., until they couldn't bear it. Of course, it is limited to Yi's property here, and only to Yi Xiao's branch. He cannot go to the southern sky to destroy Yi's galaxy in the hinterland of the United Empire. At this stage, Yi Xiao and his father's lineage are only targeted at him. Strictly speaking, their current behavior belongs to their lineage. It is estimated that some people on the main line of Nanshan Yi's family don't know about it. It may seem unbelievable to say, but in fact this is the norm. If he runs to attack the industries of other branches of the Yi family, it will only expand the situation and attract attacks from other branches of the Yi family. This is a good thing Yi Xiao can't wait for. More branches are dragged in, and it can share the pressure for him. The battleship immediately returned along the original route, during which it made several jumps on its way. But, Gulan Galaxy, Star Castle. At this time, most of the members of the Legion were present. The deputy head of the Legion, Ding Yoren and Wang Yanqing, sat at the front of the conference table with serious expressions. Many core members sat on the left and right. There was a light curtain projection in front of them. They declared Li Qing guilty. According to the order of Deputy Commander Yi Ziyao, the Jolin army is ordered to hand over Li Qing within 3 days. If the time limit expires, the Jolin army will be regarded as Li Qing's accomplices and will be dealt with strictly. The projection disappeared, and the conference hall was silent. Everyone looked at Ding Yoren and Wang Yanqing with solemn expressions. After a little silence, Wang Yanqing asked, "Chief Ding, what did the commander of the Legion and Li Qing say when they left? How should we respond?" Ding Yoren glanced at the core members present. On the surface, they all looked angry, but it was not very clear what they thought in their hearts. However, the Legion had experienced a split and a cleansing. Most of the subsequent recruits had been inspected. Believe it, at least most of them are still loyal to the Legion, and the cohesion is not bad. The head of the Legion made an explanation when he left, and he cooperated with the investigation of the expeditionary force. He said what he said. After a pause, she recalled what Li Qing had told her about this incident, and Yi Xi's behavior seemed to be extremely irritable, and she had an idea in her mind, and continued. Send an order to all the players affiliated with the Legion, telling them not to come to the headquarters of the Legion during this time, and keep the minerals and goods in their hands first. In addition, the members of the Legion will go out for shelter according to the previous arrangement, and everyone will withdraw the main fleet and goods, go to your own personal base. Wang Yanqing opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a moment. As one of the 4 cores of the Legion, he certainly knew what was going on, and he naturally knew the intention of Ding Yoren's decision. He originally wanted to say that things wouldn't be that bad, but when he thought about what the Yi family had done, even he himself didn't want to believe it. Both annoyed and helpless, nodding and making a decision. Everyone follows suit. The Halo Legion directly invites the elders to end. This is a non-war crime. Let's wait for a few months. When the Imperial Senate's sanctions against Yi's family come down, then Chief Li Qing will definitely give the Halo Legion a lesson. Everyone was sullen and helpless. They could only curse the Halo Legion for not following the rules. However, what made them even more angry came. When a group of players were about to leave with a batch of cargo ships, they discovered that several galaxies around the headquarters galaxy were sealed off by a fleet. Not only is the hyperspace channel impassable, but even the hyperspace jump cannot be jumped out. They have established an interception system in the surrounding galaxies and sealed off the entire Jolin headquarters. Ding Yoren went over to ask, and responded to the other side. To prevent the criminal Li Qing from absconding, this is a necessary means. During this period, please stay in this galaxy. Fuck, I don't know how many people are angry, but they have no choice but to wait. 3 days passed quickly, and everyone received early in the morning that the mixed unit of the 2nd Division of the Expeditionary Army entered the galaxy of the Legion headquarters through the wormhole. When 2 huge flagships appeared in the galaxy, everyone was shocked. 3 days have come, and the Gulan Legion has not made a statement for a long time. I will treat you and others as accomplices and take over the defense of the Gulan Galaxy from now on. Yi Xuandong stood on the huge bridge of the Intrepid flagship. In front of him was the projection of the Gulan Galaxy, with a huge star castle in the center, and a yellow and white planet with a touch of green on the right. Are they terraforming the planet? He is very interested in the virtual point planet projection. The planet expands rapidly, and the internal terrain quickly becomes clear. It's really changing the planet. Another member of the Yi clan nodded and said, "It's still a Type 4 planet. It seems that the transformation is almost done, and it can barely be developed. It seems that they want to quietly develop this planet here. If they can capture the reef layer in the future, then the huge star field from here to the reef layer, including the original headquarters of the expeditionary force, will belong to them. It's a good idea. Quote. A good idea indeed. The two look at each other and smile, and they can understand each other's thoughts. After laughing, Yi Xuandong's expression turned serious, and he ordered loudly. The Garan Legion disobeyed the order, intending to harbor criminals on the planet, and ordered the fearless main cannon to bombard the criminals. The subordinates take orders. The huge fleet moved slowly, and the front row of frigates spread out to reveal the huge dreadnought flagship. The muzzle of its 5 to 6 kilometer long main gun slowly lit up, rippling in circles. The ear-piercing police sound echoed in the Star Castle, and many members of the Legion watched in shock as the main guns on the prow of the huge dreadnought lighted up. Unimaginable energy gathered, and even the space was distorted. They're going to bomb the planet. Ding Yoren immediately contacted the commander of the mixed wing and asked. Your Excellency Commander, this is just a planet that is still undergoing transformation and cannot be colonized yet. Commander Yi Xian said coldly. Being unable to colonize does not mean that you cannot hide. According to the Imperial Colonization Act, it is not allowed to directly attack habitable planets with doomsday weapons. You have violated the Colonization Act by doing so. This is just an unmodified planet, not a habitable planet. That's enough. Chief Ding Yoren, you have repeatedly obstructed Ben from carrying out his official duties. I have sufficient reasons to suspect that you are Li Qing's accomplice. Please go to the command ship of the mixed formation within 30 minutes and explain to me personally. Quote. In the starry sky, the muzzle of the main gun of the dreadnought's bow, which is 5 or 6 kilometers long, has been shrouded in a layer of distortion. The terrifying energy index makes the scalp tingle. When the energy storage for several minutes ends, everyone can only see a dazzling beam of light that couldn't be seen directly shot out from the front of the huge battleship obliquely into the planet. There was no reaction at the moment when the beam of light entered, but in less than 10 seconds, an abnormality suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet. Seen from outside the atmosphere, under the thick clouds, 10 seconds after the sunbeam shot down, a circle of inconspicuous ripples swayed around the landing point, and then the ripples expanded rapidly, and then a golden flame was like a long snake spread irregularly to the left and right, drawing a large arc extending to the left and right. Boom! Dazzling flames erupted from the line of fire and rushed straight into the sky at an unknown height. Accompanied by the dazzling aurora explosion, a distorted shock wave exploded like lightning, and the thick clouds were swept away to reveal a Qing Ming. At this time, everyone can see that the doomsday light below has blasted through the Earth's crust more than 10 kilometers thick, and the terrifying energy penetrates deep into the ground, tearing the Earth's crust left and right and extending thousands of kilometers away. The lava under the Earth mixed with the terrifying light of doom and spewed out along the cracks. The unimaginable impact of energy abruptly lifted up this 3,000–4,000 kilometer long crustal plate. Countless lava and volcanic ash spewed out along the blasted crust, and the huge crustal plate began to collapse and crack countless pieces after being blasted. Countless red lava mixed with the light of doom spewed out from the cracks, and the entire planet was dyed by lava. It turns red and turns into purgatory. This planet is gone. Although the shattered crustal plate is only as big as the land of Oceania, the planet has not been shattered, but the planet is a whole. This artillery blasted the planet's crust directly, and the terrifying power has already affected the entire planet, structure causing massive damage. From now on, this planet will become a geologically unstable planet, with frequent earthquakes, volcanoes, and lava flows. Either continue until the entire planet becomes a lava planet, or it will continue until a certain day, when the internal structure of the planet is stabilized again, but this time span is at least millions or even tens of millions of years. In any case, this almost 4-type planet that had been transformed was completely destroyed with this devastating shot. It's really disgusting. The last thing Li Qing, who came a step late, saw was the scene where the planet was blown to pieces. At this moment, the anger in his heart was boiling uncontrollably. Looking back on this period of time, from knowing that they had officially announced that they were together, and their parents had already agreed on a marriage contract, they forcibly interfered, to directly overturning the table to break the rules and grabbing his father. Going to personally end the game to chase and kill him, until now he directly smashed the planet that his Legion headquarters spent a huge amount of money to transform. Li Qing has endured all of this until now, and he really can't bear it anymore. At this moment, he once again realized a truth: the more you retreat, it will have no effect other than fueling their arrogance. Don't you want to take my treasure? Then I will let you see it with your own eyes. He exhaled heavily, and said to the two sisters Yu Yuefei and Yu Yuyao on the side. You take shelter for a while, I will deal with them. Yu Yuefei nodded obediently. Be careful. My sister didn't say anything, but just stretched out her finger. A little psychic energy flickered on his fingertips, and a point between his brows. A cool breath entered his forehead, and she took her sister's hand and prepared to enter the door of the black hole. Li Qing asked. This is. She waved her hand and said. It's just a mark to prevent them from directly using the power of evil gods to deal with you. Thanks. You're welcome. After sending the two sisters away, Li Qing thought about it seriously, entered the newly unlocked combat area in the high-dimensional fortress of the Palm universe, and installed the 8 million standard energy blocks in groups of 4 million in the two different divine divisions. In the energy supply tank of the light main cannon. Although the opening of the Palm universe is only 30 kilometers in diameter, it can only accommodate one cannon firing at a time. With the charging time of the main cannon as high as 30 minutes and 60 minutes, the efficiency is too low. However, he can store the energy blocks separately in the two main cannons of God's judgment, so that the two main cannons can allocate a good time interval to achieve continuous firing in a short period of time with an interval of only a few minutes. Just keep opening in front of different muzzles. Get ready, and then gather the fleet stored in the Palm universe, including his own and Yu Yuefei's fleet, a total of 94 battleships, 164 cruisers, 377 destroyers and 1980 frigates. The huge black hole door opened behind a planet in the middle of the galaxy, and battleships sailed out of it. At the same time, Li Qing contacted Ding Yoren and Wang Yanqing. Gather all the subordinate fleets and meet at this coordinate. Wang Yanqing reacted immediately, and asked in surprise. President Li, what do you mean? Li Qing nodded. Didn't they want to find me? They don't need to look for it, I will come out by myself. But they have two flagships. I have a way of dealing with their flagship. Li Qing said confidently. I have a super weapon that can deal with their flagship, plus the super naval commander under my command can fight. He looked at Wang Yanqing coldly, and said angrily. Blindly escaping is not the answer. Now they have destroyed the planet that we spent so much money to transform. The next step may be to bombard our star castle, and the next step may be to directly attack and rob our assets. We must resist. I also want to resist, but their strength is too strong. Wang Yanqing was a little hesitant, a little entangled, and a little eager to try, but the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and he didn't dare to take risks. Li Qing understood what he was worried about, and he didn't blame him for being timid. On the contrary, this is a necessary quality for a mature leader. I understand your concerns, but now we have no choice. Follow my order and call everyone's fleet to gather at the designated location. We are going to do a big thing that will shock the entire outpost. Wang Yanqing saw that he was so confident, and when he thought of the miracles he had demonstrated many times, he also had some confidence in his heart, nodded and said. Then please the chief, I will call everyone now. The abnormal transfer of the Legion was quickly discovered, but Yi Xuandong didn't care about it. The fleet in this galaxy is less than 1/5 of theirs. The official Yi Xian discussed whether to bombard the Star Fort next. It's not about forcing Li Qing to come out. At this time, they have already determined that Li Qing is indeed not in the galaxy, but they can use an excuse to find a way to attack the Jolin army. For example, destroy the 4-type planet that is being transformed, destroy the Star Fort of the Garan Legion, and then catch some people at random and sink some fleets. After going back and forth like this several times, if Li Qing doesn't show up, the Jolin army is basically useless. Chapter 132 Battle. War. Of course, this is only the last quarter, the main goal is to catch Li Qing. It's just that Yi Xuandong has changed his mind now. He thinks it's unrealistic to force Li Qing to appear by suppressing the Jolin Legion. The best way is to use his relatives. Find an excuse to sink their Star Fort later. Yi Xuandong casually ordered. His gaze swept across the list of core members of the Jolin Legion in front of him, and soon fell on Li Lai and Li Qi, pointing to them and said. By the way, ask them to hand over these two people and other Qinghe Li families, as well. His eyes fell on Ding Yoren. According to the information, she had a close relationship with Li Qing, but Yi Xuandong hesitated a little when he saw her identity, and finally made up his mind. He pointed at her projection and was about to speak. Suddenly, the warning lights inside the bridge came on, and Yi Xian's warning sound came at the same time. Suddenly detected the appearance of a fleet and is converging with them. At the same time, a new projection appeared in front of him, showing that a new fleet suddenly appeared behind the Garan Legion that had just merged. The two fleets had already merged, and the combat computer immediately calculated that its total size was about 206 battleships and 684 cruisers, 1378 destroyers, 8,315 frigates. The scale is not bad. Yi Xuandong looked at the rapidly gathering fleet with interest, and said to Yi Xian, "It seems that Li Qing is back, just in time. I will leave it to you to command, without any scruples, completely defeat them." Yi Xian laughed and said, "I'll end the fight in 2 hours. Don't be careless, he has a super naval commander with a gold name in his hand, and the bonus to the fleet and command ability are very strong. So what, I'm also a purple name plus psychic ascensionist, with a naval command skill bonus of up to level 20, maybe a little worse than him, but regardless of the size of our fleet, we still have 2 flagships, why should he fight us?" Yi Xuandong also thought so, patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said, "I'm waiting for your good news." Yi Xian nodded, and when he turned around, his expression quickly became serious, and he said loudly in the channel, "Guys, there is work to be done. A new group of people is preparing to challenge us. Brace yourself and teach them an unforgettable lesson." There was a burst of cheerful laughter immediately in the channel, and someone said, "It's been a long time since I abused food, this time it was fun." There are always some newcomers who think that they have great talents and skills, but they don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Give him a good lesson today. Papa Papa. Yi Xian slapped his palms to attract everyone's attention, and said loudly, "The 4th and 5th Brigades left and right, the 6th and 7th Brigades are on the right, the 8th Brigade is in reserve, the 9th and 10th Brigades go around from the rear, and the others stick to the headquarters and advance." The 4th team received. 5th Brigade received. Received by the 10th Brigade. On the other side, Li Qing, who was mobilizing troops, also saw the mobilization of the enemy fleet scanned by the radar. He carefully checked the size of the enemy fleet, and said to Li Yuan, the servant of light in the center of the bridge, "The support you can get is a total of 140,000 space fighters, and a total of 8 times of divine light. 2 divine light spears can surely sink a flagship, and 1 divine light force field can determine the precision scan all battleships below the battleship within 1,000 kilometers, and you can decide the use of the light of divine judgment based on the battle situation." Li Yuan nodded and asked, "Your Majesty, please guide the tactics." Li Qing was silent for a while, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he said word by word, "Annihilate them at any cost." Li Yuan bowed his head respectfully. "Your will is mine." Even if all the fleets at hand were sunk, Yi Xuandong would still be dealt a heavy blow. "It's a pity that I never thought that the situation would become like this before, and I didn't prepare more energy blocks. The situation will change later, and I won't be able to find a place to buy energy blocks for a while. The army headquarters has some energy, but it's just a backup. The number is only 400,000 to 500,000, which is not enough to fire a single shot. The 3-to-1 disparity in ship capacity, not including the 2 flagships, looks like suicide to outsiders, but most members of the entire Legion are full of confidence in him and believe that he has the power to turn things around. 2 huge fleets are slowly approaching in the icy starry sky. Not far from the battlefield, a planet that has turned into lava is constantly spraying flames and thick smoke. Everyone looked at the well-reformed before, and some places are already planning to transform the colonial city. Some Legion members spent money to buy a large piece of land on the planet to build farms and pastures. As a result, the planet was destroyed by a single cannonball, and everyone hated Yi Shi who fired the cannonball. The 2 fleets approached quickly, and Yi Xian, who was on the huge Dauntless flagship, smiled coldly, stretched out his hand and shouted, "The flagship Doomsday battery is ready to recharge." Fingers pulled back and forth in the projection of the enemy fleet in front of him, finally selected a battleship and marked it with a red skull, and said in a deep voice, "Light of Doom recharges, target marks battleship." At the moment when the fearless flagship was charged, the bridge of Li Qing's battleship immediately turned red. Warning, an energy index exceeding the standard has been detected, and it is determined that the Doomsday Light is charging, and the target number is battleship number 44. Li Qing didn't speak, and didn't even move. At this time, the fleet has been handed over to Li Yuan's command, and he won't interfere. Li Yuan reacted immediately and ordered all the battleships around the number 44 battleship evacuated 50 kilometers away. The members of the number 44 battleship immediately took the escape pod to abandon the ship, and the other battleships continued to advance. Without any rescue action, the battleship was abandoned directly. A powerful T-slot Doomsday-level weapon, with a base damage of 10 million, plus the correction bonus of the battleship itself, and the terrifying bonus of a powerful commander, the power is at least 15 million, and more can be used. Reaching nearly 20 million, such a high power, no conventional battleship can withstand it. There is no need to expect to use a small boat to carry it. With such terrifying power, how many small boats are needed to fill this bottomless pit? The total value of a frigate's shield armor, hull and various accessories is 10,000. If you want to use a small boat to block it, prepare more than 1,000 frigates to form a line in a few minutes. A few minutes later, with a dazzling light shining in the sky, a destructive light illuminating the starry sky shot into the fleet across a void of more than 500,000 kilometers, and the souls of everyone in the Garan Legion were trembling. The target battleship was hit, and the entire battleship was pierced with one blow. Infinite dazzling rays of light shot out from the cracks in the battleship, and the entire battleship was directly melted in the light of destruction. One shot is a battleship, there is no suspense, and there is no way to resist. The earth-shattering light of doom made the souls of all Jalan players tremble, but no one was afraid, and the fleet continued to move forward. 15 minutes later, the fleet detected the terrifying energy reading of the Doomsday light again, and battleship No. 47 was marked. Although the range of the light of doom is not as crazy as 100 million kilometers like the light of divine tribulation, it still has a range of 1 million kilometers. It has entered the range of 600,000 kilometers. To enter the combat range of the main battleship, you must cross the 600,000 kilometers, and it will take at least 2 hours according to their speed. The T-slot Doomsday light's rate of fire is 15 minutes, which is far lower than the 30-minute and 60-minute rate of fire of the divine light. It can fire 8 times in 2 hours, and 8 battleships will sink on the road in vain. The reason why Li Yuan didn't use the Light of Divine Judgment now is mainly because the Light of Divine Judgment only has 8 shots, and Li Qing's order is to wipe out the opponent, so the distance between the two sides must be shortened to enter a full-scale battle. When facing an opponent, it is not so easy to run even if you want to. Yes, that's how confident you are. Obviously on paper they look like moths to a flame, but he is still confident that he can win. The next plot was as he expected. One battleship after another was named and destroyed by the opponent. 2 hours later, when the distance between the two sides was within 10,000 kilometers, they had already sunk 8 battleships. Yi Xian didn't have the idea of using kite tactics. Apart from the fact that he found that his speed bonus to the fleet was not as good as that of the commander on the other side, the main reason was that he had an absolute advantage, so he had to give full play to this advantage. It only took 10 minutes to cross thousands of kilometers and enter the range of the main battleship, but before that, the frigates of both sides quickly approached tacitly. Yi Xian ordered loudly in the channel. The left and right wings are advancing forward, the rear defense line is in place, and the rear is in place. Listen to my order before setting off. The Chinese army is advancing forward. The aircraft carrier fleet is now ready to be released to form a formation. Today I want to see what super naval commander is. How awesome! In the command ship of the Jalan fleet, Li Yuan was making adjustments according to the enemy's formation, while Li Qing opened the universe in his palm, and the ghost fighters in the deep sky sailed out of it, turning into a black cloud thousands of kilometers across and rushing towards the opposite side. The maximum carrier-based aircraft capacity of the Archon-class aircraft carrier is 360,000. The huge aircraft carrier with a length of more than 10 kilometers is full of fighter hatches. The starry sky formed aviation brigade formations one by one, and rushed to the battlefield ahead under the command of the aircraft carrier's central command tower. Is this his space relic? Yi Xuandong looked at the images scanned by the radar with great interest. Space fighters poured out of the black hole with a diameter of nearly 30 kilometers, tens of thousands of sorties poured out in a short time. It's amazing, this treasure is really wasteful in his hands. I heard that there is a space of 10,000 kilometers inside, which is enough to carry hundreds of Eternal-class super aircraft carriers, and can accommodate hundreds of millions of deep space fighters and a huge fleet. Yi Xuandong smiled and said, if I were the person in charge of the Li family of Qinghe, I would definitely gather the strength of the whole family to support him. After 10 years, I would gather tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of deep space fighters in one body, which is equivalent to hundreds of Eternal-class super aircraft carriers in one body. Equivalent to a division-level fleet, such terrifying force is enough to sweep across the Zutar starfield, and it is easy to establish a new military master here. What a pity. But this is God helping me. When I catch him, all this will be mine. Then let me congratulate elder brother in advance. Yi Xuandong laughed out loud after hearing this. We all share wealth and wealth. When I win a few living planets, I promise to give you a living planet. Then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. Necessary. Brother, please sit down, let's see what I do next. The sudden blood-red warning light on the bridge of the Fearless flagship and the piercing warning sound interrupted his words. When they saw the terrifying energy index value detected by the flagship sensor, both of them froze for a moment. Really, they have never seen or heard of an energy index as high as 500 million. You must know that even the famous Titan light spear with T-slot dedicated to the Titan super banner is far less powerful than that. However, after all, the two have experienced many battles, and even if they were unexpected, they still took it seriously. Yi Xian immediately asked the deputy captain of the flagship who was in charge of radar scanning. Check immediately where the target is. The deputy captain of the flagship also looked like he had seen a ghost and said, no specific attack coordinates have been detected yet. Yi Xian froze for a moment. How could it not be detected? It's true, the flagship sensor can only detect the leaked energy index, and it's not yet possible to determine where it is. However, it can be inferred that the target of the opponent's attack is either an aircraft carrier or our flagship. Yi Xuandong was also a little confused at this time, but at least he knew that the commander could not be interrupted to think about tactics at this time, so he could only walk back and forth a little restlessly. Xiao Qing, he looked up, and it happened that Yi Xian also looked up, and asked, did you feel any danger? He immediately shook his head. No. Yi Xian immediately turned around and ordered. Order the aircraft carrier to prepare for the attack of the Titan Lance class main gun. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and continued to order. At the same time, the battle formation of the aircraft carrier is in place, ready to take damage. Although the subordinates were surprised, they still carried out the order. Then Li Qing saw that a large number of battleships began to mobilize in front of the enemy aircraft carrier, one by one overlapping in front of the aircraft carrier, and couldn't help but praise. Level. The target of the first wave of attack designated by Li Yuan is indeed the aircraft carrier, not the Dauntless flagship. The purpose is of course to destroy the aircraft carrier first, and then the 360,000 space fighters will lose their central control system, and their combat effectiveness will decline rapidly. After losing the mothership, they will have nowhere to go, and the final result will inevitably be a dead end. But they guessed it, and the countermeasures were correct, but they obviously underestimated the power of the light of divine judgment. When the first light of God's trial was fully charged, the black hole hidden behind a battleship suddenly opened rapidly, and at the same time, the battleship also quickly turned around, revealing a huge black hole, inside which was a formation-like formation with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The light array hangs in the air, and the terrifying energy has already gathered in a dazzling light ball like a star. It's right there. Yi Xuandong immediately discovered the main cannon of the divine light behind the opened black hole door. But it was too late. Launch. With a thought in Li Qing's mind, the divine light that had already been fully charged exploded, and the entire black hole was flooded with infinite light, and a dazzling beam of light with a diameter of up to 30 kilometers traversed the void. Chapter 133 Destroying the Flagship. Almost instantly, a battleship at the forefront of the aircraft carrier was submerged by the terrifying beam of light, and melted into the blazing beam of light on the spot. The hard alloy only persisted for a second before vaporizing into nothingness. At this time, there are a total of 7 battleships blocking the aircraft carrier. If it is a normal dreadnought main gun, the second battleship can block it. It's a pity that the power of the divine light is 50 times that of the doomsday light. The 7 battleships passed by in a row and melted instantly. The hardly weakened divine light hit the middle of the aircraft carrier head-on. Accompanied by a violently distorted halo that exploded, sweeping thousands of kilometers away in an instant, the 800 million shield of the aircraft carrier sank down violently, collapsing, and the terrifying beam of light slammed into the thick alloy of the aircraft carrier. On the armor, a dazzling halo burst out and quickly caught up with the first wave of twisted halo. Yi Xian stared closely at the projection on the battlefield in front of him, and saw with his own eyes that the terrifying unknown doomsday weapon, the light spear, which was bigger than the aircraft carrier itself, blasted through the aircraft carrier's shield, melting the armor hundreds of meters thick before stopping. The aftermath was rolling, and the entire armor of the aircraft carrier melted. What kind of weapon is this? The Titan light lance is not that strong. Yi Xuandong had the illusion that he would survive the catastrophe, so he hurriedly said to Yi Xian, "Let the aircraft carrier move back a bit. By the way, the flagship should also move back a bit." Yi Xian nodded, and immediately ordered. The aircraft carrier immediately stopped to check the status of the flagship. The industrial maintenance fleet stepped up maintenance, and the main fleet moved forward 1,000 kilometers to cover the flagship. In addition, let the reserve fleet prepare. His voice stopped abruptly, and he turned his head slowly. The sensor projected to the same position, and another terrifying beam of light flashed across the starry sky, hitting the aircraft carrier that was about to be repaired. Cover. The 2nd Brigade Battle Formation cover. He almost jumped in front of the staff group behind the bridge and shouted orders, without even realizing that his voice was shaking. Just like the earth-shattering super light spear just now, and it hits the same position, the terrifying power melts the remaining armor on the spot, and the aftermath melts the hull structure. From the outside, it looks like a super beam of light that is bigger than the aircraft carrier itself slowly advancing from the side of the aircraft carrier. It was as if a god's paintbrush was slowly erasing the aircraft carrier. When Yue ended, a full third of the aircraft carrier's hull had been melted away. Although there are 2/3 left, the armor and hull structure on one side of the flagship have all melted and disappeared, and all the cabin structures inside the ship have been exposed, and they have lost their combat effectiveness. How is it possible? How could he have such a weapon? Yi Xuandong roared inexplicably with horror, and no one could answer his doubts. They never thought that Li Yuan would order the 2 divine lights to charge continuously. After the first divine light started to charge, the second divine light would start to charge after a minute, position, and defeated the flagship aircraft carrier on the spot. Looking at the aircraft carrier with 1/3 of its hull missing, and the chaotic aircraft fleet that lost its central command all over the sky, being crushed by the opposing fleet with only 1/3 of its own, hundreds of space fighters were destroyed every second. Yi Xuandong, the heartache is unbearable. This is a flagship aircraft carrier, which is one of the most important core supports of his personal fleet. As a result, it was sunk by 2 artillery shells just after the war started. The fearless flagship immediately moved back 1,000 kilometers. The reserve fleet changed its mission to harass the flagship, preparing to release the electronic aiming interference force field. The flagship maintenance halo unfolded. The main fleet changed its tactics and made an assault regardless of the cost. I need you to rush in with the fastest speed, and the main force of the enemy is engaged. In addition, the rear aircraft carrier special service industrial fleet is preparing to activate the backup control center system to ensure that the fleet continues to fight. Designing a series of tasks in one breath, Yi Xian said loudly to Yi Xuandong, who was still in shock. It usually takes a long time to recharge a super weapon like this, at least half an hour. We still have a chance. As a senior naval commander with command skills over level 20, Yi Xian's judgment was very accurate, and it was quick anyway. He made the correct response at the first time, and the main force launched a fierce attack on the Jolin army fleet. Although the dreadnoughts kept retreating, in addition to putting down various anti-targeting electronic interference, a large number of warships stood in front of them and prepared to block guns. The main gun of the Dauntless flagship is not idle, and continues to charge. Boom! Another ray of doomsday light pierced through the icy starry sky, but this time a huge black hole appeared in front of the targeted battleship and drowned the doomsday light, and the battleship was not damaged at all. Before, it was to close the distance and relax the vigilance of the opponent, so he did not take any action to let it destroy the battleships. Now that the two sides have entered into a melee, and the light of divine judgment has been exposed, there is no need to make sacrifices. It is a battleship anyway, how can it be destroyed meaninglessly? Under the command of Li Yuan, the servant of light, each warship in the fleet kept a certain distance firmly, interspersed with each other, covered, and the damaged ones retreated. Occasionally, Li Qing would open the door of the black hole to put away some seriously damaged warships. However, it is only limited to large ships above cruisers. Destroyers and frigates are ignored, and they cannot be controlled. In such a huge battlefield, there are warships sinking every moment, so how can we manage so many? Li Qing sat in the center of the bridge of the command ship with a serious face. A dozen or so light curtains in front of him displayed a dozen of the most important battlefields. Countless battle data on the far right dropped down like running water, and each line was marked with red cross marks. Both represent the sinking of a battleship. In just 10 minutes, more than 1,000 warships from both sides were sunk, most of which were frigates fighting together. Needless to say, space fighters, tens of thousands of them have been sunk in a short time. Although the opposite side has lost the aircraft carrier, the backup command center is not useful after all, and the commander's bonus is not small. The space fleet on their side is more powerful, but the opposite side has more numbers. A console-level aircraft carrier with 360,000 space fighters, the gap of nearly 3 to 1 is not so easy to smooth out. He took a look at the total battle situation. The loss ratio of the two sides was close to 2 to 1. The opponent lost 2 ships and he lost 1. The result was quite good. But the opposing ship is much stronger than the Jalan army, the difference in ship capacity is more than 3 times. If they fight so recklessly, they will definitely lose in the end. However, whenever these two words appear, it means that there will be a turning point. The time quickly passed half an hour, and Li Qing blocked the 2 consecutive doomsday lights of the mixed alliance team, but at this time Yi Xuandong and Yi Xian cheered up instead, especially since the previous terrifying energy index had not been scanned for more than half an hour, Yi Xian said excitedly. I just said that the trick just now must be a special method that cannot be used commonly, and they are dead. At this moment, Yi Xian was keenly aware of the large-scale mobilization of the Jalan fleet, checked carefully, and ordered in a deep voice. The fleet will be in place after the circle. After 1 minute, circle around in the predetermined direction. The main force and the left and right wings will advance normally, reducing the opponent's room for movement. After giving a series of orders, he turned his head and explained to Yi Xuandong beside him. They are shrinking the line of defense. It should be that the battle damage is too great. I am gradually reducing their combat radius. After the fleet is in place after the circle, the two-sided siege will completely defeat them. Yi Xuandong also saw this, nodded and said, keep an eye on their command ship and don't let Li Qing run away. If he shows signs of fleeing, use the dreadnought to destroy it immediately. No problem. 5 minutes later, the Servant of Light has reduced the combat radius of the fleet by more than 50%, and the total combat radius has shrunk from more than 20,000 kilometers before to less than 10,000 kilometers. Not enough. Li Qing gestured back and forth on the projection of the battlefield in front of him, simulating the range of the Divine Judgment Light, drew a circle in one direction with his fingers, and said to Li Yuan. The battlefield needs to be reduced by half from the current basis. Don't be afraid of losses. No matter how high the price is, I will keep this fleet here. Li Yuan pondered for a while, pulled out a battlefield projection with a swipe of both hands, operated it a few times, pointed to the planet that was destroyed by the dreadnought under the order of Yi Xuandong and said, the battleships on both sides are too large. Normally, it is difficult to compress the battlefield, but the terrain can be used. I plan to withdraw the fleet there, use the planet to separate one side of the battlefield, concentrate them in the orbit of the planet, and clear them in one wave, their fleet. You do it. Li Yuan nodded, turned around and ordered in the fleet. Everyone is there. The first formation, the second formation, the third formation, the fourth formation is approaching the predetermined position, the fifth formation, the sixth formation, and the seventh formation are covering. The huge fleet started to move immediately. More than half of the fleet left the battlefield directly, and the rest quickly retracted their defenses, firmly blocking the pursuers under Li Yuan's command of a single battleship. But the even greater disparity in numbers caused them great losses. A battleship stood in front of them and forcibly withstood the concentrated fire of more than 200 battleships, and was blown up on the spot. 13 minutes later, Li Yuan ordered again. The first formation, the second formation, the third formation, and the fourth formation have arrived at the designated positions and are preparing to cover the retreating fifth, sixth, and seventh formations. The 3 formations that were difficult to sustain retreated immediately. Fortunately, the skill effect of the Servants of Light has a very high speed bonus, and they can retreat calmly at a distance. Yi Xian immediately ordered to pursue the victory. The front fleet and destroyer fleet quickly exchanged fire with the intercepting fleet. Dozens of frigates in the front row were directly blown up on the spot. In just this short period of time, they have lost a total of more than 20 battleships, nearly 100 cruisers, more than 300 destroyers and more than 2,600 frigates, and the total loss of fighter jets has exceeded 40,000. But the enemy lost even more. In addition to the sunken flagship aircraft carrier, there were at least 30 battleships sunk, more than 200 cruisers, more than 500 destroyers and nearly 4,000 frigates. The total loss of fighter planes has exceeded 10,000 frames. The 2 formations retreated back and forth alternately, heading towards the destroyed planet. It happened that the star fort of the Legion was in the orbit not far from the planet. Yi Xian thought that they wanted to withdraw the Star Fort and rely on the fire support of the Star Fort to continue fighting. After some consideration, he ordered. Half of the brigade around the back is assigned to deploy defenses in front of the Star Fort in advance. No matter how much the price is paid, it must be intercepted. Yi Xian's operation caught Li Yuan in his arms, and he immediately ordered the fleet to adjust its direction and retreat to the planet. At this time, Li Qing could see that the once green planet was covered by red lava and billowing smoke, and the constant earthquakes and volcanic eruptions completely destroyed the planet. Damn it, he cursed angrily, and his anger towards Mrs. Yi became more and more intense. Soon the 1-hour cooldown of the Light of God's Hand was over, and Li Qing immediately began to store energy for the Light of God's Hand. At the same time, the fleet had withdrawn to the orbit of the planet, and retreated around the orbit to the other side. Yi Xian continued to command the fleet to keep up unconsciously. Affected by the planet's atmosphere, the fleet could only circle the orbit, causing a large number of fleets to crowd the orbital part of the planet's atmosphere. Li Qing reminded in a low voice. There are still 11 minutes to recharge. Li Yuan nodded and ordered. The 5th formation, the 6th formation, the 7th formation defend on the spot, the 1st formation, the 2nd formation, the 3rd formation, the 4th formation stop and counterattack. Under his precise command, many warships slowly adjusted their positions, forming a V-shaped line of defense, opening their mouths to face the opponent. Although doing so will put a lot of pressure on the fleet and cause great losses, it can try to concentrate the main force of the enemy on an area. Yi Xian was a little confused about what kind of strange operation Li Qing was doing, but at this moment, he couldn't think of anything he could rely on to turn things around. You must know that in order to guard against the previous 2 super weapons, he specially made the Dreadnought flagship extremely rearward, and specially parked on the other side of the planet, so that he can only command remotely and cannot go to the front line, and it is impossible to be attacked. 11 minutes later, the Light of Divine Judgment was fully charged, and Li Qing gestured OK. Li Yuan immediately adjusted the fleet, shrinking the V shape again, and then a small team composed of 10 battleships charged from the center of the formation out into the enemy line. What operation is this? Yi Xuandong and Yi Xian looked at each other, both a little puzzled. The purpose can be seen. It is obviously cannon fodder to attract firepower, but at this moment, what is a group of ashes suddenly sent out? Any new whole cards. But in line with the principle of caution, Yi Xian still ordered the flagship radar sensor to be turned on to the maximum, and his subordinates should be careful, and the battleship group was ready to focus fire. Boom. Hundreds of battleship main guns focused fire at the same time, a battleship was blown up in the air, and the flagship warning light was on amidst the flames. He immediately looked at the deputy captain in charge of the flagship radar sensor, and the other party immediately reported. The same super energy index as before was detected, but the direction cannot be determined. Yi Xian immediately ordered. The fleet is approaching the flagship, ready to intercept. Then the flagship radar scanned and detected that a black hole door opened, and a super light array like before unfolded, from which a blazing beam of light with a diameter of nearly 30 kilometers was blasted into its own fleet. Can't hit the flagship to bombard the battleship. What's the use? Chapter 134 Victory in Battle. After confirming that it wasn't bombing the flagship, Yi Xuandong and Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he breathed out this breath, he saw that ray of divine justice hit a warship and then exploded suddenly. The fiery light quickly spread and turned into a super large light ball with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers covering the battlefield. Every inch of space in the light sphere contained terrifying high temperatures. The frigate's shield disappeared instantly, and the armor quickly turned red and melted at the moment the shield was broken, and then the hull turned red and melted again. In just 1 second, all the frigates in it melted in the light of the sky. 2 seconds later, all the destroyers in the light sphere followed in the footsteps of the frigates. Then there is the cruiser. Although the shield armor of the cruiser is stronger than that of the destroyer, but based on this base of 1 million, the talent bonus of Servant of Light is 2 million, plus 100% shield armor and hull modification bonus under the light of nearly 4 million divine judgments. The cruiser only lasted for a few more seconds, and the outcome was the same. Before Yi Xian could recover from the loss of thousands of frigates in a split second, the second round of divine judgment blasted to the most densely populated area of the enemy fleet on the other side of the battlefield, blasting out a huge area of destructive light again. Boom. Yi Xuandong slammed his head on the mechanical arm hanging in front of the command chair on the flagship bridge, and looked up at the almost empty battlefield and the scattered remnants of the fleet without hesitation. His eyes were full of puzzlement. What kind of weapon is this? He looked at Yi Xian, who was also ignorant and incredible, and muttered to himself with a dry voice. How is this possible? How is this possible? Get ready to withdraw. Yi Xian stretched out his hand to hold his chest. The two waves of magical light just now made him almost unable to breathe. The blow was too great, his heart muscles were a little stiff, and his cardiovascular system was a little blocked. Even if he was born in the family of the Star Sea Lord, he had practiced outside for decades when he was a pioneer, and he had never seen such an outrageous weapon. Although the Titan Light Lance is also divided into the Light Spear form and the Group Arc form, the attack method of the Arc form is like Chain Lightning, which will only affect the battleships around the main target. How can it directly clear everything within 1,000 kilometers in diameter like it is now? I have never seen it. I can't fight anymore. No wonder the opponent kept compressing the battlefield, thinking that the loss was too great and had to shrink the line of defense. It turned out to be gathering monsters. The two waves of divine judgment directly emptied all warships below battleships within the range of two 1,000-kilometer diameter spheres, and more than 70% of the remaining fleet of the mixed wing was directly emptied, leaving only 721 battleships, 45 cruisers, 114 destroyers and 368 frigates. There are actually more battleships than the remaining small and medium battleships combined. This configuration is completely unable to continue fighting. Although there are still 200,000 space fighters left, these space fighters are very reluctant to resist the enemy fleet at this time, and it is impossible to withdraw to escort. Occupied an absolute advantage for nearly 2 hours, and reversed instantly in just a dozen seconds. At this time, Li Qing still has 181 battleships, 556 cruisers, 940 destroyers, and 5,208 frigates left on his side, and his overall strength has surpassed that of his opponents. Li Qing thought for a while, decided to continue to maintain the previous strategy and tactics, and said to Li Yuan. The tactics remain the same. No matter how much the price is paid, they must be pressed to death in this galaxy. Your command is my will. 10 seconds later, the fleet launched a full-scale counterattack, and more than 5,000 frigates scattered and rushed towards the mixed wing that was withdrawing while gathering the remnants. At this time, Li Qing opened the Legion channel, and there was cheering inside. When he saw Li Qing re-entering the Legion channel, Wang Yanqing immediately silenced everyone, and then said, Brother Li, I will call you Brother Li from now on, you convinced me. Immediately after he said, someone sent only 3 words, I accept, followed by a big finger pointing upright. I'm convinced too. I'm convinced too. I'm convinced too. The essence of human beings is to repeat reading. After the battleships of the 4th, 5th, and 6th brigades are deployed, the other battleships and the flagship retreat. Yi Xian looked at Yi Xuandong, who still couldn't accept the defeat, and said, We have already lost. What we need to do now is how to keep more warships withdrawn. This is impossible. Yi Xuandong stared at the battlefield, suddenly raised his head, and said loudly, We still have the possibility of a comeback. Yi Xian shook his head. We have no chance of turning the tables. If we wait another hour for the opponent's unknown main gun to recharge, our flagship will be sunk, leaving the Green Hills behind. Don't be afraid that there will be no firewood. Our main force is still there, as well as the Titans. With the super aircraft carrier, if you lose this time, you will lose, at least you know the opponent's means, go back and prepare for a comeback, and then you will be able to defeat him in one fell swoop. No, we still have a chance. There was a light of spiritual energy flickering in his pupils, and he said in a deep voice. Before I wanted to capture Li Qing alive, so I didn't use up my whole cards. Now I don't care whether he lives or dies. Kill him first and annihilate his fleet. It will be easier to do it next time. Yi Xian paused, nodded slightly and said, You are right, but you only have one chance, and I heard that Yi Qing is also a powerful psyker, are you sure you can overwhelm him? Yi Xuandong sneered and said, A mere new psyker who has awakened psionic power for less than 5 years now has at most one stage of psychic ascension, and I am a second stage of psychic ascension, and the strength of my psychic power exceeds 1 million levels under the increase of the treasure. How could he be mine opponent? Then you do it. I will order the flagship to cooperate with you. I have already captured the position of his command ship. You suppressed him with psionic power and made him flawless. I destroyed his ship with a single blow from the main gun of the dreadnought flagship. With 2 prongs, he will surely die. It is good. Yi Xuandong nodded, stretched out his hand, spread out his palm, and a strange silver rune emerged in his palm. Holding the silver rune in the palm of his hand, a circle of psionic energy exploded, the distorted halo spread, and his figure slowly became distorted and blurred. Now prepare to recharge the doomsday weapon, and I will shoot in 15 minutes. At this time, Yi Xuandong's whole body has turned into a transparent light man-made of psychic energy. He took a long breath and stepped forward, a circle of psychic energy rippled away, and the person disappeared. The radar sensor of the battleship immediately discovered the abnormally high energy index. Li Qing saw that the radar scan found that the T-slot Doomsday main gun of the enemy dreadnought flagship was charging, and said in surprise, "Crazy, don't take the opportunity to run away at this time and want to continue fighting." The first reaction was that they had come for reinforcements, so they reminded. "Beware of reinforcements." Li Yuan nodded, and adjusted the formation of the fleet to ensure that it would not be too far out of touch. At critical times, he could stop the pursuit and switch to a defensive posture at any time. As time passed, the fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. The counterattack of the mixed wing was not weakened by the huge loss just now. More than 700 battleships were divided into 3 groups, and each group had more than 200 battleships. Each wave of fire can completely sink a battleship. But today is different from the past. The previous tactics were regardless of the cost. The battleship with a cost of up to 75 billion stars was given up as soon as it was given up. Now that they have the advantage, they naturally don't need to use battleships to block the guns. A large number of small and medium warships rushed to the front row, and there were only a few hundred small and medium warships left in the mixed wing. They sank one by one without holding on for long. There was no fleet. There were more than 700 battleships that could only rely on themselves to withstand the addition of more than 5,000 frigates. The siege of more than 1,000 destroyers and cruisers. Under concentrated fire, the powerful firepower capable of killing 3 battleships at the same time can't attack battleships beyond the range, but the battleships of the Garan Legion, which has a range advantage, can easily sink one by one battleships outside the range. 15 minutes passed quickly, and more than 20 battleships either focused fire or besieged and sank. While Li Qing was wondering what the other side was trying to sell, at a certain moment, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and turned around abruptly. There was nothing inside the bridge. His eyes passed through the thick battleship hull and armor, and he saw a circle of distortion suddenly appearing in the void outside the battleship. A psionic entity with a thick psionic halo suddenly appeared, emerge. There was a silver rune on the chest of this psychic entity, and the pupils full of angry psychic flames also passed through the battleship to look at Li Qing. In the next second, unimaginable psychic energy exploded, sweeping in all directions like a tide. The thick shield of the battleship was impacted by a real psychic storm. It shook violently and collapsed after only holding on for 2 seconds. The silver tide hit the battleship armor heavily, and silver iron powder flew all over the sky, and the hull armor was visible to the naked eye. The speed wears away and thins, and the battleship hull structure layer is soon seen. But the obstacle of just a few seconds gave Li Qing a certain amount of time to react. He immediately opened the door of the black hole and shouted to retreat, pulled Li Wei into it, and many staff officers in the command ship rushed in quickly. It took less than 2 seconds for the 2 of them to disappear. The terrifying psychic storm submerged the battleship. A small number of senior crew members who were far away had no time to enter the black hole door, and they instantly disappeared into nothingness. In just 15 seconds, the terrifying psychic storm has swept hundreds of kilometers, and a total of 4 battleships and more than 30 large and small battleships within the range have all turned into dust and disappeared. When the psychic storm disappeared, the light of psychic energy spread around the pupils of Yi Xuandong, who had reemerged into a solid form, and his eyes swept left and right like searchlights, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seems, disappeared. While he was wondering, a black spot suddenly appeared out of thin air at the position of the battleship that was destroyed just now, and the next second the black spot quickly opened to form a black hole, and then a breath that made his heart palpitate came from it. He let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash. In the next second, a huge golden flaming hand stretched out from the black hole's gate and patted Yi Xuandong's position just now. The void of Wang sank, and a circle of flaming halo exploded hundreds of kilometers away. What? Yi Xuandong fled with a few psychic jumps, and made a gesture halfway. Yi Xian, who had been waiting for the signal for a long time, immediately gave the order, and the light of doom, which had been stored for a long time, blasted out, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. The big hand of the golden flames raised its palm, and the light of doom hit the big hand, turning into golden flames all over the sky and collapsing on the spot. After a while, Li Qing and Li Yuan, the servant of light, who were covered by a layer of psychic shield, reappeared in the void, looked up at Yi Xuandong who had fled far away, and without speaking, the two used psychic leap to jump into the nearest battleship, took over command again. On the other side, Yi Xuandong fled back to the flagship, and said directly to Yi Xian. After leaving a part broken, withdraw immediately. Yi Xian didn't say anything, leaving more than 300 battleships lined up to meet them, and the rest of the fleet quickly withdrew. Li Qing looked at Li Yuan, and he immediately sent out half of the fleet to catch up. However, the incoming enemy ships activated various interference force fields one after another. One of the warships activated a subspace trap force field with a very large range and a very high priority. It is difficult to catch up with it when the movement speed is reduced by 50%. The speed gap is not too big for the flagship. After a short period of time without being attacked, the Dauntless flagship finally successfully launched the transition force field, and forced the transition away with the rest of the fleet. Ah, Li Qing sighed, a little shocked. Next, he didn't care, and Li Yuan commanded the fleet to surround all the battleships left behind by the mixed wing and storm them. At this time, in the large-scale melee, the role of small ships that feel that they have no combat effectiveness is brought into play. The extremely fast and flexible frigates are constantly attacking around the battleships, and the cannons that are not flexible enough to turn can hardly hit the flexible frigates. Without these front-row cannon fodder, the shield and armor are extremely strong, and the battleship with the powerful main gun is a living target, and there is no way to fight back. After destroying part of the fleet, warships surrendered one after another. Li Yuan asked Li Qing. He thought about it, and agreed to surrender. Forget about other small and medium warships, battleships are still hard to come by. However, not all the battleships that were terminated were willing to surrender. A large part of the battleships ranged from the captain to the senior crew, and even the clone crew members inside were all bred by Yip and embedded with chips related to loyalty. I dare not say absolutely loyal, but definitely much more loyal than those crew members recruited by Li Qing. Many of them would rather die in battle than surrender. This can't help but make him feel that in the future, he will definitely have to cultivate his own extremely loyal clone crew. When the last battleship that was still resisting was sunk, only 94 battleships surrendered in the final statistics. In addition, there were 42 battleships that lost their combat power but were not sunk, which can be towed back for repair and continued use. So far, this battle ended with their complete victory. Although the loss was huge, according to post-war statistics, a total of 23 battleships, 124 cruisers, 454 destroyers, 3,510 frigates, and a total of 98,000 space fighters were sunk, and a total of about 350,000 space fighters were wiped out. There are still 183 battleships, 560 cruisers, 924 destroyers, 4,805 frigates, and 42,000 space fighters left. Compared to Yi Xuandong's almost complete annihilation, this is an extremely brilliant victory. A large number of wreckages were left on the battlefield after the war, as well as nearly 2,000 industrial ships and transport ships. Except for a small part that stored various ammunition, most of them were basically empty. Bo's plan turned out to be all here. The remnant of the aircraft carrier was also salvaged, but unfortunately the damage was so severe that 1/3 of its parts were melted away. It was more difficult to repair than to rebuild one, so it had to be dismantled and returned to the furnace. What surprised him the most was that there were several giant industrial ships converted into aircraft carrier logistics ships, and there were a total of 260,000 space fighters inside, all of which were 5th-generation Ghost deep space fighters. Just modify the control code of the fighters and it will be ready immediately. Come in handy. This is naturally all collected in the universe in the palm. After so long, the aircraft carrier in the warehouse area of the universe in his palm has been remodeled by nearly half. Such a large area is enough to accommodate tens of millions of space fighters. This mere 260,000 is nothing. Combining the remaining space fighters before, he now has a total of 302,000 space fighters, which is close to the number of fully loaded fighters of a console-class aircraft carrier. The battlefield was cleaned by his subordinates, and Li Qing and the core of the legions returned to the Star Fort. Chapter 135 Claim. We won, but the fleet passed over the planet, and everyone looked at the completely destroyed planet in silence. The Legion has invested several trillions of funds on this planet for transformation. It originally wanted to transform it into an agricultural processing industry production planet to provide food and industrial logistics support for large-scale immigration after capturing the Reef Layer planet in the future. The result, gone. Deng Wu slammed his fist on the armrest and cursed. Fuck, I spent more than 200 billion on land investment, and now I'm losing money. Wang Yanqing glanced at him, and said even more speechlessly. I invested trillions to buy one of the subcontinents and plan to open it up as a farm. Others did not speak, but the core members of the Legion present, and even many elite members more or less bought a piece of land for investment, but now they are all gone. Leave. Although they won, everyone was in a bad mood. Li Qing watched silently for a while, then raised his head and said to everyone. Don't worry, everyone, we won't lose in vain. No matter how much we lose now, the Yi family will double the compensation in the future. The fleet returned to the Star Fort, repaired and replenished, and Li Qing dragged all the captured 94 battleships and 42 damaged battleships into the dock in the Palm universe, and planned the follow-up construction of the destroyers and frigates under construction. All stopped, and the ongoing construction will continue. After the completion of this batch, the construction will not continue, and the dock capacity will be freed up to repair the warships. There are a total of 136 battleships. He thought about it for a while, and it happened that 10 ordinary corps members were assigned 3 battleships each, so 30 ships were removed. It is worth mentioning that Cheng Xiaobing and Yi Zongguang, who were originally under assessment, passed the inspection after the war and officially became one of the core members of the Legion. Among them, Cheng Xiaobing chose to create the captain of the 6th Independent Brigade, and Yi Zongguang chose to create the captain of the new 7th Independent Brigade. In addition, there are also rewards for the elite members who contributed in this battle. However, there are too many elite members, and it is impossible to award a battleship manually, so Li Qing decided to take out 30 battleships for them to subscribe. There are 2 types of purchase rights. One is that if an elite member of a damaged battleship has a purchase quota in this battle, Li Qing has checked that the elite members have sunk 5 battleships. The other is based on the usual accumulated Legion contribution ranking plus 1/5 of the battleship market value of 75 billion star dollars for 15 billion star dollars. The contribution ranks the top 25, and each purchase is limited to 1 piece. This is the only way to convince them. Contribution within the Legion itself is a measure of your contribution to the Legion. Higher contributions naturally have priority. This is a common standard for any Legion and team. This can also increase everyone's enthusiasm, and choose this way if there are good things in the future. There are still 76 battleships left. Li Qing thought about it. Wang Yanqing divided 15 ships, Ding Yuan divided 20 ships, a total of 35 ships, and the remaining 41 ships belong to Li Qing. Yu Yufa didn't want it, because after this battle, or after they escaped marriage before, and saw the Palm Universe warehouse area he built in the Palm Universe, she made a decision. Hand over all the fleets in his hands to Li Qing, and he is responsible for the administration and management of the Legion. In the past, they were divided into each other. Now, in this situation, they are actually husband and wife in the eyes of outsiders. Naturally, the division of labor needs to be changed again, and there is no need to divide your fleet and my fleet. Professional people do professional things. She was originally good at administrative management and territorial management, and Li Qing's many wars have proved that the fleet can exert its maximum capabilities in his hands. The fleets of the 2 sides are combined. There were originally 94 battleships. In the battle just now, only 92 ships sank 2 ships. The remaining 154 cruisers, 321 destroyers and 1380 frigates. Li Qing allocated 5 of these 41 battleships to each of his 3 subordinates, plus all the ordinary corps members just now were allocated 3 ships, a total of 8 ships. Li Lai and Li Qi will both have 12 battleships, and Hong Changfeng will have 11 ships. The 3 of them can make up 33 battleships, which can be regarded as a considerable combat force. In the end, the 26 ships belong to him, plus the original 92 ships, a total of 118 battleships, 225 destroyers, 510 destroyers, and 2,180 frigates. In terms of personal data on paper, he has already reached the first echelon of the outpost, and no one is his opponent in singles. Of course, the premise is that there are no perverted treasures like silent embers. That thing can directly prohibit you from attacking, which is more powerful than opening and closing. But don't worry too much. Even if this thing is not a one-off, its use conditions must be very harsh. Don't worry about running into it often, it can be activated when it does happen. At the post-war meeting, all core members and elite members were present. Yu Yufa said at the meeting. The impact of Yi's move is extremely bad. My Jinmin Yu family and Qinghe Li family, as well as Chief Ding and Deputy Army Chief Wang are going to jointly file a complaint to the Senate of the United Empire. If you want to, you can join the appeal team at any time. Sisters Yan Chengping and Yan Yan, Duan Qian, Zhang Ruiyang, Deng Wu, Cheng Xiaobing and Yi Zongguang all stood up to express their solidarity. Many elite members attending the meeting looked at each other. After a while, one of the elite members named Lin Huyan stood up and said, "Count me in." Someone started, and one after another stood up and expressed their support. It didn't take long for most of the elite members to stand up in solidarity, accounting for more than half of the elite members. The rest are not from the same background as the general solidarity, or they are from the same clan as others, and there are already representatives who do not need them to speak out. All in all, most members of the Legion are willing to contribute. After the discussion on this matter, Ding Yoren proposed the next proposal. After this battle, the relationship between the Legion and Halo can no longer be reconciled. One of the two legions at the outpost will surely fall. It can be foreseen that when Yi Xuandong escapes and returns to the outpost of the Expeditionary Army, the next counterattack must be a thunderous blow. That's the biggest test. She looked at the crowd and talked eloquently. If you win again, it will deal a heavy blow to Yi's arrogance, which will have a very positive effect on the application. If you lose the battle, the army will be silent for a long time. So the Legion will keep a low profile in the future, and the main industries will be temporarily dispersed. Everyone will evacuate all their logistics industries from the Legion for a few months. After the dust settles, the Legion will decide whether to move back or move the Legion headquarters. This is the result of discussions among several of their main core members. The most valuable of this galaxy is the headquarters of the Legion is the planet that is being transformed. Now the planet was destroyed by Yi Xuandong with the main gun of the dreadnought ship. Without this planet, this galaxy is far away from the outpost, and the interference of nearby galaxies is serious, and there is another isolation interference zone from the civilization of the Shatta tribe. No matter how you look at it, they are completely unsuitable to be the headquarters of a large legion. However, the relocation has to wait until the end of the war, and it is not suitable for relocation at this stage. The summary meeting was basically Yu Yufei and Ding Shiren's summary of the future development of the Legion. After they finished speaking, Li Qing opened the wheat sequence and said, "Everyone just needs to be vigilant for the next period of time. In fact, there is no need to be too vigilant. They may not have the time to come back. When the battleship is repaired, I will go to the Halo headquarters for a visit." Wang Yan Qingli asked, "Do you want to attack the Halo headquarters?" Li Qing nodded generously. "Yes, our headquarters has been bombed, and they don't want to be alone." This is what an elite member said. But this time Halo didn't seem to make a move, it was Yishi who made a move. Li Qing glanced at him, then asked, "Does it make a difference? I ask the adults to take action against us, and then I can dump the blame on the adults without taking action. The benefits are all theirs. If something happens, it has nothing to do with us. Is there such a good thing in the world? Dream it." Li Qing thought about it at this time. The opponent didn't even talk about the rules and asked the referee to do it. His Halo thought that the matter of keeping a low profile from beginning to end and never making a move had nothing to do with them. It was a daydream. He still dares not break into the outpost, so he should go to the headquarters of the Halo first, and collect some interest first. He did not bring many people with him when he set off this time, but he brought a few of his direct subordinates, Li Lai, Li Qihong, Cheng Feng, and even Yu Yufei stayed at the army headquarters to take charge of daily affairs. This battle defeated the opponent head-on, and it will definitely not come again in a short time. There is no time left. Li Qing wants to take the initiative. A week later, an unremarkable frigate left the Legion headquarters and sailed into the vast sea of stars. Let's go to the outpost first, sell some supplies, and then buy some supplies. In the battle a week ago, they seized more than 2,000 industrial ships and transport ships, which contained a large amount of logistics materials. Many legions could not use them and had to sell them. In addition, he had to go to the outpost to buy a batch of energy blocks. In the previous battle, he used 4 million energy cannons to fire 4 shots of divine light. Although the remaining 4 shots could support the first battle, they were not stable enough. Not to mention going to attack the headquarters of the Halo later, if Yi Xuandong gathers the main force for another wave after returning, these 4 lights of magic may not be enough. Although it is unclear how many fleets Yi Xuandong has left, if he dares to come again, he will be stronger than before. In addition to buying energy blocks, another important purpose is to go to the outpost to inquire about information and contact Commander Yu Qingzi to ask some questions. In fact, he is quite strange. According to Yi's way of doing things, how can you support them, and he is not afraid of pushing them out in turn when Yi's power here grows stronger in the future. Relying on the elusiveness of a single ship, he quietly came to the vicinity of the outpost, then changed ships, and picked out an inconspicuous player from Hong Chengfeng's men. Li Qing was hiding in the frigate commanded by this player, just like that entered the outpost. Yi's main target was Li Qing, and then temporarily deprived the Legion of authority in the outpost. All core members and even elite members were blacklisted. As long as they entered the outpost, they would be discovered. But it didn't announce that the entire Garan Legion was wanted, and this couldn't be done. The Legion was recognized by the entire United Empire of Humanity, and if they wanted to arrest all members, they had to go through the resolution of the Senate. Yi's behavior at this time is a foul in itself, and it is impossible to arrest them through the Senate. So at this time, ordinary members of the Legion can still enter the outpost as long as they hide their identities. After entering the outpost galaxy through this ordinary player, Li Qing immediately contacted the regional channel, but was surprised to find that everything in the channel was as usual, and there was no news about the previous battle. They didn't go back to the outpost. There is only this explanation, otherwise it is impossible that the news has not been sent back after 7 days. It's normal to think about it. The two flagships are the head, and the powerful fleet that is completely crushing for the Jolin army was almost completely wiped out by the Jolin army led by Li Qing. This news will spread, and God knows how much it will cause. Terrible shock. Yi's current behavior is inherently unpopular. If the news of the defeat spreads, there will be more people who don't see it and are ready to make trouble. If they don't go back to the outpost, there's only one place they can go, and that's Halo HQ. No, even the Halo headquarters cannot have no news at all. The number of players in the Halo Legion is much more than that of the Garan Legion. The key point is that there are too many individual players attached to them. They are not as loyal as the members of the Legion. If they see it, the news will definitely spread. If you didn't go back to the outpost, and didn't go back to Halo HQ, where did you go? Squeezing the center of his eyebrows, Li Qing decided not to think about it, but to get down to business first. He first opened the communication, found Yu Qingzi's communication and sent a message there. In less than a second, there was a response from the other side. How dare you come here? No, why did you come here? Didn't Yi Xuandong lead the fleet to surround the Jolin army? Haven't you passed yet? Yi Xuandong has been defeated by me. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Just a week ago, Yi Xuandong used the main gun of the dreadnought ship Doomsday to smash a planet that our headquarters spent trillions of dollars to transform. The aircraft carrier wiped out its main force, and in the end only one dreadnought flagship and hundreds of battleships escaped, and they are still missing. Somewhere in the Star Castle, Yu Qingzi looked at the message from Li Qing in shock. The teacup in his hand was hanging in the air for a long time, and the expression on his face changed. Tilted down the teacup slightly, and pressed his forehead with his left hand. Let me go, you said you wiped out the main force of Yi Xuandong's mixed alliance. Yes, Yu Qingzi hissed softly, leaned back, with a hint of joy in his eyes, and said. Your news is very timely. He got up, walked up and down, stopped suddenly, and said. Although I don't know where he is now, I know he will not be reconciled. It won't be long before he will transfer the main force left behind at the outpost. His main force geometry. There is also a Titan super flag, an Eternal-class super aircraft carrier, 2 dreadnoughts and 2 aircraft carriers, and twice the conventional fleet. Li Qing. Is this a standard brigade? Yes. Actually, I've always had a question. With Nanshan Yi's behavior, why do you agree that they send troops to the outpost base, so that they are not afraid of attracting wolves into the house? Doves occupy the magpie's nest. Chapter 136 Halo Legion Headquarters. Yu Qingzi smiled bitterly and said. Of course I'm afraid. Of course we don't want other forces to come, but the expansion of the expeditionary force is a resolution passed by the Imperial Senate long ago. It just so happens that the Nanshan Yi family came. Even without them, there are other families. The family's considerations are nothing more than marrying the Yi family, working together to reject other powerful forces that came one after another, and joining forces to carve up the Zutar star field, but they didn't expect the Yi family to act in such a domineering style. At that time, they had already made a bet, so they could only insist on it. The scalp follows. But watching Yi's performance in the outpost during this period, they probably regret it now. When the results of your battle are known, your situation will be much better. Li Qing suddenly realized at this time. As for the situation in the future, he doesn't care about it. He now understands that it is better to rely on himself than to rely on others. Commander Yu, I still have some questions here. If I can completely annihilate Yi Xuandong and his fleet, how will the Nanshan Yi clan react? Actually, there is a default rule for this question, but now Yi Xuandong is breaking the rules, and he doesn't know how Nanshan Yi's side will react. Yu Qingzi shook his head and said, "You can rest assured that Yi Xuandong's action against you this time must have nothing to do with the Yi family's main line in Nanshan. It is impossible for the dignified Xinghai lord to do such a shameless thing. Now the news may have passed. What they can do, we can only deny that this matter has nothing to do with the Yi family's main line. Once you can really annihilate Yi Xuandong's main force, it means that the Nanshan Yi family is out of the expeditionary army, and another force will take over the vacancy left by them. Yi Xuandong was able to take action against you. It was an excuse of marriage. Other successor forces don't have that excuse, and if you can annihilate Yi Xuandong's regular brigade head-on, it has proved your strength. Plus fouls can only happen once, and then it is a frontal provocation to the United Empire, and all the nobles and lords of the Imperial Senate must maintain the authority of the Senate. Besides, Yi Xuandong failed this time, and he won't have enough strength to make a comeback for a while. When he is ready to come back, your strength will definitely be stronger at that time, and you will naturally not be afraid of him at that time. Understood. We still have to rely on ourselves. Even if there is sanction by the Senate, even if there is support from other people, the bottom line is to be strong yourself. If you are not strong enough, others will not be able to help you if you want to, and Mud will not be able to support the wall no matter how much you do. So, Commander Yu, I need to replenish a batch of energy blocks at the outpost. How much? 20 million pieces, the more the better. Not so much. How many? 10 million pieces. Then I want it all. 900 billion stars, how do you trade? I will send someone to receive it later, and replace it with ammunition and refined steel. Come in an hour. Okay. An hour later, Li Qing asked Hong Changfeng and his men to take a dozen transport ships from Palm Universe to deliver a batch of supplies to the Star Fort, but stopped at a certain distance from the Star Fort. A small industrial ship exchanged back with each other. Obtain these 10 million energy blocks, a total of 14 million energy blocks, which can emit 14 shots of divine power, enough to deal with a medium-sized battle. But the main force that wants to defeat Yi Xuandong is still not enough. Not to mention other things, just those two super flagships can't do anything about it. It is said that the basic hull armor and shield of the Titan super flag are both at the level of 5 billion, and they are generally modified and strengthened. Not so easy to solve. Just like the introduction on the blueprint of the Titan super flag he got from Yu Qingzi before. The pinnacle of Star Sea Force, with the deterrent power to turn the tide of battle. So, having a Titan and not having a Titan are completely different things. So, he definitely can't confront the Titan head-on, and has to use other tactics. But that's something for the future. At this stage, he has to go to the headquarters of the Halo Legion to collect some interest. Saying goodbye to Yu Qingzi, he left without saying his destination. The frigate jumped away and flew to the east of the outpost. The headquarters of the Halo is in the southeast direction of the outpost. The star map is marked with its headquarters galaxy as the core, and there are about hundreds of galaxies around it that belong to the sphere of influence of the Halo Legion. The frigate sailed to the galaxy of the headquarters of the Halo Legion openly and above board, and encountered the patrols of the Halo Legion from time to time along the way, all of which were above board to show their identity. An unknown ordinary player, just a frigate, no one would pay attention to it. The frigate passed through one galaxy after another, and soon came to the galaxy next to the headquarters of the Halo Legion, where the inspection became stricter. After Zhang Yu sent his identity to the other party, there was no response for a long time. After a while, a communication was received suddenly. An elite member of the Halo Legion, the captain, looked at Zhang Yu in the frigate and asked, "I see from your information that you belong to the Garan Legion." Zhang Yu did not deny it, nodded and said, "Yes." Squad leader Xu Dian continued, "Then do you know that you, Jolin, have been a little unhappy with our Halo Legion recently?" "I know, but what does it have to do with me?" Xu Dian froze for a moment, and was about to organize his words. Zhang Yu continued, "It's none of my business what the Jolin Legion and the Halo Legion have. I'm just an ordinary member. I joined Jolin just to find a backer. I applied to your Halo to join, but you don't want me. Ah, this. For some reason, Shu Dian always felt it was weird, but he didn't think it was weird. Zhang Yu's words were completely fine. This kind of war between legions really didn't have much to do with the members at the bottom. Generally speaking, the main force of the fleets of major legions or teams are mostly core members and elite members. Ordinary members usually only have a few small boats on hand, and more ordinary members follow the industrial route. They don't need to go to the battlefield in person. So generally speaking, some teams fight between teams, and rarely affect the bottom players. Of course, this is only relative, and it will not affect it in normal times, but generally a certain legion is completely defeated. This does not prevent the victor from plundering the defeated party when they plunder the supplies of the bottom players who have not escaped in time. In the current situation, Shu Dian has no reason to refuse Zhang Yu's application to enter the headquarters galaxy. After all, from the surface, Halo and Jolin are indeed just unhappy, and there is no official declaration of war, so there is no reason to refuse others to pass by. It is possible to forcibly refuse, but it seems that there is no need. After all, it is only a frigate, and there is no trouble. So, as he announced to give way, a frigate quietly entered the headquarters galaxy of Halo. Passing through the wormhole and entering the galaxy of the Halo headquarters, the eyes are dazzled for a while. The two huge light sources in the center of the galaxy attracted Li Qing's attention. Dual stellar system, neutron star. In the center of the galaxy, there are two groups of huge light sources facing each other far away, but on one side is the bright sun, and on the other side is an extremely small neutron star that blooms with no less brilliance. Neutron star is the densest star except black hole. It is the product of supernova explosion after the star evolves to the end, and it is one of the products that may be formed after the end of all stars. It is well known that when a star reaches the end of its life cycle, it will continue to shrink and collapse. If the mass is large enough, a black hole will be formed. But if the mass is not enough to form a black hole, a neutron star will be formed after the black hole. A neutron star with a diameter of only 10 kilometers may have a mass similar to that of the Earth and the Sun. The mass per cubic centimeter is as high as 100 million tons, and it has extremely terrifying gravity and gravitational force. In addition, pulsars are also a type of neutron stars, but neutron stars are not necessarily pulsars, only pulses are considered pulsars. This galaxy obviously once had two stars, one of which experienced contraction and collapse at the end of evolution, but its mass was not enough to form a black hole, and it only evolved into a neutron star. A rough scan has a diameter of about 8 kilometers, and the whole body is blue-white. Its strong gravitational force has affected the nearest other star, and it is constantly capturing a large amount of hot gas, forming a huge line of hot gas in the center of the two stars, rainbow flow. The surface plasma of the affected star is extremely active, and thermonuclear explosions are constantly erupting under the influence of the neutron star, resulting in more energy ejection and being captured and absorbed by the neutron star. Theoretically, the neutron star absorbs enough stellar energy and will slowly increase its mass until it reaches the critical point of transforming into a black hole, thus forming a real black hole that swallows everything in the galaxy. But this time span is often counted in millions of years, so this galaxy looks like it will be destroyed at any time, but it is actually quite safe. After the frigate entered the galaxy, it went straight across the galaxy, looking like it was passing by. But after entering a certain distance, it turned suddenly and flew towards the edge of the galaxy. Shu Dian, who has been paying attention, immediately issued a warning to the frigate. It has been detected that you have deviated from the scheduled route. Please stop immediately and change the route. It has been detected that you have deviated from the scheduled route. Please stop immediately and change the route. Damn it, Shu Dian cursed secretly, immediately reported the situation just now, and quickly responded online. A patrol fleet has already approached. The officer in charge of this matter didn't take this matter to heart. It's just an ordinary frigate. Besides, this kind of thing has happened before. There are always some curious players who like to wander around in the starry sky. Usually this kind of situation just finds someone and drive them away. He didn't even continue to report this matter. Yi Yuan and Yi Xiao, who were in the army headquarters Star Fort, didn't know about it yet. The frigate quickly entered the sub-light speed and disappeared. The patrol fleet was divided into 5 teams, which also entered the sub-light speed and sailed in different directions. At the same time, the patrol fleet and the interception system in the missing direction were notified to identify and intercept. But the frigate stopped after entering the sub-light speed for a short while, and reappeared in the uninhabited void in the center of the galaxy. In the interior of the galaxy, most of the areas are uninhabited starry sky, and the surrounding area of hundreds of millions of kilometers is nothingness, just like the shortest distance between the Earth and Mars is 55 million kilometers, and there is nothing in between the cold void. The frigate emerged from the sublight speed in the center, and then a black hole door opened, and battleships sailed out of it, lining up in the starry sky. Li Qing transferred from the frigate to his command battleship, stood alone in the center of the mirror-like bridge, tapped his finger in front of his eyes, and the three light curtains bounced one by one, showing Li Qing with an excited expression. Li Qi, and Hong Changfeng are three direct subordinates. Looking at the three of them, he said in a deep voice. He, Yi Xiao, is not benevolent, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. This time we will completely destroy the headquarters of Halo and kill its main force. Li Lai laughed and said. He, Yi Xiao, fouled first, so this is a reasonable counterattack. Li Qi also nodded. Boss, do what you say. Hong Changfeng nodded after the two of them. Li Qing stretched out his hand, and a galaxy projection appeared in front of the three of them. He pointed to the star castle above a frozen planet in the orbit of the second star in the galaxy, and a row of more than a dozen large and small residential stations, as well as the residents the fleet standing in the orbit of the planet not far away said. I will be the main attack later. Li Lai Zuo, Li Qiyu, Chong Feng, you stand by and listen to my orders, first kill the main force of their garrison fleet. The three nodded at the same time, and Li Lai asked. Are we attacking directly, or just follow me and hit him head on? It is good. Li Qing turned around and summoned Li Yuan, the servant of light, from the universe in his palm. Without any nonsense, he checked the star map and data as well as the strategic goals he set for the first time, and then started a series of fleet mobilizations. Half an hour later, the fleet broke away from the sub-light speed and appeared in the void only hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the star fortress. A patrol fleet belonging to the Galaxy Defense Department of the Halo headquarters discovered the huge fleet that suddenly appeared. He only had time to raise the alarm, but was besieged by two scout fleets far larger than himself, and was quickly wiped out. The fleet stopped for a while and went straight to Star Fort. In the Star Fort, Yi Yuan, the leader of the Halo Legion who was playing chess with Yi Xiao, was stunned for several seconds when he suddenly received an emergency report from his subordinates. After a while, he came back to his senses and asked in surprise. You mean, a huge fleet suddenly appeared only 100,000 kilometers away from the Star Fort headquarters? By the side, Yi Xiao got up to check the emergency report, the muscles on his face trembled uncontrollably, and said in a deep voice. It's Li Qing, prepare to fight. Jia Lan Li Qing. Yi Yuan turned his head, opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. How could they not know about the recent incident, although this matter has nothing to do with him, but Yi Xuandong is Yi Xiao's father. The incident happened because Yi Xiao deliberately proposed marriage to the Yu family and disgusted Li Qing, until Yi Xuandong disregarded the rules and left the game himself. Some time ago he was even more direct, declared Li Qing is a criminal and led troops to attack Jialan headquarters. All of these, the Halo is an absolute beneficiary, and there is a direct relationship, so it is meaningless to say anything in this case. Don't say that our Halo Legion didn't make a move. They have dispatched 2 flagships. What's the difference between this and the Halo's direct attack? After the two were shocked at the beginning, a question that shocked them even more came to mind. Chapter 137 Capture the Halo headquarters. The two looked at each other, and Yi Yuan asked. Uncle hasn't contacted you recently. Yi Xiao shook his head. The mixed wing left the outpost some time ago, and they haven't contacted me. Tagalam gave up the headquarters and wants to change houses with us. Yi Xiao remained silent. He wanted to say that it was possible, but for some reason, there was always a haze hanging over his heart, and he faintly felt something was wrong. But I can't believe this feeling. No matter what, people are calling at the door. No matter what, you have to call first. You should make an announcement in the Legion first, and I will call the fleet. Yi Xiao pondered for a while, and quickly contacted the leaders of the headquarters garrison and the nearby patrol fleet, and asked them to rush to the headquarters Star Fort to gather. Although the Legion's strength on paper is far superior to that of Jialan, Li Qing's gold-named Super Navy commander's record is too strong, and he dare not be careless at all. When he came to the command room of Star Fort, the fleet stationed near Star Fort had already converged near Star Fort, and at the same time, a large number of civilian ships parked near Star Fort had withdrawn at this time. The third team is heading back and is expected to arrive in 3 hours. The fourth team is rushing back and is expected to arrive in 2.5 hours. The second team is rushing back and is expected to arrive in 1.5 hours. The first brigade is in progress. Independent brigades belonging to Halo quickly approached the headquarters. Yi Xiao didn't have much joy on his face. At this time, the garrison fleet of the Legion in the headquarters galaxy is only slightly stronger than Li Qing's fleet, accounting for only about 50% of the total fleet of the Legion. Most of the other fleets are scattered on patrol outside. He must persist for at least 2 hours before he can get support and rush back. Normally, this configuration is enough to ensure the safety of the Legion headquarters. After all, every galaxy within the sphere of influence of the Legion has a monitoring and directional interception system. Other players can jump within this area, but they cannot directly jump to the headquarters and its surroundings. Any galaxy within 3 hops. As long as the enemy fleet does not jump directly to the headquarters galaxy, they have enough time to react. But they did not expect that Li Qing would use this method to sneak in quietly, and they were not discovered until they reached the army headquarters hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Through the sensor radar of Star Fort, Yi Xiao has already seen Li Qing's fleet and its scale. At this time, it is staying within 10,000 kilometers away from Star Fort, just outside the attack range of Star Fort's X-slot main gun. They seem to be preparing to attack. Yi Yuan carefully checked the battlefield projection. Under the scanning of the Star Fort radar, he could clearly see the mobilization of Li Qing's fleet. At this time, they were forming a standard V-shaped formation and slowly advancing towards the Star Fort. He looked at Yi Xiao, but he didn't speak, nor did he overstep his authority. The Halo Legion is the same as the Jolin Legion. Yi Yuan is the Legion Chief and Chief Executive, and Yi Xiao is the Deputy Legion Chief and the most important military chief. Estimating the speed of the opponent and the range of the main gun in mind, Yi Xiao thought a little, and issued a series of orders in the command channel, and began to mobilize the fleet to deploy defenses before the Star Fort. The mountain-shaped defense is very standard and middle distance. The main force is in the center, and there is a fleet on the left and right wings, relying on the Star Fort for defense. In this case, as long as the defense is actually an option, other formations cannot be used. In addition to the main forces of both sides, there are still a large number of small-scale patrol and reconnaissance fleets wandering outside the battlefield. However, when the distance between the forwards of the two sides was close to 7,000 kilometers, Li Yuan, the servant of light, gave an order, and the huge fleet suddenly began to slow down, and stopped after gliding about 200 kilometers away. Yi Xiao was wondering, and suddenly the alarm bell in the command room rang. Warning, an unknown doomsday-level main gun energy index has been detected. Please prepare for the impact, Commander. Warning, an unknown doomsday-level main gun energy index has been detected. Please prepare for the impact, Commander. Isn't their dauntless flagship still unfinished? Yi Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly asked. Did the scouting fleet discover the flagship hidden in the distance? Team no. No Team 2. 17 teams do not have. Dozens of reconnaissance fleets all said that they hadn't found anything. Move out a group of frigates from the rear and find the fearless flagship hidden in the rear. I was a little panicked, but not too panicky. If there is a dreadnought flagship hidden behind, with the power of the Doomsday Light, no matter which battleship is shot, it is of little significance to avoid it. He even hoped that the opponent's fearless flagship would directly bombard the Star Fort. With the strength of the Star Fort's shield and armor, dozens of shots would be fine. Of course Li Qing would not do what he wished. When the light of God's judgment was fully charged, he aimed at the enemy's central center without hesitation. The attack location was not the battleship group, but the gathering place of small and medium ships in front of the battleship group. Just like dealing with Yi Xuandong before, the dazzling light of divine power traversed the starry sky, and the terrifying energy emitted made Yi Xiao's heart beat faster. In the next second, the light of the gods penetrated the fleet and hit a cruiser in the middle of the fleet. Before he could doubt it, a hot bubble at the hit point quickly expanded to a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and the battleships within the range quickly melted, and they quickly melted into nothingness while they were dumbfounded. What kind of weapon is this? The core members of the Halos were in a trance for a while, feeling like a dream. Do not know. Yi Xiao finally panicked at this moment. The casualties of thousands of warships projected in front of him cast a heavy shadow over his heart. Although he comes from an extraordinary background, is well-informed, intelligent, and after becoming the patron of the evil god, his strength far exceeds that of Tongji, and his long-term success makes him full of confidence, but he is only a young man after all, and facing this horror is completely beyond his imagination. Weapon, he still panicked. But before he could react, the sensor detected a second terrifying energy index that was exactly the same as before. This time, somehow, he reacted and ordered loudly in the command channel without thinking. Scatter, all fleets spread out. But it was too late. This time, Li Qing gave them only 30 seconds to react. 30 seconds is enough for a battleship to start and accelerate to run for tens of kilometers. Said it was the same as not moving. With the dazzling light illuminating the starry sky, another golden bubble exploded on the right wing of the halo. The left and right wings, which are much smaller than the central army, are not very far away from the Star Castle. I never thought that I would face such an incredible attack before. The battleships were in a dense array. This wave of God-cut light swept across, and most of the fleet are all enveloped in it. In just a dozen seconds, the light of divine judgment swept across, and there were only dozens of battleships and less than 100 battleships left on the right wing of the halo, and the entire army was wiped out. In just 2 rounds of attacks, the entire battleships below the Halo cruiser were reduced by more than 60%, and their combat power plummeted. Then, the two sides were in a stalemate. Li Qing did not order an attack, but asked Li Lai and Li Qihong Chengfeng to lead their own fleets to disperse and semi-surround the Halo Star Fort to prevent them from escaping. Can defeat the enemy from a long distance, why take the initiative? Any frigate is worth 130 million star dollars. This is all money. Although it is positioned as cannon fodder, it must die meaningfully. The fleet was parked beyond the maximum attack distance of Star Fort, and the fleet of Halo would either wait to die or break away from Star Fort to take the initiative to attack. Halo didn't struggle for long. In less than 5 minutes, Li Yuan, the head of the Halo Legion, sent a message to Li Qing. President Li Qing, we admit defeat, what do we need to do to retreat? Li Qing smiled coldly. Today is the day when Halo headquarters will be destroyed. Yi Yuan's complexion changed, it became extremely ugly, and he said, President Li Qing, this is a grievance between you and Yi Xiao, is it too much to blame my Halo for this? Li Qing sneered, are you sure this is a grievance between me and Yi Xiao? What is your relationship with him? He, Yi Xiaoming, knows that Yu Fei and I are in love. He has already announced it at the outpost, and my father and Yu Fei's father have already made an agreement. Marriage, just waiting for the formal marriage proposal. He didn't say anything. Yi Xuandong also disregarded the rules and ended up personally, not only arrested my father, but also led the fleet to attack my Jolin headquarters 10 days ago. You and I are not fools. If you really succeed, who will benefit the most? Without the Jolin army, your Halo is the only one in the outpost base. With Yi's support, no one in the expeditionary force is your opponent. Your teachers or elders should have told you that once you eat the bonus, you have to bear the backlash brought by the bonus. Win the king and lose the bandit, and you will be in peace. Yi Yuan was silent, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he said in a dry voice, I admit this matter, but there are many people in the Halo Legion who have nothing to do with this matter, they. Li Qing looked at him expressionlessly. Yi Yuan's voice became smaller and smaller until it became silent. Seeing Li Qing's extremely firm eyes, he knew it was useless to say anything. With a long sigh, he disconnected. Silent for a few seconds, Yi Yuan looked up at Yi Xiao and shook his head slightly. Yi Xiao suddenly laughed. I knew it was useless. We can mess with him, and he can fight back. This is the eternal truth. We can only accept the reality, but we didn't expect him to be stronger than we imagined. Speaking of this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Actually, I'm not worried about this place. If the Halo is gone, it will be gone. If the fleet is gone, it will be gone. With the support of the family, as long as we leave here, we can make a comeback soon and start all over again. What I worry about is my father, who leads the fleet. There is no news about the attack on Jalin's headquarters, and combined with the fact that he used such a powerful attack method just now, I am a little worried. Shaking his head, he said to Yi Yuan, I will divide a part of the fleet later. You will take the fleet south and stop at our secret stronghold. When the situation here is clear and we win, you will come back. If we lose completely, return to the transit base immediately. From there leave. How about you? Yi Xiao smiled and said, I'll be fine, he can beat me but not catch me. Yi Yuan didn't belong to her mother-in-law either, so she nodded immediately. Okay, I will prepare now. Soon a formation consisting of 50 battleships, 300 large and small battleships, and more than 100 industrial ships and transport ships began to withdraw from the rear of Star Fort. Hong Chengfeng immediately led his fleet to catch up, and the two sides fought quickly. At the same time, Li Qi's fleet, which was not far away, also chased in a circle. The fleet immediately split into two, one half faced Hong Changfeng, and the other half retreated quickly. Hong Changfeng's newsletter is on, and he reports in the channel. Chief, they ran a fleet and I couldn't pursue it. Li Qing nodded. I know, don't worry about it, just intercept this part. Then he said to Li Qi. There is no need to chase those who escaped, just join forces with Hong Changfeng and keep this one. He didn't expect total annihilation from the beginning, which is unrealistic. Their fleet size was smaller than that of Halo in the beginning. How could it be possible to encircle and annihilate them? To seize the main force and destroy the headquarters of Halo is the greatest victory. Without a headquarters, the loss of the Legion fleet was so great that the post-war Halo Legion basically existed in name only. Wait until this matter is over. If they are still there, then slowly clean up. However, considering that they might flee in batches, he divided the headquarters fleet into two, and only kept half of the headquarters, while the other half consisted of 60 battleships plus 700 large and small battleships, designed to intercept large fleets of escaping fleets. Time passed slowly. He was waiting for the main cannon of divine judgment to be recharged, while the other side was waiting for death. Not everyone can bear this kind of suffering, and soon a small number of warships escaped from the Star Castle. Intercept those that can be intercepted, and ignore those that cannot catch up. Anyway, his strategic goal is to destroy the Halo headquarters, and then loot all their supplies to replenish himself. He didn't even plan to capture Yi Xiao alive. The main reason is that it is unlikely to be captured alive. He is also a psyker himself, so of course he knows how powerful a powerful psyker's life-saving means are. Although Yi Xiao does not have a psychic saint, he is a patron of the evil god, and he can also jump physically like a psychic saint, but he relies on the power of the evil to locate him. Unless Li Qing's strength reaches the level of shielding the evil god, it is basically impossible to capture him alive. At least at this stage, there is really no way to catch Yi Xiao, who is determined to escape. This time, I guarantee that Yi Xiao will not blow up the Star Castle. He can only let him go. If he encounters him again in the future, he must be killed to vent his anger. In the future, when Zhaofeng, the negative star, reaches its peak power, which means more than 100 million psychic powers, then it is estimated that he will be able to confront the evil head-on, and Yi Xiao, who is favored by the evil god, can easily be killed. Some time ago, her strength has quickly recovered from the initial 8.64 million to 10.24 million, and she has crossed the threshold of 10 million, and her strength has greatly improved. Yes, it is recovery. The essence of the star negative is immortal. If it is a complete universe in the palm, the attuned star negative will initially have a psychic strength of more than 100 million. The current palm universe is incomplete, and the essence of life and soul of the attuned star bearer has not changed, but the initial strength is not high, and needs to be recovered slowly. Yi Yuan had already fled. Yi Xiao was sitting in the command room of the Star Castle, looking up at the smooth metal ceiling. He ignored the communication of his players and didn't know what he was thinking. Boom! A divine light with a diameter of up to 30 kilometers bombarded the Star Fort, directly piercing through the Star Fort's shield, and the aftermath melted the thick armor on one side of the Star Fort. The shield of the Star Fortress is not much different from the armor in the Dreadnought flagship. It can be carried quite well, but it is not very strong, and it can be sunk with at most 3 shots. Chapter 138: Yu Qingzi's counterattack. When Yi Xiao saw this ray of divine light smashing the Star Fort's shield in the form of a light spear, the muscles in the corners of his eyes couldn't help shaking. Weapons that are more powerful than the Titan Light Spear and Titan Arc are unstoppable at this stage. Even in the future, there must be at least 2 super flagships to compete head-on. This time you win. On the communication screen, Yi Xiao looked at Li Qing with the usual expression and said, "Let the rest of the people leave, and leave the Star Castle and all the supplies inside to you." The intercepting fleet quickly withdrew, and many Halo Legion players led the remaining fleet to quickly withdraw, and the Star Fort also fell silent. Yi Xiao didn't take the boat, but directly used Psionic Leap to leave this galaxy and went straight to the outpost. You won this time, but no one wins all the time. He planned to go to the outpost first to find Deputy Commander Yi Ziyao, try to find a way to contact his father, and then make a long-term plan. 20 large troop carriers sailed to the Star Fort, and a large number of clone troops and robot troops, as well as the batch of alien troops purchased by Li Qing before, all landed in the Star Fort, and began to wipe out the remaining resistance inside. An hour later, the ground troops took control of all the core areas in the Star Fort, announcing the official occupation of the Star Fort. The large fleet approached the Star Fort, but Li Qing did not land on the Star Fort, but sent an industrial ship to cut off several sub-modules around the Star Fort, and then opened the door of the black hole, slowly bringing the Star Fort into the universe in his palm. As he gradually demonstrates his strength, it is no longer a secret that he has a spatial relic in his hand, and he will definitely show more in the future. But it is inconvenient for outsiders to see the high-dimensional fortress inside, which is too sensitive. So he has always had an idea in his mind that he can divide an area away from the core high-dimensional fortress in the Palm universe, build a space outpost there, and upgrade it to a star castle or even a star city in the future. Now that you have captured the Star Fort of the Halo Legion, you can directly move it in and fix it in the starry sky. Even the dozen or so large and small residential stations in the Halo headquarters can be moved in one by one, and used as warehouses and the like. In the future, if necessary, you can use the Palm universe to directly send all your subordinates to the Palm universe area, and they can also move around the Star Fortress. With enough space and entertainment, they can stay in it for a long time without getting bored. Completely defeated the Halo and captured its headquarters galaxy, followed by crazy plundering of supplies. A total of 15 large and small residential stations, one large residential station with a diameter of 50 kilometers, 4 medium-sized residential stations with a diameter of 15 kilometers, and 10 small residential stations with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Small and medium-sized living stations can be directly stored in the Palm universe, while large living stations need to be cut into two parts by an industrial ship and then re-welded. Fortunately, these large living stations have long considered dismantling and transportation issues. They are composed of many large and small modules, and it is not difficult to cut them. After collecting the universe in the palm of his hand, after serious consideration, Li Qing divided an area in the void that was 50 million kilometers away from the high-dimensional fortress, kilometers away in orbit. At this time, looking inward from this orbit, a trace of power has been activated, and the high-dimensional fortress wrapped in a layer of golden energy looks like a superstar. It is obviously 50 million kilometers away from the high-dimensional fortress, but because the size of the high-dimensional fortress is too large, after all, its size is measured in astronomical units. The star castle is fixed on the orbit of the high-dimensional fortress of the star witnesses. It looks like a flatboat moored on the boundless sea of flames. It looks extremely small. The star castle is fixed on a 50 million kilometer orbit of the witnesses of the stars, and it revolves around the fortress at an even speed, just like a planet orbiting a star, but I don't know how long it will take to circle around. Not far from the Star Fort, Li Qing reassembled the large residential station and stood it in the center, surrounded by 4 medium-sized residential stations, and surrounded by 10 small residential stations to form a large residential station group. In the future, this residential station group will be the activity area when the subordinates enter the Palm universe. It is equivalent to building a base in the Palm universe that can be displayed to outsiders, and this base will continue to expand in the future. For example, upgrade the Star Castle to a Star City, build several auxiliary Star Castles, and build a large dock in the Star City to cover up the dock in the high-dimensional fortress of the Witnesses of the Stars. In addition, the residential station group can also continue to expand. In addition to meeting the needs of players, large-scale immigration is also possible. Even in the future, if they are strong enough and have enough resources, they will be able to build a super living star city of the Galaxy Miracle level in the Palm universe. That thing is the residence version of the Galaxy Miracle Star Ring world. The degree of habitability is equivalent to a second-class super livable planet, which can immigrate and give birth to qualified civilians like a livable life planet. To put it bluntly, it is to establish another deceptive territory outside the high-dimensional fortress. It didn't take long to plunder the Halo headquarters, and Li Qing ordered to leave the next day. There is no more time. The Halo headquarters is too far away from the outpost base, and the interference in the nearby star field is not too serious. You can jump directly. After deducting the time for the news to be sent back to the outpost base, the deputy commander of the outpost belongs to the Yi family. Mobilize the huge fleet. For a certain period of time, there is actually very little time left for them to plunder. Moreover, they took away the Halo headquarters Star Fort and the residence station. These residence stations themselves are compatible with the warehouse, which means that most of the supplies accumulated by the Halo Legion have been plundered by them, and the rest are scattered in the galaxy and the Halo Legion. The sphere of influence is all over the place, just a small head. Halo headquarters has been breached. Ji Yu Shunzhou looked at his subordinates with a look of surprise, and asked after he didn't realize it for a while. Who broke it? Ji Yu Wei spit out a name softly. The fleet led by Li Qing was defeated in a crushing manner. Many members of the Halo Legion who fled said that they lost before they had time to fire a single shot. No fire. Yeah, no shot. How is this possible? Although he, Yi Xiao, is not as good as Li Qing's gold-named Navy commander, he is also a purple-named and psionic ascender. I heard that he also has a very powerful innate skill. Even if he can't beat him, he won't be defeated. Crushed. But the fact is that he was crushed and defeated. I heard that Li Qing didn't know if he had some top-level relics that could emit a beam of light and light waves that were more powerful than the Titan's light spear. Break the resistance of Halo. Is it more powerful than Titan's light lance? Yes. Ji Yu Shunzhou was silent. What about Yi Xiao? Back to the outpost. The halo of being the first legion of the outpost suddenly collapsed. He would have been very happy before, but for some reason he was not happy at this time. The Halo Legion, whose strength is far superior to theirs, is vulnerable. How can other teams compare? At this moment, he felt a little guilty. That plan cannot be implemented for the time being. The premise of the original plan was that there was not much difference between the two sides. Now that Jolin has defeated Halo, and has also occupied and plundered the headquarters of Halo, the Jolin family in the outpost base will dominate in the future, and there will be no rivals. You don't need to count on Yi Xiao's father's fleet. As long as Li Qing holds his breath and doesn't fight them head-on, Yi Xuandong will definitely be out of the game when the ruling of the Senate of the United Human Empire comes, and there is a high probability that he will be expelled from the outpost. Can no longer participate in the competition here. Even Yi Xuandong will have to pay a high amount of compensation when the time comes. With this fund, Jolin's development speed will be faster. In this case, the rise of the Jolin team is inevitable. What a waste. Feng Lixiu, who also received the news, said to Ji Yu Shunzhou. Now we have only two options. One is to show weakness to Jolin, acquiesce in their position on the outpost base, give up the raid on the Reef Lair planet, and instead attack other planets behind. Another option is to wait. When Yi Xuandong finds Li Qing's main force, we will have a chance no matter who wins or loses. Ji Yu Shunzhou was silent for a while, nodded and said. That's the only way to go. Don't worry about both sides. Let's watch the show now. It depends on the situation when they decide the winner. However, this idea only lasted for less than a day. In the evening of that day, a scarred fleet suddenly jumped to the star system of the outpost base, and then silently drove to the barracks of the 2nd Division of the outpost base. Then the outpost was bombarded with a shocking message. The mixed unit sent by the 2nd Division of the Expeditionary Army was defeated miserably by the Jolin Army. Almost the entire army was wiped out, not even a flagship. Fuck me. This ancient sinking boat really lived in Bengbu. How did this lose? They have 2 flagships. Feng Lishou's expression was quite stable, and he said. I just asked some of the Halo Legion who escaped to find out about the battle situation. Li Qing's relic that can shoot a super light spear has a lot of secrecy. He knows it is charging but he doesn't know where it is. There is no way to guard against it. I guess it should be a surprise attack that defeated a flagship first, and the light wave position swept all small and medium-sized warships. It is normal to be defeated by surprise. However, this kind of sudden tactic can only be used once. It is difficult to achieve the previous results with preparations. Moreover, Yi Xuandong now has a Titan, a super aircraft carrier, 2 dreadnoughts and an aircraft carrier. As long as the troops are not divided, there is still a possibility of victory. It's still the same sentence. Let's wait and see first. They are fighting with gods now, let's not get involved. On the other side, parked on the Titanchao flag at the station, Yi Xiao and Yi Ziyao, the head of the 2nd Division, met their father Yi Xuandong. Little brother, don't lose heart, we still have a chance. Yi Ziyao patted Yi Xuandong on the shoulder and said. According to the information we have, Li Qing's biggest reliance is the magical space treasure and the 2 unknown super main guns, which are divided into 2 attack forms, light spear and stand, just like the main guns of the Titans. The power of the light spear form is as high as 500 million, 1-hour cooling time, 1,000 kilometer stance range, 30-minute cooling time, but the power is only less than 1 million, which can clear all battleships and lower battleships within the range. These 2 weapons are very powerful. Even the Dreadnought flagship can't handle the 2 guns, but he has the biggest problem, that is, his own strength is too weak. Yi Ziao said confidently. Next time we will not only go out in full force, but also borrow troops from the 1st Division, gather the remnants of the Halo Legion, find another opportunity to block Li Qing, kill him once, destroy his fleet, and then slowly brew him. Yi Xuandong had already recovered from the blow before he came back, and Yi Ziao's thoughts coincided with his. Although the flagship can't hold 2 guns and sinks, they have 2 super flagships, the Titan and the super aircraft carrier, both of which have tens of billions of shields and armor, which are enough to carry dozens of guns without sinking. Qing's main force. However, Yu Qingzi has clearly maintained his neutrality. Can we borrow soldiers? Look for other members of the Yu family to borrow. Well, yes. Yi Ziao swept his gaze over everyone present, and said in a deep voice. This time is our last chance. We can only win but not lose. For this reason, I decided to lead the troops to fight in person. I want to see how powerful this golden commander named Yi Qing is. Look at me. How big is the talent difference between an orange name and a gold name? After boosting morale, Yi Ziao clapped his hands and said, I'll go to Yu Qingzi to say hello first. Zhan Dongyi just came back to take a rest. Yi Xiao, please accompany your father. Let's split up. No one made a sound. Yi Ziao strode away. As soon as he left, Yi Xiao and his father looked at each other, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. Yi Xuandong sighed. Unexpected. Yi Xiao comforted. Father, you may be thinking too much. Uncle Xiao may also want to do it as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Hope so. Yi Xuandong sneered, and whispered to his son. Go to contact the captains of the Titan ship and super aircraft carrier, I want to chat with them. Office of the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force. Yu Qingzi was lying on the desk, turning back and forth with a pen in his hand. After hearing Yi Ziao's request for him to send 2 brigades and the 2nd Division to jointly go out for exercises, the muscles on his face trembled involuntarily. Commander Yu, after this exercise, I will relinquish the post of Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force, and give the remaining fleet to the Expeditionary Force directly under its jurisdiction. Yi Ziao said with a smile. Including the Titan and the Eternal-class super aircraft carrier, as well as the 2 dreadnoughts and the aircraft carrier. After he finished speaking, the pen in Yu Qingzi's hand paused, and he looked up at Yi Ziao with a smile on his face, and Yi Ziao also smiled. No, Yi Zai dazzled with a smile on his face, and was about to continue to increase the price, when he heard Yu Qingzi suddenly press the bell beside the table. The door was pushed open immediately, and 4 men in long robes walked away with a strange transparent weapon in their hands. They came in and surrounded him in the center. Yi Ziao's heart sank, and he asked in surprise. Commander Yu, who is this? Yu Qingzi stood up slowly, and said in a deep voice. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Force Decision-Making Committee, I will declare you the following crimes. Violation of the First Major and First Minor Decree of the Human United Empire's Trailblazer Act, illegal shooting of newcomer pioneers, and temporary imprisonment according to the law. You will be formally convicted after being convicted by the Imperial Noble Senate. Chapter 139 Yi's father and son flee. Yi Ziao's face changed drastically after hearing this, and he pointed at Yu Qingzi and shouted. You dare, you are not qualified to judge me. Yu Qingzi looked at him coldly and said. This is my place. I'm going to coil up a dragon, and I'm going to lie down on a tiger. Do you think I really can't do anything to them? Reach out and wave. Abstract. The psionic energy in Yi Ziao's pupils exploded, and the strange weapons in the hands of the 4 middle-aged men spewed out almost instantly. It was not a beam of light or a bullet, but a wave of light that quickly converged into a ball of light surrounding Yi Ziao in the center. The erupted psionic energy immediately blocked by the ball of light. Yu Qingzi stood up with his hands on the table and said. I knew that most of your Yi's cores are psychics. I borrowed this set of weapons from Jinmen Psychic Pagoda specifically for psychics. Yi Ziao burst out several waves of psychic energy, the ball of light remained motionless, and shouted anxiously. I am the core of the Nanshan Yi family, if you dare to treat me like this, don't be afraid. Yu Qingzi interrupted before he finished speaking. I'm really afraid of the Nanshan Yi family, but it's a pity that you can't represent the Nanshan Yi family at all. Do you believe that in the ruling vote being held by the Imperial Noble Senate, it was your Nanshan Yi family who took the lead in voting for sanctions? If Yi Xuandong's previous actions were successful and created established facts, even if you were punished by the Empire afterwards, you would still have made money, but it is a pity that you failed. I still had some concerns before, but this time Yi Xuandong's operation failed, and nearly half of the fleet was lost. The current strength of the second division is no longer my opponent. He walked in front of Yi Ziao and continued to beat him with words. Don't expect anyone to save you. Your behavior after you came here is too domineering. Many clan elders who supported you before have regretted it. I am afraid that your strength will expand too fast in the future and you will not be able to check and balance you. Now it doesn't matter whether it is Jinmin or the expedition. Several veterans in the army who supported you in the past no longer support you now. By the way, many clan elders now feel that it is good to be married to the Li family of Qinghe. Li Qing has proved himself by defeating Yi Xuandong head-on, and the Li family of Qinghe is weaker than my Yu family of Jinmin. They are also in love with each other. No matter where they come from, on the other hand, they are the most suitable marriage partners, and you have no chance. Yi Ziyao's eyes erupted like flames. With his hands propped inside the light ball, circles of spiritual energy exploded continuously, just like the anger in his heart. Yu Qingzi, the second division is my Yi family's fleet. From the captain to the clone crew, they are all ours. You can't control it. If you do this, it will only trigger an internal war in the outpost. If there is no response, my younger brother and nephew Yi Xiao will know what happened. You don't have to worry about this. They can't run away either. The people I sent to catch them have already set off. In the Titan Bridge of the Dawn, Yi Xuandong was talking with the captain of the Titan, Yi Song. At this time, they had chatted for almost half an hour and reached an agreement. After confirming the verbal agreement and recording each other, the two stood up and shook hands. When things go back, my promise will take effect. Yi Song smiled and said, "Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." A clone brought two exquisite wine glasses. Yi Xuandong picked up the wine glasses with a smile on his face, and was about to drink it all down. His son Yi Xiao suddenly frowned slightly, and opened the communication to check. His expression changed drastically, and he said immediately, "Dad, something happened." Yi Xuandong and Yi Song looked over at the same time, and he said quickly, "Just now Yu Qingzi suddenly sent a large number of military police to arrest people in advance, and the captain of the super aircraft carrier Comet has been controlled." The two were shocked, and Yi Xuandong immediately said to Yi Song, "Call the person who called you to leave the station immediately." Said to Yi Xiao again, "You teleport back and bring Li Qing's father here." Yi Xiao nodded, a halo of psionic energy swung away, and the person disappeared. Yi Song was a little confused and said, "Where are we going? We won't last long outside without supplies. It's better to go somewhere than to be caught. Let's leave first." Yi Song thought for a while, shook his head and said, "No, I will be under house arrest at most if I stay here. If I escape, it will be unpredictable." Yi Xuandong's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stretched out his hand to point at the center of Yi Song's eyebrows. A layer of spiritual light quickly covered Yi Song's whole body, and he couldn't move immediately. He looked at Yi Xuandong with horror in his eyes, and said coldly, "Since you don't want to go, forget it, I'll go." He turned his head to look at the many senior crew members on the other side of the bridge who did not react for a while, and shouted, "Who is the second captain? Come and prepare to set sail." A middle-aged man in a neat uniform raised his hand. What's your name? Come and start the battleship." "My name is Yi Zicheng. Everyone needs to cooperate to start the battleship. I can't drive it alone." Yi Xuandong looked at the crowd and shouted, "What are you waiting for? I order you to obey the order in the name of the main family." Everyone looked at each other and could only agree. Seeing that the battleship started to start, he quickly opened the communication to contact his subordinates one by one, and ordered them to start the battleship to prepare for cooperation. At this time Yi Zicheng said, "Commander, the control tower at the outpost asked what we were doing. Tell them we're on a mission. They want us to stop everything immediately and be censored. Close communication. But, I told you to turn off the communication." At this time, there was a flash of spiritual light in the bridge, and two spheres of spiritual light broke through the space and appeared, and it was Yi Xiao and Li Xingchun inside. Yi Xuandong glanced at Li Xingchun, who was unconscious and unable to move with his eyes closed, and began to contact the captains in the fleet. As the Titan flagship gradually activated, the huge hull slowly moved away from the station, which caused a little chaos in the station. One after another, warships left their original positions to join the Titan fleet, including the hundreds of ships that Yi Xuandong brought back before. The battleship and the dreadnought. Yu Qingzi soon received the news that Yi Xuandong was about to escape, but only responded that he had received it, but did not express anything. "It doesn't matter if you run away, it has nothing to do with me." After a little thought, He opened the communication, tapped on Li Qing's name, and left a message. Yi Xuandong and Yi Xiao led a Titan, a dreadnought ship, a Consul-class aircraft carrier, 475 battleships, 120 cruisers, 242 destroyers and 1,156 frigates to escape from the outpost. Your father was also on board. After a pause, he continued. The fleet has no supplies, and it is impossible to return to the transit base and Jinmen because they are wanted. They won't last long. In the name of the commander of the expeditionary force, Colonel Li Qing is requested to arrest the deserters, and he can dispose of them freely, and any captured soldiers will belong to Colonel Li Qing. When receiving this news, it was already the next day. Li Qing secretly returned to the outpost to sell some supplies looted from the Halo headquarters. As soon as he entered the outpost and went eastward for 3 galaxies, he received a private message from Commander Yu Qingzi. After reading this communication carefully, he only thought for a second and used his psychic power to jump back to the galaxy of the outpost base and contact Yu Qingzi as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief, where is my father's current coordinates? Yu Qingzi smiled when he saw his newsletter and said, the jump landing point captured the day before yesterday is located in a galaxy 141 jump west of the expeditionary force. I don't know where it is now. I see. Received the coordinates sent by Yu Qingzi, Li Qing returned to the command ship, and immediately ordered the fleet to jump to the west of the expeditionary force. The first jump, the target landing point is a galaxy 22 jumps west of the outpost. The maximum jump distance of the jump engine of an ordinary warship is far less than the jump distance of the Titan Super Flag. They can jump hundreds of light years away at a time, but they can only jump dozens of light years away, a difference of 10 times. Although the range of the transition is huge, he is not afraid that Yi Xuandong will run away. The farther west you go, the deeper you go into the depths of the Zutar star field, the more and more electronic interference from the nebula inside will become more and more severe, and even the group transition halo of the Titan Super Banner will not be able to pass through the depths, and they will definitely be unable to enter a certain star field. Go forward, then hide inside to avoid the limelight before returning. Everything is time sensitive, and the trial of them by the Senate cannot make them die. If they come back after a few years, nothing will happen. This is the privilege of the powerful, a desirable privilege. The reason why Yi Xuandong ran away was mainly because he was not reconciled, and even when he figured it out, he could come back to accept the trial at any time and he would not die. The fleet moved forward all the way, and it took 2 days to arrive at the landing point of their first leap. Then Li Qing divided his troops here, and more than 100 people including Li Lai, Li Qi, Hong Chengfeng and their subordinates, each of them drove several boats dispersed, heading in different directions to find their tracks. Yu Qingzi only knew the location of their transition, but didn't know where to go next, and then he had to search slowly like a needle in a haystack. He himself didn't leave, just stopped at their landing point galaxy and waited. Don't worry, there is basically nothing to do next, and he has plenty of time to search for them slowly. He even had time to find an asteroid belt and dig a bit of mine, and then enter the Palm universe to continue to manage the territory. There are no major changes in the universe in the palm of the hand. If there is any, the previously prepared layers have been divided. Except for the 10th layer of real danger, all other layers have been divided into 10 layers. Taking advantage of nothing, he crushed all the meteorites collected from the asteroid belt, refined the ore, and eliminated the need to transform the stones. They were all crushed into powder, melted into lava, and then crushed into small pieces, and then spread on the newly divided layer. Surface, up to 1,000 meters thick. The collected meteorites are then melted into lava and purified, and then cooled and crushed into fine sand and spread on the surface, so that a whole layer of embryos is completed. However, he does not operate in this way on all levels. On the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, each of the 4 levels is divided into 10 levels. He divides the 10th level of these 4 levels. It was divided separately, and there was no need to cultivate anything inside. After sealing the opening and building the pipeline, a frozen planet covered with a thick layer of ice was found in a nearby galaxy. The layers exploded, and the frozen ice cubes were first melted and purified, and then poured into these 4 layers to serve as the water storage pool in the Palm universe, supplying all water needs in the entire warehouse area. The super large reservoirs on 4 levels are absolutely sufficient to supply internal water, and most of this water can be recycled, and there are rivers and lakes on each level to store water, which is absolutely sufficient. After finishing all this, it took Li Qingkuai 2 months. He received the news that his scientific research team had successfully upgraded the frigate mother chip to the 5th generation frigate, but he still hadn't found any trace of Yi Xuandong. But Li Qing is not in the mood to think about this at this time, and he is in front of the sun that Zhao Feng incarnates at this time. After successfully upgrading that frigate mother chip to the 5th generation frigate mother chip, he originally ordered them to design their own elite frigate model, but he received a message from the negative star Zhao Feng to come over and then hear Zhao Feng's advice to him. It is suggested that he does not need to design the frigate elite model now, but to find a way to condense and design the destroyer mother chip and the cruiser mother chip. The mother chips of destroyers and cruisers are all upgraded to the 5th generation and are on par with the existing frigate mother chips, so that a unique type of battleship unique to the pioneer civilization can be designed, called the frigate. It is a small battleship common to all advanced civilizations. It combines all the functions of a cruiser, a destroyer, and a frigate. It has the flexibility of a frigate, the speed of a destroyer, and the thick armor and strong firepower of a cruiser. With this, you don't need to build any frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and just build this one to meet all needs, which is super practical. The most important thing is that after being promoted to negative star, Zhao Feng could somehow sense the existence of the ancient database, which is the database of the civilization of the creator of the universe in the palm of his hand, which contains infinite super god level civilization data. At this stage, although she is missing due to the damage of the universe in her palm, Zhao Feng has a feeling somewhere, as long as certain conditions are met, she can reverse it through research. Li Qing was quite surprised that as the master of the universe in his palm, he didn't feel it. After thinking for a long time, he could only say that maybe he was not a scientist. This is a good thing, of course he will not refuse. According to what Zhao Feng said, the ship combines the functions and advantages of the 3 types of warships, and has a combat power stronger than that of a cruiser. Think about it, a fleet originally had 100 cruisers, 500 destroyers, and 3,000 frigates, but now it has 3,600 cruisers with the speed of destroyers and the flexibility of frigates. But now if you want to reverse engineer the frigate, you must need the mother chip of the destroyer and the cruiser, which is quite troublesome. There is no mother chip like a frigate, and it is not easy to slowly condense it by yourself. The key lies in that cohesion. At this stage, he only has one negative star on hand. Although the negative star is very cohesive, there is only one after all, and the speed must not be much faster. According to his estimation, if you want to quickly condense the mother chips of destroyers and cruisers, you need at least 10-star negative players, not to mention the more difficult condensing of battleship mother chips in the future. Chapter 140 The Weird Black Hole. It is worth mentioning that there is also a pioneer version of the battleship, called the Dreadnought Battleship, which requires 2 kinds of battleship mother chips and Dreadnought flagship mother chips to start reverse derivation, and the requirements are very outrageous. But correspondingly, its combat power is also outrageous, because the Dreadnought Battleship combines the powerful combat power of the Dreadnought flagship with the universality of the battleship, and is not as difficult to build as the Dreadnought flagship. Dreadnought battleships combine the advantages of battleships and Dreadnought flagships, and remove the disadvantages. They have shields, armor, and weapon slots that far exceed those of Lord-class battleships, but there is no T-slot doomsday weapon for Dreadnoughts. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to a ship without AT. The Dreadnought is a shrunken version of the doomsday weapon, and its combat effectiveness far exceeds that of ordinary battleships. From this point of view, it doesn't seem to be too strong. However, this Dreadnought battleship is easy to build, and it can be popularized on a large scale like a battleship. There are only dozens of Dreadnoughts in a Legion-level superfleet, but there are tens of thousands of battleships. If all these tens of thousands of battleships are replaced with Dreadnoughts, the same number of battleships will increase their combat effectiveness by more than 10 times. So, I still need the mother chip. Li Qing rubbed his chin and thought about it. When Yi Xuandong and his son are caught this time, when Nanshan Yi's compensation is due, can he ask for 2 mother chips? It doesn't matter if you don't arrive. If you arrive, wouldn't you save a lot of time? In 2 months, he obtained 2 new servants of light enlightenment quotas. He attuned the last 2 snakemen with the qualifications of chief engineers of battleships as servants of light, so that he has 2 flagship chief engineers and 10 battleships. The chief engineer can build 2 flagships and 100 battleships at the same time. As the team of servants of light grows stronger, Li Qing's strength grows faster and faster. Now the only thing that restricts him is time. As long as there is enough time, it is easy to accumulate a force that can sweep all the players in the outpost base, strength. So where did they go? There was no news for several months, and Li Qing once felt that Yi Xuandong and the others ran home from somewhere. But in the third month of his departure, he received an inquiry message from Yu Qingzi. Yu Ufa sent someone to send some information about the outpost base, which confirmed that they did not go back at all, and must still be in the depths of the Zutar Nebula place. It's quite well hidden. Li Qing calmed down and continued to wait patiently. Another month passed, and he routinely entered the universe in the palm of his hand to instill another servant of light. When he flew over a large laboratory in the scientific research area, he suddenly saw a huge metal tentacles protruding from a corner of the laboratory. He froze for a moment, flew over quickly, and saw a familiar mechanical ascension body lying in the underground experiment base of this large laboratory. It was the octopus-like mechanical ascension body that Blue Bird, the servant of light, had dragged back at some point, and then she didn't know what to do here. He looked curiously for a while. She seemed to be transforming this mechanical ascension body. One of the tentacles of the mechanical body had been completely disassembled, and then wrapped some luminous silk material with some kind of insulator, just like wrapping wires inside like a fiber optic. It was buried in the disassembled mechanical tentacles, and then some experiments he couldn't understand were carried out. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Blue Bird paused and explained. "I want to transform my mechanical ascension body to see if it can be manipulated by a psyker." Li Qing shook his head and said, "It's impossible. Psionic energy and machinery are completely incompatible. You might as well take the genetic route and copy this mechanical ascension body one by one, or use genetic technology to transform some of its structures into artificial synthetic materials. Man-made materials are compatible with your psionic and mechanical bodies." Qingnao was taken aback for a moment, looked up at Li Qing, and was stunned, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing this, Li Qing continued. "Genetic ascension does not conflict with psionic ascension. You may try to take the route of genetic ascension. It just so happens that no one here has studied this aspect. You can try to study it. After you have certain achievements in the future, you can create a machine similar to mechanical ascension, body's genetic warfare body." Didn't disturb her meditation. He just gave a suggestion. It's her business whether to do that or not. And there is no problem with this suggestion. Although he has several servants of biological light here, most of them are studying things related to biology and genes, but because there are almost no materials available for research, there is almost no achievement in this regard. One more player do some research, and the efficiency can still be improved a lot. Genetic ascension is also a very powerful upgrade. Although it is not as good as psionic ascension, and its overall combat effectiveness is not as good as mechanical ascension, genetic ascension is the most compatible. Mechanical ascension is not compatible with any of them, but genetic ascension is compatible with psionic ascension. The most important thing is that the potential of genetic technology is very high, especially for its own species. Gene adjustment to enhance lifespan is the most basic application. It can also adjust genes to make individuals better, stronger, faster, quicker, higher in IQ, and stronger in reproduction. In theory, genetic technology can be used to artificially Superman, but that requires very advanced genetic technology. After being in this galaxy for 3.5 months, when Li Qing had some doubts about his life, finally there was good news from Hong Changfeng. The traces of the large fleet were discovered during the galaxy, and after 2 rounds of scouting in that galaxy, a hidden scout outpost was captured, and after channel comparison, it was indeed the fleet that escaped. Li Qing immediately took back all the industrial ships scattered in the asteroid belt for mining in the universe, and the fleet set off again. According to the communication, that galaxy is very far away from here. The closest distance is 368 hops, and it is more than 500 hops away from the outpost. Based on the average distance of 7 or 8 light years between star systems, there are nearly 4,000 light years. Has entered the extreme depths of the Zutar star field. A horse can really run. Li Qing left many psychic coordinates along the road, and if there is an accident, he can return directly through the coordinates. At the same time, send messages to Li Lai and Li Qi in the other 2 directions to get them back. It took more than half a month to rush, and finally came to the predetermined place to meet Hong Changfeng. At this time, they had determined the target location, which was in a black hole galaxy. On the first day of junior high school, he was quite surprised. How did they get into the black hole galaxy? What supplies can there be to supplement them? Moreover, the black hole in that galaxy is a black hole with a huge mass. Not only has it swallowed all the planets in the galaxy, but the black hole seems to be still moving in the starry sky, other galaxies. According to Hong Changfeng's exploration before he came over, as soon as the reconnaissance drone entered the hyperspace channel and entered the opposite side, it was quickly captured by the gravity of the black hole and could not escape. According to the detection picture, it can be clearly seen that Yi Xuandong's fleet is in the opposite galaxy, parked above the orbit of the black hole, slowly circling the black hole, and slowly sliding towards the black hole. If you can't break free, it is estimated that after more than 10 years, this fleet will slowly slide into the black hole and be swallowed. To Li Qing's surprise, this fleet did not respond to the pull of the black hole. Even a frigate, even if it is only equipped with fourth-generation propellers, can easily escape the gravitational field before being completely captured by gravity. This fleet includes a Titan super flag, and it can even forcibly leap away against the gravity of a black hole. Have you sent a frigate over to take a look? Hong Changfeng shook his head. I didn't send them for fear of alarming them. I only sent some unmanned reconnaissance planes disguised as meteorites and sent them over. Well, Li Qing pinched his chin and remained silent for a while, then said, send a clone to take a look. Soon a clone sat on a frigate with a predetermined target and sailed to the opposite galaxy. 5 hours later, the frigate returns with the clone intact. Through the reconnaissance equipment that comes with the frigate, it can be seen that after the frigate enters the opposite galaxy, it is immediately affected by the strong gravity of the black hole and changes its course, but the frigate can easily get rid of the gravity of the black hole and return home after starting the propeller. No problem. Li Qing rubbed his chin, ordered another 10 frigates to be sent over, and then did not take them back immediately, but scheduled the return time for these 10 frigates respectively, which were 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, etc. There are 10 grades in total, and the last return flight time is 1 month. This galaxy looks a little weird, he dare not be careless. At this time, we can wait for Li Lai and Li Qi to rush over. As time went by, the frigates returned one by one, and there was no change in the inspection, neither the battleship nor the clone crew. This is weird. He thought about it, and decided to go to explore by himself. Anyway, he has the universe in his hand, and he can enter the universe in the palm as soon as there is a change. Put all the battleships of Li Lai, Li Qi and others who have already rushed over into the universe in the palm, and then recondense a psychic entity and put it in a battleship. The battleship finds a safe place to park in the galaxy, and then Li Qing is alone drive a battleship through the hyperspace channel and enter the opposite black hole galaxy. The battleship just passed through the hyperspace channel and entered the opposite galaxy, and immediately felt that the battleship was shocked by the powerful gravity of the black hole. Through the battleship sensor, you can clearly see the all-swallowing darkness in the center of the galaxy. Beyond the event horizon is the dazzling accretion disk. The billowing energy and matter are captured by the powerful gravity of the black hole, swallowed into the black hole and disappear. At first glance, apart from the large mass of the black hole, there is nothing unusual, and nothing special can be seen inside or outside the event horizon of the black hole, except for the huge fleet. It is certain that it is Yi Xuandong's fleet, the model and logo of the spaceship, and the outgoing signals all clearly show that they are Yi Xuandong and his son who escaped from the outpost. But, at this time, this huge fleet is like a ghost fleet quietly parked on the orbit of the black hole, and is slowly sliding towards the black hole event horizon with the gravity of the black hole. No response. Li Qing tried to send a message, but there was no response. He tried to send a message to Yi Xiao through communication, but it showed that he was not in the same galaxy, which meant that Yi Xiao was not in this fleet. Where did you go? He ordered the warship not to follow the current, but to take the initiative to sail in the direction of the ghost fleet, but here, because they could not enter the sub-light speed, they had to fly 4 or 5 days to get close at their distance. This is a black hole galaxy. The gravitational influence of the black hole is not only on the material level, but also on the subspace level. It may not have reached the end, but directly entered the depths of the black hole, and even plunged directly into the horizon of the black hole and died suddenly on the spot. 4 or 5 days passed quickly, and the battleship finally approached the target, and the silhouette of the quietly floating ghost fleet could be seen from a distance. The battleship is still very new. Although the fleet looks lonely and cold like a ghost fleet, the battleship itself has not changed much, but there seems to be no one inside. He tried sending a message to the fleet, still no response. Nanais, where did they go? For some reason, Li Qing felt a little cold for no reason. I don't care, I'll leave after collecting. He stretched out his hand and opened the door of the black hole in front of the fleet gliding, and the ghost fleet slowly slid towards the door of the black hole along with the inertia. But at this moment, a circle of ripples suddenly appeared on the horizon of the black hole located in the center of the galaxy, and an invisible wave swept across. Li Qing, who was collecting the ghost fleet, shuddered violently, raised his head suddenly, and was stunned and motionless. Almost instantly, Li Qing felt an unimaginable force coming, and then he flew out of the battleship involuntarily and slid towards the center of the black hole at an unimaginable speed. Soon, I realized that it wasn't me flying out, but my consciousness and soul were pulled out of my body by some unimaginable force, and slid towards the center of the black hole at a super fast speed. At this moment, he already knew that Yi Xuandong and the others must have encountered the same situation as himself. Communicate with the universe in the palm without hesitation. A black hole emerges behind him and expands rapidly. The power from the universe in the palm quickly counteracts the gravitational force from the black hole, and his figure freezes quickly. At this moment, it was only a dozen seconds before the soul was sucked out of the body, and he had already appeared on the edge of the event horizon of the black hole, which was estimated to be less than 10,000 kilometers away from the event horizon. According to this speed, he would be sucked into it by 1 second. Warp space exists. Or, Li Qing carefully looked at the sight-swallowing black hole event horizon less than 10,000 kilometers ahead. At this time, he was at the location of the black hole's terrifying accretion disk, from which billowing energy and matter poured into the black hole like a waterfall and disappeared. But at this time, he opened the universe in the palm deep in the accretion disk, and the power from the universe in the palm is affecting the gravitational field of the black hole, thus causing a large amount of energy and matter that should have been poured into the black hole to flow into the black hole in the universe in the palm. It's just that the gravitational force emitted by the universe in his palm is not enough. It can only guarantee his own safety, and the scope of influence is not large. Safety, and the scope of influence is not large. Safety, and the scope of influence is not large. Safety, and the scope of influence is